This is Cassie's Cowboy Crave, Witness Protection, Rancher Style, Shane's Story, Sweet Montana Bride Series, Book 3. Written by Kimberly Cray. Narrated by Lesley Ann Fogel. Chapter 1. Shane Emerson stormed up the front porch, undeterred by the dog barking on the other side of the door. "Shut up, Jack," he muttered before pounding on the screen. He paced impatiently while waiting for an answer. The patio light flicked on. A set of blinds pried open from the bedroom. Shane peered at the gaping spot, daring whoever stood on the other side to just try and ignore him. The gap in the blind snapped shut while Jack barked some more. No one was coming, and Shane's nerves were wearing thinner with each breath. "Open the door, Blake! Now!" He spun in place, looking for something to hit. It wouldn't be as good as decking his pompous older brother, but he'd take the next best thing. And there it was, Blake's favorite pair of cowboy boots, the ones he claimed helped him score that 8-second ride on Big Blue. Shane reared back and gave the pair a good hard kick. They flew across the wood-slatted porch, the heel of one boot landing in Jack's water dish. Too bad it wasn't a pile of crap. "Reese!" he hollered this time. Adrenaline rushed through him so hard it hurt. No doubt he could break the glass of the screen door with his fist. A good part of him was tempted to do just that. Who cared if he had to pay for it later? Just as his fist wound back, ready to pound through the sheet of reflective glass, the front room window glowed to life. The white panel door creaked open behind the screen. "Shane, wait!" Coward brother of his sent his wife? What a wuss. Reese tightened her robe and waved him in. "Come on inside and settle down," she said, unlocking the screen door. "I don't want to come in there." He squinted against the light. "I want Blake to get out here so I can kick his—" "Watch it," Blake warned, coming up behind her. "That's my wife you're talking to." Shane glared at him. "Why'd you guys sign me up to shelter some woman?" Reese's face brightened. "They have one?" "One that might be sitting at that airport a long, long time thanks to you guys." Reese's hand flew over her mouth. "You wouldn't." "I would," he spat, knowing it wasn't the truth. "I never signed up for this. Just because it worked for you guys doesn't mean it'll work for me. Or this stranger who's had her life stripped away from her in a matter of hours." He shook his head, burdened by the mere thought of it all. "I'm not Blake. I'm not Gavin either." He turned away from the couple at the doorway and looked over the wide space of land, lit only by the full moon hanging low in the dark Montana sky. It wasn't that he minded the idea of a warm body next to his, but city women were too risky. Heck, he couldn't even trust that the ones raised in the country would stay. "I'm not cut out for this type of thing." His brother stepped up behind him, nudging his shoulder. "It's just a woman who needs some protection, Shane." "Yeah, probably some weird cat lady." His brother chuckled. "Cat lady? Where'd that come from?" Shane shook his head, not in the mood to answer. "Where's she from?" his brother prodded. Shane straightened his posture. "Seattle, and she has multiple cats. That's freaky. I mean, they thought Reese was a guy. What if they think this woman's in her 20s and she's really like 50? "You're overthinking this, little brother. Stop with the what-ifs and go get the woman. Don't leave her for someone else to rescue. What if Reese had gone somewhere else?" The gal almost had gone someplace else. Truth was, the only thing that compelled Shane to agree with it was the fact that 2 other locations had already fallen through. Now they were desperate. He groaned in frustration. "I'm not up to it, Blake. And seriously, who's to say this chick ain't some psycho? You got lucky with Reese." "And Gavin?" "Same. Lucky bastards." Shane didn't want the women in his brother's lives, but he did want what they had. He just wasn't sure how to get it. "The Emerson men have pressed their luck enough. Well's gotta run dry at some point. It's not worth taking on some total stranger." Blake chuckled. "She won't be a stranger for long." Shane released a deep breath as he checked the time on his phone. The ranch was a good 4.5 hours from the airport. He'd have to leave soon if he wanted to make it in time. "Here's a list of things you'll need." Blake's outstretched arm rested on his shoulder. In his hand, a crumpled square of paper caught the yellow light of the porch. Shane snatched the list from him and shoved his arm away. "Should have told me you signed me up. You knew we were going to, man. A bet's a bet. Besides, she could be the one." His brother's voice rose as he added, "I'll make sure things run smooth while you're gone. We'll have her room ready and everything." He didn't reply, just strode back to his truck, kicking stray rocks along the way, and fired up the engine. Even as he revved the thing, Shane could hear his brother holler from the porch, "And don't touch my lucky boots again or I'll crush your face in the dirt." Shane laughed under his breath. Blake might have been able to make good on that 10 years ago, but now those words were nothing more than an empty threat. Though his brother was right about one thing, a bet was a bet. Still, that didn't mean he had to keep up his end of it. Chapter 2. 8 hours earlier. The guy at the corner table caught Cassie's eye for a second time. Not in that how about we get to know each other way, more like the way she kept track of a black widow crawling on a distant wall. There was something about him that creeped her out. She just wasn't sure what it was. The man raised a newspaper between their gaze. Hopefully that would prevent further distraction. "I seriously thought I was going to wring Nancy's little neck today," Zoe said, swirling the ice in her cup. She propped her dark-rimmed glasses with one straightened finger. Cassie chuckled. Nancy was on one. She recalled her own incident at work with the bossy little thing. She's probably just going through a hard time. Yeah, permanently. Zoe rested her elbows on the table, prepping for story mode. "So it's 10 minutes to deadline. I'm just finishing final edits on the hometown article, and all she can do is stand over my shoulder and whine about how Mr. Warner needs the article 5 minutes ago. Like anyone can make deadline with her voice in the room." The waiter set an extra drink next to Cassie's. "Another cherry lemonade for you, miss?" The man's voice made him sound younger than he appeared. "Thanks." Cassie noted her first glass was still half full. Kid must be saving up for college. "Jasper," Zoe hinted, lifting her cup. It was empty save the tinted ice and thick black straw. "Of course, ma'am. Iced tea?" Zoe nodded, annoyance plain on her square-shaped face. Yet as he took the glass from her hand, she fluttered her lashes at him. "And you, miss?" The young man turned his attention to Anne, who didn't bother looking up from her romance novel. "Uh-huh. Diet Coke," she muttered. "How do you do that?" Cassie asked once the waiter left. Anne lifted her chin to glance at her. "Do what?" "Be in two worlds at once." She shrugged, eyes drifting back to her page. "Easy." "What I want to know," Zoe said, a hint of fresh irritation in her tone, "is why guys his age call women in their early 20s ma'am and miss. He's probably only a few years younger than we are." A smile crossed over Cassie's mouth. "What else is he supposed to call us?" "I don't know. Anything. Ma'am makes me feel old." "We are old," Anne said. 25 isn't old," Zoe spat. Cassie sipped at her icy drink, forcing her mind away from newspaper guy, and the dark chill creeping under her skin at his presence. "There was this kid on the jury with me who was just old enough to serve," she said. "He had gauges in his ears, wore black nail polish all the time. I felt kind of old next to him. At first, anyway." "You little cougar, you," Zoe said. "You never told me you had the hots for a guy on the jury." "That's because I didn't have the hots for him. But he was hilarious. One time he made me laugh so hard I spit orange juice onto the break room table." "Gross," Anne muttered without looking up. "I kind of miss some of those guys," Cassie said. She'd spent the better part of 6 months with a group of jurors, many she'd really come to care for. "You think this guy's 18? Zoe asked, her voice sounding hopeful. "Our waiter?" "Yeah." Zoe's face lit up. "You know, I've been wanting to date a younger guy, and this one is cute." 18 is way too young," Cassie said. "Even for me, and I'm younger than you." "Only by a year," Zoe said. "And he could be 19, or even a young-looking 20. Anyway, he's been hitting on you this whole time, so he must not think he's too young." Cassie pulled in a genuine gasp. "He has not." Leave it to the youngster to hit on Snow White, the only one too sweet and innocent to even notice. "Whatever." Cassie shook her head in disbelief. I'm not sweet or innocent, and I don't look like Snow White. You look exactly like her. Zoe turned to Anne for backup. Doesn't she look like Snow White? Totally. Only with longer hair and a lower voice. Thank heavens. Before I forget, Zoe said, my mother is already talking about Easter. I know it's still over a month away, but she wanted me to tell you you're invited to come. You're invited to my place, too, Anne said. Zoe planted one hand firmly on the table. No way. It's my turn. I can't do another Easter egg hunt in the Seattle drizzle without you there to keep me sane. Besides, who will appreciate my sarcasm? When Cassie stayed quiet, Zoe added, there will be tons of food. Anne clamped her book shut, holding her place with one finger. But my mom cooks better. Cassie glanced at both girls. She was beginning to feel like a charity case. Zoe gave Anne a feigned glare. Well, we hire a caterer. What's better than that? Silence owned the table while Cassie thought of something that sounded much better than both offers. A family of her own. A place to go for the holidays that included more familiar nieces and nephews, perhaps her own children too. A spark of resentment flared up as she considered Griffin and his extended absence. A spark that seemed to die out as she sipped on her cold drink, the way it always did. Hey, Anne, Zoe whispered from across the table. What about our waiter? Don't you think he's good-looking? Not really, Anne muttered. You haven't even looked at him yet, Zoe protested. I can tell by the voice, Anne said. She was back in her novel already. I like it low, smooth, and sexy. Like Cowboy Connor's voice. She licked her lips, eyes raking over the page as if there were visuals included. Give me that thing. Cassie reached across the table. A frown crinkled Anne's face as she held firm to the book. Come on, I'm not going to hurt it, Cassie said. I just want to see what all the fuss is about. Reluctantly, her friend handed over the battered book. A man's bare chest took up the entire cover, save the cowboy hat and lasso dangling in the corner. Cassie fanned its yellowed pages, the soft edges tickling her thumb. It smelled like a library, the initial whiff of something bitter, followed by the scent lingering in every book there, dusty, sweet, and full of possibilities. How many times have you read this? Anne shrugged, told her it had been too many times to count. What is it about this one that you like so much? Anne smiled like she just walked into her favorite clothing store. Everything about Connor is perfect. And he's a real cowboy who works on an actual ranch, not the wannabes on all the stupid dating sites. Cassie bit at her lip, nodding toward the view out the large bay window. Deep clouds of gray hovered close to the nearly colorless water. We're in Seattle, Anne. Probably aren't a whole lot of ranches in the city. Anne threw her head back dramatically. I know. Don't remind me. I can't get into the whole cowboy thing, Cassie said. Anne's eyes got wide and pleading. Cass, you've managed to find good traits in the likes of Nancy the Nag. You've got to see what I mean about the rough and tough, totally masculine, yet sensitive when he needs to be cowboy. I'd take a cowboy, Zoe said, if he looked anything like him. She angled her head toward newspaper guy. Seems like he agrees with our waiter, though. Only has eyes for Snow White. Cassie straightened in her seat, stunned by the confirmation. It wasn't just in her head. This guy was looking at her. She leaned onto the round table, brought her voice to a whisper. I'm actually kind of freaked out by that guy, she said. There's something familiar about him, I swear. It's like... And then it hit her, cold and hard, like a rod of ice through her chest. The case, she breathed. He looks like one of them. One of the Lawson brothers? Anne hissed. Cassie leaned further onto the table. Shh, I don't want him to hear. Zoe glanced over again and gasped. Holy, he does look like one of those guys. A rash of unwanted images flashed through Cassie's mind. Mangled bodies atop bloodied sheets, a crimson-stained axe wrapped in plastic, the man who'd been put behind bars for life thanks to her and the rest of the jury, and the faces of the others awaiting trials of their own. Cassie could feel his eyes on her, infusing her body with a frigid dose of dread. A wordless threat she knew all too well could be carried out to a brutal degree. She gripped the edge of the table, head feeling fuzzy and light. I've got to get out of here. Both Zoe and Anne's eyes grew wide. And just before Cassie could question what they'd seen, a large hand clamped over her shoulder. Chapter 3.
Cassie Lavelle?
The voice was deep, strong, and coated with an accent that made it clear he wasn't the man who'd been eyeing her from behind the newspaper. A dark wallet flapped open near her shoulder. A gold badge caught glints of the light dangling above them before the wallet snapped shut.
Detective Gonzalez here. I need you to come with me.
Cassie stiffened. What for? She moved to peek over at the guy who had been watching her. He was gone. The waiter came up behind them with the drinks, but their new visitor didn't budge. Don't go, Zoe said. I'm calling 911 to check this guy out.
2 of your fellow jurors were found dead within the last hour,
the detective said.
We've got to move fast.
Cassie's thoughts scattered like shards from a breaking bowl of crystal, each bit sharp and dangerous. Which 2? But she was already coming to a stand. She knew the guy who had been watching her was one of the Lawson brothers, and if he was anything like the one on trial, she needed protection. Zoe stood with a phone to her ear, listing a detailed description of the detective while holding one finger out to stay them. Anne stood up to stop her as well.
Do you ladies see that officer at the door?
The detective asked. Cassie spun around. A tall policeman dressed in blue stood by the register. He nodded at her.
And the other officers out that window?
2 patrol cars were nudged up to the curb alongside the restaurant.
One of those cars is for me and Miss Lavelle. The other is for the 2 of you. We leave now.
With that, the detective opened the badge-carding wallet, pulled out 4 crisp 20s, and set them on the table.
Will this cover it?
The waiter stood there with his tray full of drinks.
Yeah,
he stammered. But they were already leaving. Zoe had closed her flip phone. Even she looked scared. Zoe the fearless, stunned into silence. As Cassie followed the detective into the squad car, she heard Zoe ask the officer for identification. A breath later, they were driving down the street. She looked over her shoulder to see what looked like Anne trying to convince Miss Fearless to get into the car. What are you going to do with my friends? She asked. The detective slid a pair of dark shades over his eyes.
Depends.
On what?
On how desperate these guys are. We don't think they'll resort to those related to the jurors. But because your friends were with you, we thought we'd better escort them away from the dangerous situation.
Where'd that guy go? Was he a Lawson brother? A pucker formed at his brow.
Yes, he's a relative, anyway. We had an undercover officer at the back entrance, but he slipped past him. We don't really have enough to arrest that one yet, to be honest. But with everything going on, we would have come up with something.
He shook his head and glared out the window.
Is that the overdue library book you owe so much money on?
His question was so random, Cassie wasn't sure he was talking to her. What? Without turning to look at her, he said,
The book in your hand. Is that the one you owe so much money for?
Cassie hadn't realized it, but she was clinging tight to Anne's romance novel. No, this isn't mine. It's my friend's. She sighed as a question occurred to her. Where are we going? Her prompt seemed to remind the man of something. He nodded and reached into his thin leather coat, retrieving a folded stack.
We're putting you in something similar to a witness protection program.
But I'm not a witness.
Right, but we've got 2 more Lawson brothers awaiting trial as we speak. The Lawsons have a tight group of extended family involved. This type of mafia relies on intimidation. If they can wipe out an entire jury, one that had the gall to put their own blood away, they'll likely make fair trials. They'll likely make fair trials impossible with all the publicity.
He clicked a pen and handed it to her, along with the stapled sheets.
We don't have the funds or resources to provide 24/7 protection from a U.S. Marshal. But we do have a number of safe homes, retired marshals or trusted acquaintances capable and willing to house those in need.
Numbly, Cassie scanned over the print on the page, skimming over parts to see where it was she'd be going.
I just need you to sign a few lines showing that you'll cooperate and not do anything to jeopardize the safety of yourself or those harboring you.
Oh, I wouldn't. She skimmed the document further. A red X waited next to a blank line at the bottom of the page. She signed there and flipped it over. Another X stood out among the black text. After scribbling her name once more, Cassie scanned over the final page. This doesn't say where I'm going.
I'll tell you once we're en route.
The officer behind the wheel veered onto the interstate. Wait, she said, a beat of panic thrumming through her. Aren't we going to my apartment?
Too risky. The guy had to have followed you from work to the restaurant. No doubt he knows where you live, too.
Gonzalez gave the stack of paper a flick.
By signing this, you've given my team permission to retrieve your property, mainly clothing and personal items. Your things will be shipped to our final destination, probably arrive before we do.
But I have cats, 2 of them.
We know. They'll be fine. Your guardian has agreed to allow pets.
What about my parents? Are they in danger? He gave her a sideways glance.
They have plans to come back to the U.S. anytime soon?
No. I just wondered. She let the sentence die.
Your parents are in Guam. I think they'll be safe there. From the Lawson brothers, anyway.
He'd muttered the last part. Another face came to mind, and Cassie felt guilty she hadn't thought of him sooner. And Griffin. Heck, Gonzalez knew about her overdue library book. He was bound to know about her boyfriend, even if it was a long-distance relationship.
Again, out of the country,
he said.
Should be fine. Mind if I ask you a question, though?
Cassie shook her head. Go ahead.
Why is it that the people closest to you live so far away?
He'd removed his sunglasses, eyes looking deep and perplexed. Cassie tried for just a moment to place his age. He acted young, moved like he was, too. But the small wrinkles around his mouth and eyes gave him away. The guy was probably in his late 40s, maybe a young-looking 50. It took her only a moment to recall his question. My parents have done volunteer work out of the country for years. In fact, it's how they met. Even while my mom was pregnant with me, she was digging wells and building schools. I was born in Rwanda. Did you know that? The detective nodded, though his eyes told her he was holding something back, a faulty dam ready to snap. What? She urged, wondering what the stranger could be thinking. He replaced his glasses and turned back to the window.
Nothing. I just don't understand how anyone makes a long-distance relationship work.
Cassie's heart was a hot-pounding mess, torn in several directions all at once. She wouldn't say it aloud, but Cassie was considering ending her relationship with Griffin. In her purse, she'd stashed a letter received from her boyfriend just the day before, a letter that she hadn't yet opened. Cassie wasn't sure what it might contain, words of his continued love, or an acknowledgement that the relationship wasn't much of a relationship at all. Either way, Cassie planned to come to her own decision about things before she opened it. While forcing a slow breath through barely parted lips, she told herself things would be okay one way or another. At least the people she cared for would be safe. Still, she had no idea where she was going or how long she'd be. And who was this guardian Gonzalez had referred to? What kind of person allowed some stranger and her cats into their home at a moment's notice? She couldn't begin to imagine what the days lying ahead might be like. Mindlessly, she thumbed through the pages of the book in her hand, and as she sucked in a deep, calming breath, inhaling the familiar scent, Cassie wondered if her journey would be more bitter than sweet. One thing was certain, her near future was like the book in one way. It was entirely unknown to her and filled with possibilities. Chapter 4. The dark Montana sky gave way to lighter shades as the hours slipped by. Shane should still be in bed right now. Heaven knew he needed the rest. Instead, he was gripping the cool steering wheel in his truck, driving to the airport to pick up a total stranger. Damn that nosy brother of his. And Reese, that sneaky little thing, had grinned all too wide when she'd heard there was a girl waiting. A girl who needed protection. The stubborn side of him wanted to dislike this woman no matter what she was like, show them how foolish they'd been. The other part of him, the part that longed for a woman's closeness, scent, and touch, wanted desperately for her to somehow be the one for him, the way it'd work with Reese, and then with Jade, Gavin's wife. He shook his head in frustration. What kind of impression would he make when she found out he lived so dang close to his parents? He regretted staying at Grandpa Emerson's place for so long. Why hadn't he just built on his acre 3 miles down like the others had done? The answer came quickly enough. He hadn't the need. While Blake was busy chasing 2 mischievous boys and Gavin helping care for that new baby girl, Shane had stayed back at the old place, found comfort in hanging out with the new hired ranch hands, pretending to enjoy the single life. But the fact was, it was getting old. He could barely fathom how different his life might be had Natasha said yes to his proposal. But that girl had been city-bound, and there was no changing it. Best she break free before they married and brought little ones into the picture. Could have been the biggest mistake of his life, marrying her. And it scared him. Perhaps he had bad judgment when it came to women. Who knew? He was determined to not make that mistake again. Reese had fallen in love with the country. Jade had too. With the ranch, and with the Emerson brother who'd stepped up as guardian. He only wondered how such a thing could happen more than once. Twice was hard enough to believe, but 3 times? Heck, that was damn near impossible. I hope they were able to get my cats okay, Cassie said, staring out the small window. A sliver of sunlight peeked over the distant horizon, barely softening the bleak darkness between them.
Cats will be fine,
the detective assured her. Can you tell me where we're going yet? So far, all they had done is fly from one nearby state to the next. Either they were wandering aimlessly or trying really hard to throw off a pursuer.
Maybe, but first let me explain all the backtracking,
he said.
Your original guardian, located in New Mexico, was unable to take you due to some health issues. Our backup, an older couple living in Nevada, were recently put in a retirement home and hadn't notified us.
He glanced at her, a wry smile on his face.
Turns out they're 10 years older than our records indicate.
Oh. A new knot of nerves tightened in her stomach. Gonzalez pulled in a deep, proud breath, puffing out his chest.
We've got you covered now. Going to a real nice place.
He left it at that. In which state? She was starting to wonder if they'd land back in Seattle where she'd find the whole thing was only a cruel prank. The detective smiled at her like she was some helpless little kitten.
They announced where we were headed. You didn't listen?
Her defenses kicked in. Well, you said we still had 2 more flights to go, so either you lied to me about that or you forgot how to count. That's right, this kitten has claws. She wasn't sure she liked the boisterous laugh coming from the man's mouth. As he continued in a sudden amused state, Cassie shifted in her seat before tapping the passenger directly in front of her. Excuse me, she said, voice firm and direct. Could you tell me where we're headed? That wiped the grin off Gonzalez's face. The older gentleman nodded before replying.
Certainly, sweetheart. We're headed to the state of Arroyo Plata. That's Spanish for gold and silver.
She tilted her head in confusion. He still hadn't answered her question, which must be why the detective's grin was back. So that's... Cassie prompted.
The treasure state.
After a long pause, he added,
Big sky country?
The blank expression on Cassie's face must have urged him to continue.
Montana, of course, girl. Sweet Montana. Home to the real American cowboy.
She tested the word out for herself. Montana? What did she know about the state? Nothing. And cowboys? Anne would have liked that.
So are we going to talk about that overdue book yet?
The detective glanced at her with an unassuming glint of curiosity. How do you even know about that? She asked.
We do our best to tie up loose ends. Turns out you only had one.
He brought up a hand and began counting it out with his fingers.
You pay your bills on time. You're not delinquent on any charges. No warrants out for your arrest.
He paused to give her a wry smile.
Yet I discover you have this book that your local library's been hounding you about for a solid year.
He scratched at the back of his head.
I can't decide if you have it and just don't want to give it back. And if that's the case, why not just pay for the thing? But if you lost it, you should just pay for it, move on, because clearly you owe more in late fees than the thing's worth.
He paused there, looking her up and down.
Nothing about this overdue book matches the rest of you.
Cassie smiled, enjoying how much thought he'd put into the mystery of her bland, uneventful, until now, life. But the reality of why she kept the book pulled the grin off her face. "It's a stupid reason," she said. "I'm not really dying to talk about it."
Come on, this is like training for me. Getting into people's heads. Why they do what they do. It's fascinating.
She shook her head. "There's nothing fascinating about it, just, pathetic." Cassie turned to look out the window while she spoke. The sky was a sheet of empty, cloudless gray, a perfect reflection of how she felt in that moment. "My boyfriend, Griffin, was interested in this book, right?" Gonzalez remained silent, probably afraid she'd clam up again if he uttered a word. "Well, I got it from the library a week before he was scheduled to come back, but things were going so well for him that he couldn't leave. Real estate was booming in India, so he wanted to prolong his stay to capitalize on it." When she remained quiet, the detective spoke up.
You thought the book would bring him back sooner?
Cassie shrugged. "Not exactly. I just don't want to do anything permanent. If the book's late, it's late. Griffin reads it. We return it." Another sigh escaped her lips. "But if I return it, it's like I'm admitting he may never come back. And if I pay it off, it's got that same tone of finality. I want him to read it. I want to laugh about the way I kept it so long. We could take the thing back together, look for more books while we're there." The sky promised daylight ahead as a small strip of light grew on the horizon. "I don't see him often, but I know he's out there, like I know my parents are. And I know they love me. They just don't need me the way some people need their kids or their girlfriends."
And you're okay with that?
He sounded frustrated. "Of course. I'm fine with the way things are." She'd thought of her grandmother then, the one who'd raised her, and for the first time since the dear woman's death, Cassie felt relieved that she was no longer living. Grandma would have probably died from the stress alone, worried over her granddaughter and the men out to kill her. Just hearing the words in her head made Cassie woozy, had her thinking back on what the detective had said about the 2 jurors who were found dead. He'd given her enough information to know that Lisa and Pam, the 2 women Cassie had grown closest to, were safe. Gonzalez said that while he couldn't yet reveal who'd been murdered, he could confirm who hadn't, if she asked. After confirming that 18-year-old Ryan was safe, Cassie left it there. Didn't want to dig into her memory of the other jurors and the few details she knew of their homes, spouses, or children. It was simply too painful. A group of savage men wanted her dead. Another stranger had offered her shelter from the danger, and whether it would prove to be an older man, like the proud gray-haired cowboy sitting up front, or a kind married couple willing to take in a girl in need, she was grateful for their help. She only hoped she'd be able to carry her own weight, do them more good than harm during her stay, however long that stay might be. Chapter 5. Shane was crankier than a bull kept from the heifer's pasture. Any sliver of hope he may have carried on the ride to the airport was long gone. This was bound to be one fine mess. He leaned against his truck and folded his arms, eyes set on the airport exit. When his cell phone buzzed, it took him 4 solid rings to even look at the thing. Maybe it was the girl's chaperone letting him know they'd arrived. Perhaps if he didn't pick up, they'd turn around and ship her someplace else. He glanced down to see who he'd missed a call from. The small screen, glowing bright in the twilight hour, showed 2 names, Betty and Grant. "Oh, Blake, why'd you have to go pulling them into this?" The phone beeped to let him know there'd been a message left, but Shane skipped straight to the call instead. Betty was bound to be all worked up over the idea of her bachelor son getting hitched to the next damsel in distress. Barely half a ring through, and she picked up. "Have you got her yet?" Boy, did she sound anxious. "No, Ma, not yet." "Well, we're getting the entire house ready." Clanks and bangs sounded in the background. "When was the last time you cleaned this place?" Shane groaned. "It's a house full of men, Ma. We're out the door before the sun's up. Give me a break." "Mm-hmm. Anyway, we're giving her the room right across from yours." She paused for a moment, grunting. You better tell those boys if they can't manage to flush a dang toilet around here, they're going to have to build an outhouse in the yard and use that instead." "Why are you downstairs?" Shane asked, running a hand over his whiskered jaw. "I'm not about to let the girl move into some pigsty. Reese and Jade said the extra room hadn't been dusted in ages." "They're probably right." He didn't bother asking about what they'd done with the things he'd moved into it. Not much of it mattered, just a bunch of junk. "What about all the interns and ranch hands? Are they still going to stay with her living there?" "Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. You know how things went with Reese," she said. "And I know it's just 'cause we weren't expecting a girl. But with all the hands around here hooting and hollering and causing a fuss, I thought it best that we just—" She broke off there. "Just what?" Shane hadn't thought of it before, but as his mother paused in finishing her sentence, he saw the light. "It just worked out so much better with Gavin and Jade when they just told everyone they were, married." The word barely escaped Shane's gritted teeth. "It's the safest way to do it, you gotta admit. Protects her from whatever dangers are out there, her past life or other. Plus it shields her from the ugly gossip in town about a gal moving into a ranch full of men. None of it bodes well for the girl, especially with her lack of experience and all. Can't exactly say you hired her to help on the ranch." A rush of angry heat fired up in his chest. "I've got a reputation, too. I'm supposed to cart this woman around like I'm married for who knows how long, only to look like the town fool when she up and leaves? Is that it?" "Oh, Shane, it'll be fine," Betty said. "Still, if you do decide to go the husband and wife route, you best plan on staying at a hotel there in the city for a night or two. Make it look real legit. So long as you keep your hands off that girl, Shane, and I mean it." He rolled his eyes. "There's no way I can spare more time away from the ranch this close to Cavan. We were set to herd them to the west pasture today." He eyed the dawn-lit sky. "They get a start on that?" "Yep, the men set out to the far pasture an hour ago, and the women are getting this place all cleaned up and ready for the new girl." Shane took comfort in knowing life at the ranch had been disrupted, too. No reason for Reese and all her excitement to go sleeping in at a time like this. Not that she ever did much anyway with those two boys of hers. Still, the whole thing made him uneasy. There was no way in hell he'd pretend he was married to this gal. It was ridiculous. "It's not going to look so much like we're married, is it?" he said. "She's in her room, I'm in mine. Don't you think the guys will notice?" "Heavens, no. All the ranch hands will be downstairs. Plus, the bathroom joins your room and hers. We'll keep her room locked at all times. Not with one of them pick locks, but the real outdoor thing. She just needs to enter and exit through your room. Problem solved." As Betty continued to prattle about everything from bedding to blinds, two words stuck in Shane's mind. Problem solved. Those words couldn't have been further from the truth. Even if he didn't tell the whole town they were married, he'd still have to lie about who she was and why she was there. He never could tell a good lie, whether the cause was saving his own hide or one of his brothers. Untrue words always seemed to get caught up in his throat. And what if the woman wasn't game? He chuckled at the thought of her meeting his loud and overbearing family. Poor thing will wish she'd have stayed home instead. She'd probably as soon take her chances than play house with a bitter old cowboy who was afraid to love again. It was in that moment he spotted the odd couple walking toward the airport exit. Odd due to the obvious difference in height and age. "I'll call you back, Mom." He wasn't sure Betty had heard him, but he clicked the button to end the call anyway and tucked the phone into his pocket. Beyond the glass wall of doors, a tall older man in black escorted a pretty little thing in business suit gray. She had city snob written all over her. Pale, unfreckled skin, dark hair slicked into some type of bun at the back of her head. Her top was one of those button-up jackets, and her skirt covered more than its fair share of her slim yet curvy legs. Heels. The girl was wearing heels and a skirt.
"Brother."
Shane gave his cowboy hat a tug at the front, grateful he'd had it in the truck. A few hours of sleep could really mess with a head of hair like his. While watching from beneath the rim of his hat, Shane noticed the girl glancing about nervously. Didn't look nearly as confident as she had a moment ago. Shane figured she must be even more unsettled than he was. At least he get to stay in the comfort of his own home in town. For just a moment, the girl glanced straight ahead, perhaps catching sight of him, before diverting her gaze. He gave the rim of his hat another tug. When was the last time he'd shaved? Heck, he must look rattier than a tomcat pulled from the county creek. Who cared? He didn't have to impress this girl. He just needed to protect her, give her a safe place to stay while her troubles passed. So why was it he could see himself getting lost in those big blue eyes? He cleared his throat. Playing husband to her may not be so bad after all. No, he couldn't entertain thoughts like that. He was angry, irritated, and in no way willing to make this easy on that nosy family of his waiting back at the ranch. Still, that same thought recycled through his head as he prepared to greet her.
Perhaps this wouldn't be so bad.
Is that him? Cassie felt her heart stumble like a young girl in a new set of heels, wobbly, uncertain.
Could be,
Gonzalez said, slowing his pace. Cassie turned to him as he came to a stop.
Listen.
He rested the bags at his feet.
I wasn't going to tell you this now, and maybe I still shouldn't. I don't know.
He scratched at the back of his head. Well, now you have to tell me, she said. What is it? And did it have something to do with that intimidating stranger beyond the doors?
You saw that I got a few messages when we landed.
She nodded. The detective continued.
Well, and I only tell you this so you'll know just how important it is to refrain from contacting your loved ones.
He looked like he regretted telling her already. What?
There's been another murder. Someone else from the jury. He was en route to a protected location, but, well, these guys are better than we thought.
Beats of panic raced through her chest. She looked around the airport, suddenly suspect of everyone in sight. How many people do they have working with them?
We're hoping to find that out.
You said the latest victim was a male, so it wasn't Pam or Lisa. He shook his head. And it wasn't Ryan, right? Gonzalez stooped to pick up the bags once more, a somber expression on his face.
Like I said, Miss Lavelle, I can't divulge the names of the victims.
She stood in place as he started walking again. A miserable chill crept up her arms.
The names will be released soon enough,
he called over his shoulder. Images of the kid flashed through her head. Sweet, hilarious Ryan and all his sarcasm and wit. His addiction to coffee and all things black. His plans to increase the size of those gauges to fit the dumb tube of Carmex he always carried. What were his parents doing in this moment? And the younger sister he always spoke about.
Stay with me,
Gonzalez said.
I need to make sure you're safe.
Cassie forced a nod, almost forgetting she'd set the kennel on the floor. She bent down to secure the handle in her palm, wanting to cuddle the furry cats inside and cry. Cry about the loss of a soul so kind and untainted by the cruelness of the world? Why had Gonzalez made a point to tell her? Especially then, before she stepped out to meet the guy who'd been compelled to take her into his home. Her lip quivered as she vainly fought back the tears that slid down her cheeks as she walked. Gonzalez was at the door, struggling to push it open while he carted the luggage. Cassie watched as the cowboy strode from his truck. He held the door open for the detective before the men shook hands. The stranger pointed toward his truck, secured one of her bags around his shoulder, and stepped inside the airport while Gonzalez headed toward the curb. Cassie wiped at the tears with her free hand. It was official. This was her guy. She held her breath as he approached, heart nearly stopping as he removed his hat. Their eyes met. Holy Moses! He was beautiful. A polite smile crossed his lips as he ran fingers through his dark, unruly hair. And though it was obviously nothing more than an obligatory grin, Cassie caught hints of a dimple nestled there in his left cheek. She glanced down at his hand as she extended her own. Warm, rough skin met hers in a firm handshake.
Miss Cassie?
His voice was deep and rugged.
I'm Shane Emerson. You'll be coming home with me.
Chapter 6. Cassie followed the cowboy to the truck in stunned silence. He'd taken the kennel from her, which left her nothing more to do with her hands than fidget with a loose strand of hair falling from her bun. How long had the thing been in, anyway? After several flights and a sleepless night, she must look like a train wreck. She watched while Gonzalez checked the guy's ID, making sure he was, in fact, the right guy.
Looks good,
the detective said, pulling papers from his leather jacket once more.
Let's see now. I got Reese's signature when she signed you guys up last year. Got Miss Lavelle's too. That just leaves yours.
He gave his pen a click and handed it over to the cowboy. Hold up. Reese? Oh, he was married, of course. That made sense. Why would they hand a single woman over to some single man? They wouldn't. She'd be coming home with him, and then staying with him, his lovely wife, and their no doubt beautiful children. And no, that wasn't disappointment she felt. At all. This was good. Better, in fact. She had Griffin. No need to complicate things. She eyed the cowboy's left hand, reminding herself his name was Shane, and saw no sign of a wedding ring. Didn't mean much. Maybe cowboys couldn't wear their rings because of all the work they did. Not that she knew what any of that work was. Shane scribbled his name at the bottom of the final page.
We good?
He asked Gonzalez.
All clear.
The detective turned to Cassie, the look in his eyes reminding her of the tears in her own only moments ago.
I'm sorry we had to do this. Wish you could have just finished that dinner with your friends and been on your way. Sometimes fate has other plans.
He nodded toward the cowboy.
One thing I can say is this. You're in good hands. The Emersons have been a part of this program for years now. Shane's uncle, a retired marshal in these parts, took in his first witness over 20 years ago.
He gave Cassie's shoulder a few pats, followed by a firm squeeze.
You take care.
Turning his gaze to the cowboy, he added,
We'll contact you once there's news.
Then Gonzalez walked away, leaving the two of them alone. Shane rubbed his palms over his Levi's. Cassie looked down at the curb, clutching the leather strap of her purse. The parking lot lights hummed louder. Clearing his throat, the cowboy stepped to the passenger side of his truck and swung open the door. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely a whisper. The loud roar of the engine filled the silent space, allowing Cassie's thoughts to veer back to Gonzalez's disturbing news. He hadn't exactly said it, yet she knew. He'd said enough to let her know her young friend had been killed. It wasn't until they were out of the dreary lot and onto the main road that Shane broke the awkward silence.
So you're from Seattle?
He said. Yeah, though I'm supposed to say I'm from Vegas, I guess. That's what my ID says.
Right,
he said.
They changed your name?
She pulled her eyes from the morning horizon to glance at him. Mistake. The face on this man was a masterpiece that put the rising sun to shame. Strong chiseled jaw, full angular lips, and eyes that somehow reflected daybreak and all its glory better than the sight itself. What was that? She asked.
Your name. They give you a new one?
And that voice, like sandpaper and satin all at once? Yeah. No, I mean, I got to keep my first name. My last name's different, though. Let's see. I forgot it already. Cassie bit her lip as she rummaged through her purse. She tossed a few things onto the seat in order to reach her wallet and pulled out the card Gonzalez had given her. The picture was the same as the one on her Seattle license. Cassie Miller, she said. He nodded, glancing at the items sprawled out between them. She followed his gaze to see the novel lying face up on the seat. A gasp sounded from her throat as she worked to stuff it back into her bag.
You doing a little research on me?
Cassie glanced up to see a devilish grin on his handsome face. What? She asked.
Didn't that book have a cowboy in the front?
This isn't my book. When she told Gonzalez that very thing, it came out just fine. So why this time did it sound like an outright lie? He nodded his head.
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious. I'm not into that type of thing.
What type of thing is that?
He asked, tilting his head. That felt like a trick question. Reading romance novels. She'd actually meant the whole cowboy thing, but that was starting to feel less true by the minute. And what she'd said was still entirely true. She'd never read a romance novel in her life.
I see. My sister-in-laws devour books like those. I'll be surprised if one or both of them don't already have a copy of that very one.
Sisters-in-law, she corrected before she could stop herself.
What was that?
Cassie looked up to see a puzzled expression on his face. Nothing, she said. The plural for sister-in-law is sisters-in-law, not sister-in-laws. He gave her a slow nod.
You going to do that a lot?
What, correct you? Cassie shook her head as a nervous laugh escaped. I hope not. With everything stuffed back into her purse, she folded her arms and looked out the window. She may have been speechless on the outside, but inwardly she was screaming a mental note to herself, "Do not correct this guy's grammar." She sighed, hoping to ease the tension in her neck. He had sisters-in-law, 2 of them. So far, that was all she knew about him.
We're headed to Emerson Ranch. Property's been in our family for generations. We raise cattle there. Got close to 1,000 head right now. That'll almost double once we get through calving season, which will come on real strong within the next few weeks.
He gripped the steering wheel as those broad shoulders of his tensed up.
How much did the detective tell you about our history with the housing program?
Cassie shrugged. Just what you heard. She watched for his reaction, wondering what it was that seemed to have him bothered. His dark brows furrowed as he focused on the road through narrowed eyes.
My uncle started out by harboring male witnesses, those at an age good for ranching. Gave them a place to stay and a job to do all at once.
He glanced at her, ran a speculative gaze over her face before eyeing the length of her. She could swear the temperature of her blood rose in those brief moments. The heat of it was everywhere, but she felt it most in her face as his gaze met hers once more. He looked back to the road before continuing.
My father, Grant, joined in about 10 years ago. Got a nice ranch hand out of it the first time.
He paused to let out a wry sort of chuckle.
But the second time around, they sent out a woman. A pretty young one at that. It was quite the ordeal at first, 'cause we had plenty of ranch hands around, and my brothers and I, and it was adding up to be a fine mess. Until she took to my oldest brother, that is. Her name's Reese. She's one of the sister-in-laws I was referring to.
She bit back the urge to correct him a second time, working to digest what he'd said. You're kidding.
Nope. Name Reese could go either way, if you think about it. Somebody hadn't paid enough attention.
A smile crossed over her lips. Whether it was because she liked the love story or because it meant he might still be single, she wasn't sure. That's amazing. She just stayed there?
Well, there's a longer story to it than that, but they're together now. I have a couple of boys.
Wow, she said, softer this time, almost to herself. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, arms stiff and tense. His face showed signs of distress as well, a deep crease pulling at the side of his brow.
We brought another girl out to the ranch, too.
He followed the statement with an exasperated burst of air, like he'd been holding it in while swimming laps beneath the surface. She glanced over at him. How did that one go? Shane tilted his head to one side, then the next.
Pretty much the same, only they started out by telling everyone that,
The sentence died there as he flicked off his hat and tossed it onto the dash. He ran a hand through that amazing hair again as he finished.
Well, they just told everyone they were married. Her and my brother, that is.
But not the one who married Reese? She said.
Right.
She managed. And how long ago was that? He moved one large hand to rub at the stubble along his jaw.
Let's see. Kate's set to turn 1 in November, so that means...
Wait, who's Kate?
Their little girl.
Whose girl? Shane tipped his head back.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. They got married, too, if you can believe it. My brother and the other gal. Her name's Jade.
His face scrunched up like he'd just taken a bitter bite. When she didn't respond, Shane reached for his hat and placed it back onto his head, tugging it at the front. Cassie was sure she should say something, but for the life of her she couldn't think of what. Was this a witness protection program or a dating service? What, they just send these poor helpless women out to the middle of nowhere, and suddenly they fall in love with the next available Emerson brother? So, when did it go from the whole pretending they were married thing to an actual marriage, where they were having babies and all that? It seemed as if Shane was hiding his face from her as he looked over his other shoulder.
Just somewhere along the way.
Cassie didn't ask any more questions, only considered what he'd said as a mean dose of fatigue overtook her. She remained quiet long enough to doze off. A moment passed where she could swear she'd heard the cowboy speaking to her, only she was too far gone. Whatever he'd been trying to say, It would have to wait. Chapter 7. Shane must look like the biggest damn fool the girl ever met. Why'd he have to ramble on about every darn detail from Blake's bride to present day? The answer was simple enough. He didn't want to keep anything from her. Wanted her to know just what she was getting herself into. A nice trap set by the meddling folks at Emerson Ranch. A nicely baited trap, perhaps, at least from his perspective. But he'd be damned before he gave them the satisfaction they were after. He shook his head in disgust. Less than 20 minutes and he'd already scared the tarnation out of her. His gaze drifted from the road to the girl. Woman was more accurate, and a pretty one at that. Reese would be wearing a grin bigger than Texas at the sight of her. She'd be rubbing her little palms together, thinking up all sorts of ways to get the two of them matched up for good. Heaven forbid they let fate take its course. Those women hardly knew the meaning of the word. Yet a small voice in the back of his head told him those girls knew the meaning better than most. Through unforeseeable twists of fate, both ladies had been shipped off to Emerson Ranch only to find the love of their lives. He should be flattered the two saw something in him worth offering to the next gal in grief. Still, he didn't like people in his business. Not more than a year had gone by since Natasha had left him, and though the wounds were all but healed, he didn't plan to go making new ones anytime soon. As the gas station approached, Shane recalled the slip of paper the detective had discreetly passed to him. Maybe this was the best time to read it, while the girl was asleep and all. He let off the gas and began to coast, easing into the station. Once he pulled up to the pump, he let the thing idle while he retrieved the note. Turning off the engine may wake her. The full page, folded several times, had only a few words jotted on it. Another juror found dead. Was killed en route. Be sure to watch your back. Shane straightened up after reading it.
Dang,
He muttered under his breath. He glared at the rear view before checking over his shoulder. Not one car had followed them out of the lot. He'd made note of that. They were in the clear for now. His eyes rested back on his passenger. She had slumped toward the opposite side of the truck, head resting against the seatbelt strap. A dark strand of hair had strayed from the others, was tangled in those lashes of hers. Though her skin was light, her cheeks had flushed a soft shade of pink. Perhaps she was overly warm. Her round lips were free of lipstick or gloss, just plain and simple. They looked plump and kissable. At the thought alone, his mouth watered. It was enough to make him shut off the engine quick, wake them both to their senses. He needed to protect this girl, woman, and he couldn't do that if he let her beauty turn him to mush. At the absence of the engine's purr, Cassie startled awake. He watched as she came to awareness, looking down at her shirt, straightening it, then glancing at her purse on the seat. Her eyes shot to him, wide and frightened.
sorry I can't say it was all a bad dream, sugar.
Sugar? How did that slip out? Her dark lashes fluttered over her pretty blue eyes as she shook her head. One small hand reached up to rub at the corner of her eye. No, I know. She covered a yawn. I think even in my sleep I knew it wasn't. I just thought I was still on the airplane for a minute. Something about the innocent look in her eyes made him feel like a villain after the way he'd been eyeing her just then. He gave her a nod before turning to crank open the door. It wasn't until he had his feet on the asphalt that she spoke up once more. Shane? The sound of his name on her lips was honey, smooth and sweet. He lowered his head to look into the cab.
Yeah?
Where are you going? She looked scared, like she wanted his protection. And heaven help him, he wanted to give it.
I'm just going to fill up the tank. I'll be right here.
He waited for her to nod in reply. Okay, she said. Shane gulped before straightening up once more.
Okay.
What had this woman gone through? Perhaps he should ask. But first, maybe he should figure out whether she was up for playing the newlywed couple. He'd been dead set against it before, but all he could do is picture those rowdy ranch hands once they caught sight of her. Trey and Randy would be on her like gravy on taters. And anyway, why shouldn't she have a say? If this woman was willing to pretend they were married, that would be enough for him. Of course, then they'd have to stay someplace for the night. As he filled up the tank, Shane glanced beyond the station at the small cluster of hotels along the frontage road. The time to decide was now. No use in backtracking if they could just come to an agreement. His mind raced through all the different ways he could say it. He'd already scared her near to death with the truth of the Emerson brides. How could he do this without sounding like he was expecting the same thing? A strong whiff of gasoline wafted through the air as a sudden breeze picked up. That same burst of wind carried a lovely noise to his ears, a cooing of some sort. He strode back to the cab to find Cassie turned round, knees on the seat, talking to the fluffy things in the kennel. Only now did Shane recall stuffing the carrier into the back seat. His gaze fell to the shoes she'd tossed onto the floor of the truck. "I'm so glad I was able to bring my cats," she said, looking up to him. "Thank you for that." Shane only nodded as he settled in behind the wheel.
We've, got to make a decision here.
He twisted in the seat to face her.
I want to make this whole thing as smooth as possible. Already you've been stripped of your family and friends, your job, and everything you know.
He paused while realization began to sink in. The truth of his own words. His desire to protect melded with a strong and sudden urgency to comfort her, too. She'd spun back around in her seat, legs folded beneath her. He worked to gather his thoughts.
You know how I told you about the second girl, Jade, and how she and my brother told everyone they were married, right up front?
She nodded. Sure, she looked uncomfortable, a little paler than she had a second ago, but she'd given him the nod.
Well, we were thinking we should probably do the same thing with you.
Her lips tightened, her head tilted. Who's we? He wasn't about to say him and his mommy.
Everyone back at the ranch, actually. I'm not so sure about it myself, to be honest, but I do think you'll be better protected. The guys after you are looking for a single woman, not a newlywed bride. It'd be a real good way to disguise you.
She bit at that plump bottom lip of hers and glanced back at her cats. I hate the idea of you having to, tell everyone you're getting a divorce when I leave. He hated that, too.
Yeah, but let's put that aside for a minute and think about your safety. I need to explain why you're there. I can't likely say I hired you as a ranch hand, seeing that you don't have any experience.
She nodded wordlessly in agreement.
Now, we do take on interns, mostly wannabe cowboys, in my opinion, who don't know a thing about ranching. They work for free to get some experience, to see if it's something they'd like to do one day.
He paused while he eyed her up and down.
With you being a woman and all, I don't think we pull that off either. No offense.
She shook her head. None taken.
What I'm saying is, bringing a pretty little thing onto the ranch will raise brows and get people talking. That can't be good. Plus, the guys at the house, they're all right people and everything, but I'm afraid they'll be all over you. The town will talk.
Shane exhaled a heavy breath, knowing he was rambling. He'd probably done a better job of convincing himself than he had her. Cassie's eyes narrowed. She was biting at those pretty lips again, just the bottom corner there on her right side. You would really do that? Say you married me? Just out of the blue?
For your safety, yes.
He gulped back the lump of fear rising in his throat. I don't know if I can let you do that, she said.
Is that your only reservation? My reputation back home?
She nodded her head. Pretty much.
Then it's decided. I'm the one who has to worry about that, and to be honest, it'll be nice not having those ladies in town nagging me about finding a wife.
Boy, was that true. If they weren't hitting on him themselves, they were trying to hook him up with their sister or their cousin or their daughter or their aunt.
So what do you say, Cassie? Ready to play my new bride?
Chapter 8. The moment felt surreal. One of the best-looking men Cassie had ever laid eyes on was asking if she wanted to play husband and wife. She pulled in a jittery breath and blurted, "Okay." A smile spread over his handsome face, the dimple sinking into that stubbled cheek. She'd seen forest leaves flutter in a fast-blowing wind and imagined her heart was doing a similar dance.
All right.
He looked satisfied with their new direction.
Did I mention we'd need to spend a night away in order to pull that off?
The heart dance stopped. Like in a hotel? He nodded.
She gulped.
Just the two of us? This caused that grin to return.
And your cats, yes.
I'm not sure they have any food.
We can get 'em some.
Cassie eyed her cats. Oscar's orange paws sprawled out against the thin metal bars. Separate rooms? He raised a dark brow.
For the cats?
For us. She fought back a smile.
Of course.
Shane turned to face the wheel and roared up the truck.
We'll check in at that hotel, give you time to go through your things and see what you need, and then we can hit a local market and stock up. We've got another 3 or more hours to go before we reach the ranch, so we'll head out sometime tomorrow morning.
The sky seemed bluer than it had only moments ago. The sun was in full shine, and though she'd gone through an awful lot since yesterday and missed an entire night's sleep, Cassie felt revived. Something about the wide open space before them and the crisp air pooling from the vents told her today was going to be a good day. Cassie frowned as she pulled the clothes from her suitcase. How many dress suits did she own anyway? And what good were they going to do her at some ranch in Montana? She hung them in the closet to keep them from wrinkling further and rummaged through the rest of her things. More heels, nylons, bras and panties. She tried her best not to get hung up on the idea that some total stranger had been touching all of her things. She was grateful to have them, and she'd leave it at that. A container of cat food had been lodged into the kennel, along with their small plastic dishes. Thank heavens the little things had used the dirt outside to take care of business. They should be good for the rest of the day. She gave each one a good rub down before setting their food up in the bathroom, and then plopped onto the hotel bed.
Cassie?
A knock sounded at the door. Shane? It sounded dumb, since she already knew it was him.
Yep.
She smoothed the hand over her hair, working to slip the stragglers back in place before climbing off the bed. She checked through the peephole first, curious to see what he looked like through it, but he wasn't there. "Where are you?"
"At the other door," he said.
Cassie spun around and eyed the door by the nightstand. "The closet?" she squeaked.
"What?"
He sounded confused. "Nothing," she said, hurrying to the door. Once she swung it open, Cassie nearly lost her breath. There was no preparing herself for the look of that creature. Dark lashes lined his hazel eyes, a hint of liquid gold lingering in their depths. The short stubble along his jaw accented the strong masculine shape, while framing a set of perfectly sculpted lips. He was stunning. "Hi," she squeaked.
"Hey, I'm going to leave my side of this door open the entire time. If you get nervous or hear somebody out in the hallway, you can step inside and let me know."
Cassie had only caught parts of what he'd said, mostly because she was trying to figure out what looked different about him. She glanced into his room. On the queen-size bed rested a cowboy hat. That was it. He wasn't wearing it. She gave Shane a second glance. His dark, almost black hair was longer than she'd realized, and the slight wave it held made him appear almost boyish and innocent, though she figured he was anything but. Averting her gaze, Cassie noticed something else on his bed, a long leather case she hadn't seen him bring in. "What's that?" He followed her gaze and lifted his brows in surprise.
"The bed?"
Whoa, what was this guy doing to her? The playful look in his eyes, the way those words sounded in his deep, smoldering voice.
"You're welcome to try mine out if you'd like. I'm real good at sharing."
One side of his mouth quirked up, revealing that dimple of his. She hid a smile. "No, I mean that case." Shane tipped his head back.
"Ah, my rifle."
"Like a gun?" She was sounding dumber by the minute.
"Yep, scored some prize elk with that thing."
Cassie nodded as if she appreciated the elk statement. That's good." More nodding.
"Well, I'm going to let you get showered and changed, and then we can head out. That is, unless you'd like to catch up on sleep first. Safe to say we could both use it."
"I'm kind of wound up right now," she admitted. "If it's okay with you, maybe we should venture out while I've got it in me." Shane backed away from the door.
"Fine with me,"
he said. Her eyes widened as he positioned himself on the bed. With one elbow propping him upright, he reached for a magazine on the nightstand.
You gonna leave that thing open while you shower? He asked, peeking up from the pages.
Her jaw dropped as she fumbled to close the door. A slam was more like it, but at least she'd answered his question. What a tease and a flirt. She ran a hand along the back of her neck, wonderfully disturbed by the exchange. A shower would be a nice distraction, and perhaps a chance to reflect on what had taken place. She barely had time to mourn the loss of the 2 jurors before she'd found out about Ryan. And though she wasn't sure which ones they were, she planned to think of each person on that jury, force herself to remember the names and faces of those she hadn't really gotten to know. While the great heat poured over her body, Cassie let out the tears she'd been holding back. From the loss of the young friend she'd made on jury and the lives affected from that case, to the distance between her, Zoe, and Anne. She couldn't remember the last time she'd communicated with her parents, but who knew how long it would be now before they sent another update? And Griffin, did he have any idea what she'd been through in the last 24 hours? Would he even care? It was just too much to consider all at once, and though she had hope for the weeks ahead, an optimism that seemed to press her onward, Cassie wept for what she'd left behind. Shane paced in front of the door, waiting for it to open. He'd killed as much time as he could without falling asleep, but at any moment now he felt like he could slip into a stupor that would take him clear through the night and into the next morning. He shook his head in frustration as he recalled the sound of her weeping while in the shower. 2 doors might have better kept the sound out. As it was, he'd heard the sadness she held in her heart, the despair she felt at what lay ahead. Summoned to life on a ranch with a guy she's never met and his loud, pushy family, she had a good right to cry about such a fate. He walked over to the door, put his ear up to it, and heard movement. The sound of things being put on the dresser, perhaps. He gave the door a light tap.
You about ready?
He couldn't help but let frustration taint his tone. Yes, Her voice grew louder as she came toward the door. Wish they would have grabbed what was in my hamper. The door swung open. I had 2 pairs of Levi's, and she kept talking and talking. But he didn't hear a word of it. He'd expected her to be dolled up more than before, makeup, business suit, maybe some jewelry, but she wasn't. So all I had was my work suits or these sweats, and I knew there was no way I was going to wear heels for another minute, and so the sweats won out. Tempting scents wafted from her room to his. Her hair, still slightly wet, had been pulled into a high ponytail. The long length of it surprised him. The baggy sweatshirt revealed a generous part of her collarbone, the slender lines leading to a glimpse of her light, smooth-looking shoulder. He smiled once he looked at her shoes. Nice, he said. My running shoes? She looked pleased. Shane nodded. I know. I was so happy when I saw them. I could have, kissed the face of whoever threw these babies in that bag, because I would not be able to wear these without them.
You mean you didn't get the pack for yourself?
She shook her head. His heart sunk.
And they didn't pack all of your clothes?
Well, I'm sure they tried to get most. Plus, the entire contents of my medicine cabinet was dumped into one bag, and they didn't leave a thing out. She stepped past him and into his room, sighing as she strode to the window, as if the view might be any different than hers. They just forgot about my dirty clothes hamper. I have my business suits dry cleaned, which I just had done, but my comfy stuff, almost all the clothes I wear when I'm not at work, were in that hamper. I hadn't done laundry for over a week. The baggy clothing somehow made her look smaller, weak even, though he knew she wasn't. He could tell there was a fire inside her, a part that would fight if she had to, but she wouldn't choose to. She was kind, forgiving, not even angry at the fools who'd forgotten half her things back home, and even he was mad at that. Shane watched as she lifted her chin and pulled in a deep breath, wrapping her arms around herself. The window offered a gorgeous view of the Montana sky, one of his favorite sights in all the world. Yet all he could see was her, Cassie. He ached to stride to her side, wrap his own arms around her. Instead, he reached for his gun case and slung the strap over his shoulder. He'd been planning on taking her for a bite to eat, but he knew women well enough. She wouldn't want to go out for dinner in those sweats. Well, if it was new clothes she needed, he'd get her new clothes. Shane rarely had reason to spend money, which meant he had plenty of it in the bank. Whatever it was Cassie stood in need of, he'd see that she had it. When she looked at him over her shoulder, he forced himself to speak up.
You ready to go?
Chapter 9. I still can't believe that place sells Levi's for $12, Cassie said, thrilled with her recent finds. She glanced over the horizon as they made their way to the truck. Beyond the small stretch of shops and restaurants, barren-looking fields basked in the orange light from the setting sun. The words Big Sky Country echoed in her mind. The guy on the airplane wasn't kidding. Montana's sky, untainted by Seattle's constant clouds, seemed to go on forever. Something about the open field that made her want to run in the wide space with her arms stretched out to catch the sunlight and let it sink into her skin. She tossed the bag full of clothes at her feet as she stepped into the truck, her attention brought back to her recent finds. I always knew places like that sold clothes. I just didn't think they'd be so cute. And T-shirts for $5. That's amazing to me.
I'm just glad I could talk you into the boots, Shane said. You'll be strutting around like my little country cowgirl.
He gave her a wink before closing the truck door. As he walked around to the other side, placing the remaining sacks in the back seat, Cassie pressed a hand over her swooning heart. Shane's flirtatious gesture had sent a dose of heat to no doubt redden her face like that of a bashful schoolgirl. Once he was settled into the front seat, Shane handed Cassie a small paper sack.
The rings.
Cassie slowly unfolded the top edge and peeked inside. 2 velvet boxes sat in the shadows. I guess we should put these on then, she said in a whisper. The first box she pulled out was Shane's. Here's yours, she said, holding it up. Shane glanced at the ring. The afternoon sun was sinking quickly, casting a warm glow on his heavenly face as he backed out of the parking stall. He directed the truck toward the main road before taking his left hand off the wheel. Wordlessly, he stretched his arm across, straightening his fingers expectantly. Cassie paused while she looked down at his tan and rather masculine hand. You want me to put it on for you? Shane smiled.
If you're up to it, won't make you a trapped woman. I promise.
She let out a nervous chuckle. Okay. The gold ring caught a beam of glistening light as she slipped it onto his finger, and for a reason Cassie couldn't begin to fathom, the action caused a slight thrill to flitter through her body.
I do,
Shane blurted. He gave her a wicked smile and laughed. With a dismissive shake of her head, Cassie pulled out the other box, recalling the way Shane had refused to let her pay for either of the rings. He insisted he could return them once it was all said and done, but Cassie wasn't so sure. Still, she asked, You've got the receipts for these, right? He nodded.
Right.
Her ring, a delicate band of gold, held a modest-sized diamond in the center, and though Cassie had argued she didn't need any diamond at all, Shane had insisted she have it. If she'd learned anything in the last hour, it was this. Shane Emerson was stubborn. He was also generous to a fault. The man even offered to pay for her clothing, something she'd never dream of letting him do.
You afraid to put that on? Shane asked. Or are you just waiting for me to do it?
A rash of embarrassed heat rushed over Cassie's face. She pushed the ring onto her finger before Shane could get another word out. It looked nice there on her wedding finger, and Cassie had to force herself not to stare at it in Shane's presence. It seemed he enjoyed teasing her, and she didn't want to become an easy target. I was thinking, she said after a bit of quiet, we should do takeout.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, lots of food, a few desserts, and drinks. Park in front of the TV and watch movies all night. There was that dimple again.
Sounds good to me. What kind of food do you like? Guess I should know this anyway, right?
I ate out a lot, Cassie said. Fast food mostly, but that's just because I don't like to go to restaurants by myself. I actually wouldn't mind if I didn't have people giving me pity looks the whole time. Makes it awkward. Shane nodded, a smile creeping over his face once more.
Okay, did you say what it was you liked to eat in there? 'Cause I'm afraid I missed it.
She laughed. Probably not. Sushi and seafood are my favorite. And since the fish is so fresh there, it's amazing. I love the other stuff too. Hamburgers, pizza, tacos, Chinese, Italian. You pretty much can't go wrong with me. Unless... She paused, wondering if he'd be offended at what she was about to say. He raised cattle, after all.
Unless what?
I was going to say, unless it's a steakhouse, but that's just because I've never had a good experience with a steak before. I've tried, I swear, but it's either tough or gristly, or leathered and gnarly, or sometimes they bring it out in a pool of its own blood, and when I act disgusted, they offer to cook it more, but who wants that after the whole blood thing? Shane narrowed his eyes.
We're going to have to fix that, aren't we? The fact that you've never had a decent steak? At Emerson Ranch, we do it right. But for now, let's round up some takeout, should we?
He slowed as he approached an oncoming traffic light that had just faded from yellow to red. So what do you like? To eat, I mean, she asked, catching a quick glimpse of her ring, enjoying the feeling it gave her.
I like me some good home cooking. Meat, potatoes, home-baked bread. The women trade off feeding all the men certain days of the week. The rest of the time, we fend for ourselves.
What do you eat when you're fending for yourselves, then? He watched the traffic as it sped by, gunning the truck once it was all clear.
Not a lot of businesses out close to the ranch. We usually eat at home. Ramen noodles, canned stew, burritos. Just a bunch of guys microwaving crap so they can eat and go to bed.
Cassie let out one short laugh. That's depressing.
It's life on the ranch.
He shrugged.
Most seasons we're out from sun up to sundown. If we're not roping and herding, we're fixing fences, working the hay crop. Don't have a lot of time to mess with meals, you know. It's a good life, though, being out on the land.
So you're going to be out all day? She asked. Shane nodded.
Most days. Though the new interns, if they're any good, should really take a load off. Might make things different this season.
She eyed the small city as they drove, not really seeing what was before her. What will I be doing? You know, to be useful and help out.
I'm guessing you can take on one of the cooking days. Cook for the men once a week. You can take care of the house chores. But not for the guys downstairs. They can take care of their own stuff.
She nodded again. He told her about the living situation. Separate rooms, divided by a joint bathroom. 7 ranch hands lived downstairs. From what he said, they had a small kitchen in the basement, but they weren't used to using it. He'd make sure they did now, and that they kept to their own separate entry as well. Shane didn't like the idea of the guys being too close to her. She sort of liked the protective nature she'd sensed in him. There was something comforting about it. There was only one problem. I'm not a good cook, she blurted. He smiled.
No?
No, not at all. I don't cook. I mean, I've lived on my own for years now, but I wasn't kidding when I said how often I eat out. I practically live at Ivor's, the seafood place down the street from me. I know everybody there by name.
Well, don't worry about the cooking thing. Reese and Jade will help you out there. Betty, too.
Who's Betty? She asked. He glanced over at her.
Your new mother-in-law.
Wait, is she going to know?
Of course,
Shane said.
My entire family will know you're under protection, except distant relatives. The nephews will believe we're married, too. They're too young to understand or keep anything like that a secret.
Wow, she said, realizing how much this would really affect him. Shane, thank you for doing this. I can't believe what an upset this is to you and your family. It was then Cassie recalled what he'd told her before she dozed off, that his brothers had both met their wives this way. Was he expecting the same kind of result? And why was it she hadn't brought up the fact that she had a boyfriend? But what was she supposed to do? Blurt out, just so you know I have a boyfriend? How presumptuous. He most likely didn't care. Shane hadn't replied, only nodded as he stared at the road ahead. A strip of fast food joints stood clustered beyond the next traffic light. He slowed as the light changed from yellow to red, turning to her once they were stopped.
Well, sugar, where to?
The girl knew what she wanted. He'd give her that. And boy, did she insist on paying for things herself. City girls didn't know how to let a man take care of them. Another reason he was meant for a different type of gal. Shane Emerson would take care of his girl so long as the Lord was willing and the creek didn't rise. At least she'd let him pay for the food. Not that he'd given her much choice. He glanced over at her, arms folded proudly across her chest, a pretty pout playing on those lips of hers. "I'm buying the dessert," she announced, turning her head away from him. Shane bit back the comment that leapt to the tip of his tongue. Something about her being the dessert. He'd been around the wrong company for too long. Was afraid of what type of things might come from his mouth if he didn't stay on guard. As it was, they had more food than the two of them could consume in one night. What sort of dessert could she possibly have in mind? To him, desserts were things that were pulled hot from the oven and topped with glaze, whipped cream, or icing. "The gas station," she whooped. "Perfect." He glanced at the wide smile on her face.
"It is?"
An anxious nod caused her ponytail to bounce at the back of her head. "Yep."
"Okay,"
he said, pulling into the nearby station. Cassie was out the door before he could get to her side of the truck, so he met her at the front, resting his hand at the small of her back.
"May as well start looking the part, right?"
Having her so close sent that lovely smell of her to toying with his senses again. Dang, she smelled good. Cassie's eyes were soft and guarded as she glanced up at him. Shane gulped as she looked over his face before meeting his gaze. "You're right," she said softly. He opened the entrance for her, and there she went, racing ahead of him and into the store. Dessert from the gas station. This should be good. She stopped at a glass box, eyeing what lay inside. "Donuts," she said. Shane tipped his head back.
"Ah, donuts."
"And hot chocolate." Cassie spun around and darted to the coffee counter, picking up a container resting there. "With marshmallows." She was showing off that perfect smile again. The small lumps in the jar she held didn't look a thing like marshmallows, but he nodded his head just the same.
"Looks tasty."
She giggled as she set to work mixing the hot drinks. She threw in a few cups of cream he was sure were meant for coffee, but kept quiet, only watched the girl in what seemed to be her element, a home away from home. "You are going to love this," she assured, sipping at one of the drinks. "I had to check yours too, but I'll use a spoon so I don't gross you out." She grabbed a plastic spoon before he could tell her not to bother. He imagined placing his lips against the spot where hers had rested, had she drank right from his cup, and scolded himself for being so desperate. What had this woman done to him? Shane carried the hot cups as Cassie filled a flimsy box with donuts. There was no denying they smelled delicious. He eyed her figure once more, wondering how she managed to stay so thin on a diet such as this.
"You exercise a lot?"
He hadn't exactly meant to say it aloud. It was more of an inward thought that somehow slipped through his lips. Cassie shrugged indifferently. "When I feel like it. Usually I run on the weekends, hit the gym every once in a while. I'm not a diehard." He blew out a relieved breath, glad she hadn't taken offense to the offhanded question. While she paid for dessert, as she'd called it, Shane gritted his teeth, hating to see a lady pull out her wallet while a man was present. In his family, it just wasn't done. Of course, Cassie wasn't his wife, and probably never would be. In fact, she was nearly a stranger to him. Still, she was a woman in need, one who'd been ripped away from her home and placed in his protection. He'd be the one to see her needs were met, whether she liked it or not. "Ready?" Her smile was wide as she spun around, carting the box of fresh goods. He was amazed by her high spirits, and warmed by them, too. Shane had planned to stay angry for the duration of her stay, but Cassie had already made that impossible. Being away from the ranch always had him chomping at the bit, but he'd be damned if he wasn't enjoying himself at the moment. Let the men rope in the restless cattle, mend the broken stretch of fence at the west pasture. For now, he'd enjoy his evening with his new little ranch bride, and wonder what it'd be like if it was more than just an act. Chapter 10. Cassie covered a yawn as she stretched, surprised to see it was nearly 10 o'clock. "We are going to be hating it tomorrow." She watched as Shane sunk back into the couch, eyeing the array of takeout boxes and bags sprawled over the coffee table.
"From all this food?"
he asked. "No, from lack of sleep," she laughed. "We didn't eat too much." He gave her a sideways glance before leaning on one elbow to face her.
"Well, I did."
"But you still have this." She reached for his cup, frowning when there was no hint of warmth beneath her palm, and handed it to him.
Your cold chocolate.
It's cold now? His dark brows raised. Yep, she said, grabbing her own cup and lifting it to his. Cheers! He nudged the foam cup against hers and brought it to his lips. After a few gulps, he nodded.
Still good.
You're right. The room had slowly slipped into darkness as they watched their movie, and now only the muted TV screen lit the space between them. Though the two were sharing the same couch, Cassie sat nestled snugly on her side, legs tucked beneath her, while Shane had settled into his corner, a couch cushion away. The box of donuts rested between them. So, what is it like, back at the ranch? Shane had already tossed his button-up shirt and was now tugging at the neck of his undershirt as if it were choking him.
Well, loud when everybody's there. Plenty of chatter and games, lots of food. The family has a good time together.
You liked growing up there? She asked, and for a moment she could see a childlike sparkle in his eye at the question.
Oh, it's the perfect place to raise a family. None better. Something about the lay of the open land against the blue sky. The hayfield when it's tall and green before reaping. I learned how to work hard from a young age. Rode my first bull when I was 7 years old.
She gasped. You're kidding. 7? A bull? Like in a rodeo? The smile that owned him then caused a rush of adrenaline to surge through her body.
Yeah, my older brothers were already competing. They've got a youth division and all. But it was more than that.
He picked up the box between them, set it on the coffee table before leaning his elbows onto his knees.
There's not a whole lot of calm moments around there, yet there's always this sense of peace.
The warm look in those hazel eyes repeated every word he'd said. This cowboy loved life on the ranch. Cassie considered that as she scooted closer to him still, working to casually close the gap between them. Maybe it was the lack of sleep or perhaps the trauma she'd endured over the last 24 hours, but suddenly she craved being close to him and was in no mood to silence the voice that urged her on. She inhaled his masculine scent as she neared him, musing the pine and wood smell had placed her under some sort of spell. What about the girls? She asked. Did they help with the cattle?
I never did have a sister, but my mom, grandma, and aunts have all helped out in different ways. Most enjoy riding, just not to round up the cattle. I have an aunt who's real involved during calving season.
He eyed her.
Not at our place. They have their own ranch miles from ours. Sometimes Reese and Jade help out with that too. Plus, they both like caring for flowers, planting gardens, that type of thing.
Cassie took another sip of her chocolate drink before setting the cup on the side table. Lucky. I suck at keeping plants alive. He smiled.
Maybe you were just putting your roots down in the wrong place.
He held her gaze while his sentence stretched into lonely, aching places in her heart. She gulped. Maybe. Shane straightened up.
So, how was it growing up in Seattle?
Different, she chuckled. You can hardly walk with your head up with as wet as it is outside, but I love the rich green life everywhere you turn, and the fresh seafood restaurants, like I mentioned. I like the city, too. All the hustle and bustle of everyone around. Keeps me from feeling lonely, I guess. He looked at her questioningly. Oh, Cassie said, I don't have much of a family. Never had any brothers or sisters, and I was raised mostly by my grandmother, so it was kind of quiet. She sighed. My grandma passed away a few years ago, but she taught me to work hard, too. Just mostly with schoolwork and my job. I've been working since I was 15. Shane frowned.
What happened to your parents?
Nothing. They're good, healthy and everything. Just didn't want to stop their mission work to raise a child.
What do you mean by mission work?
He asked, grimacing. Her defenses kicked into gear. My parents have donated nearly their entire lives to helping third world countries grow and develop. They're actually called developing countries now, but no one seems to recognize that term. She mumbled the last few words, distracted by the thoughtful look on Shane's handsome face.
They left their only child, you, behind to go do stuff like that?
She nodded. I know. It was a big sacrifice. A mass of unspoken words warred in those eyes of his. So loaded was the tension behind them, and the tight set of his finely chiseled jaw.
He murmured. Was your grandmother kind? The one who raised you?
Yes, I mean, she was strict, had one of those no-nonsense personalities, but she always made me feel loved. Cassie eyed Shane as he maneuvered from the couch to the floor, pushing the coffee table away in the process. She bit at her bottom lip as he got situated to where he faced her. She knew she should hit the sheets, but for some reason the night still felt young. Call it the fresh spark of possibility in the air, or the energy that blazed between them each time their eyes met. But she wasn't ready to say goodnight yet. Shane positioned his back against the coffee table, grateful to have a little space to clear his head. He'd moved the box of donuts because, as much as he didn't need another, having them so close made him want more. Who knew an even tastier-looking treat would scoot right into its place? That woman was a temptation if he ever saw one. And was it just him, or was Cassie looking at him in that I-want-to-get-closer way? She stretched those slender arms high overhead before slipping onto her side, taking up the length of the couch. He watched as she propped herself up on one elbow, tucking the small pillow beneath her arm. The act had closed the gap between them again, put her face a meager arm's length from his. Shane let out a slow breath, inching the table a bit more with his back. He wanted to ask something to keep the conversation going between them, but was drawing a blank. She'd already told him about her apartment, one bedroom with a balcony and a view, and her job back home, an editor for a magazine. If the conversation drifted back to her selfish, indulgent parents, he may not be able to hold back his opinion next time around. "Let me see your hand," Cassie said, reaching hers out. With his elbow propped on his knee, Shane straightened his arm. Cassie hunkered over his palm, attempting to rest it on the couch. He chuckled.
My elbow doesn't bend that way.
Then put your knees down and move closer. Come on, I won't bite. Had he not seen her make the hot chocolate with his own eyes, Shane would have sworn Cassie's held a shot of liquor. Of course, he hadn't known her long, but it seemed her inhibitions were lost somewhere on the Montana breeze blowing just outside. Shane cleared his throat, attempting to sit Indian style the way they taught him in grade school. He wasn't nearly as flexible as he was back then, but he made it work. Cassie looked pleased as she forced his hand flat on the couch next to her. She rubbed her thumb gently over his palm in a circular motion, and he was surprised by the sensation it gave. The soft tips of her fingers flitted over it next, light and feathery, causing a warm dose of heat to gather in his belly. His skin must feel rough against hers, calloused and dry. His hand looked huge beside her dainty little fingers. "My grandmother used to massage my hands after gymnastics," she said. "I never realized how sore they were until she'd start rubbing, and then it would sort of hurt, but in the best way, you know?" He knew all right.
You were a gymnast?
He asked. Cassie's eyes grew wistful. "Yeah, I competed for 10 years. But my grandma wasn't in the best health, so it was hard for her to keep up with the busy schedule. I didn't mind giving it up if it meant life would be easier for her." This statement was just another tidbit Shane logged into his assessment of her. The woman before him was a mystery, a puzzle of sorts, and he was left to gather the pieces. He still had a long way to go, yet something was clicking into place. He just didn't have the time to ponder exactly what it was about Cassie Lavelle that set her apart from most women he'd met. His thoughts were all but lost as her thumbs began pressing at the muscle along the outer edge of his hand. His eyes drifted closed at the feel of it. She moved slowly, thoroughly, rubbing small circles along the edges of his palm, paying extra attention to the spots just beneath each finger. A slight moan sounded from his throat, and Cassie giggled in response, a cute, quiet little sound. After working the entire palm, she flipped his hand over and pinched at the skin on the back, tugging it away from the knuckle while making her way up and down each finger. She skipped right over his supposed wedding ring as if it were some permanent part of him. Shane expected to feel more annoyed at the thought, him being trapped in the situation and all, but even when he tried, he couldn't muster the anger he'd felt before he'd met the woman. Already she had him under her spell. He was in trouble, for sure. "Next hand," she said. Shane didn't hesitate. Couldn't believe how good the massage felt. "I've never massaged anyone's hands before," she said, "but I still remember every little move Grandma made while she did mine. Something that's just stuck with me." Shane was surprised.
"So what made you think of doing this for me?"
He watched her pale lids as she blinked a few times, keeping her focus on his hand. She shrugged before glancing up at him. "I just really appreciate what you're doing for me, and I wanted to thank you somehow, pay back in some small way." He felt like a big heap of manure for whining about the whole thing now. Here this woman had her entire life turned upside down, and he'd been the one complaining. "It's hard for you to be away from the ranch, from what you said," she continued, her voice small and warm as she sandwiched his large hand between hers. Her statement made him feel even worse. Reminded him of how she'd praised her parents for the way they valued their precious mission work over their own daughter. A big piece of the puzzle was snapping into place.
"Listen,"
he said.
"I'm happy to do it. I want you to know that."
She shook her head. "No, it's a sacrifice for you, to spend this time away. All to come get me, work out this whole marriage charade so it looks like we're having a decent honeymoon, when in reality, you haven't even kissed the bride." She glanced at him shyly at first, through her lashes, head still lowered over his hand. But as she slowly lifted her chin, Cassie's eyes drifted to his mouth. He gulped. Her words dangled in the air like an invitation, warm and welcome. Something in the atmosphere had changed, a new energy pushing right through his skin where it pulsed in his blood, pounded restlessly in his heart as he eyed that pretty mouth of hers in return. He couldn't likely bring her home without a simple kiss now, could he? The dim glow of the muted TV screen played across her face like a reflection of dancing flames from a bonfire. The imagined heat of it licked at his skin as he got to his knees. Cassie sat up on the couch as he did, resting her legs off the edge at either side of him. Shane had only been half certain he should make such a move, but as Cassie reached out, rested her arms gently around his neck, he realized she wanted it too. His heart pounded faster, hotter. Perhaps a lone hotel room wasn't the smartest place for a first kiss, especially if he intended to have it end with that. But there was no stopping the inertia that drew his hands to the warm curve of her hips. He inhaled that scent of her and let out a raspy sigh. Those sweet-looking lips were just a breath away, a breath he inhaled as he moved in. Before meeting her lips with his, Shane ran the length of his jaw along her smooth, warm cheek, melting as she sighed in response to the feel of it. He breathed her in again, placed a gentle kiss there beneath her earlobe, and grazed over her cheek once more with the stubble on his face, gently, back and forth. When their eyes met, he tilted his head, asking for permission with a lift of his brow. She nodded slightly, a silent response, yet the best thing he'd heard in weeks. Yes. He pressed his mouth against hers, taunted by the silky warmth of her timid kiss. He kissed her again, and then again, encouraging her lips to part for him. He wanted more, wanted to taste the sweet chocolate on her tongue, inhale the flavor of her breath. At last her lips parted, just slightly, as she released a soft noise of pleasure. And though he was certain her cup of cocoa had been as cool as his, all he could taste was the heat. Shane tilted his head, deepening the kiss, yet just as he did, Cassie seemed to tense in response. Her hands slid from his shoulders to his chest where she pressed herself away from him. He'd gone too far.
"Sorry,"
Shane said, voice no more than a raspy whisper. He could barely open his eyes to see her, so hypnotized by the heat between them.
"I didn't mean to."
Cassie's eyes were wide, nearly terrified. "I have a boyfriend," she blurted, climbing off the couch.
"You do?"
It took him a moment to digest it. A boyfriend? She had to be kidding.
"I didn't know."
he assured her, coming to a stand. She was pacing now, the pink draining from her cheeks. I can't believe I just did that. Let you kiss me that way. Shane stepped around the coffee table, reached out, and took hold of her wrist. He didn't want her to think he was a predator.
Listen, I wouldn't have done that had I known. I'm usually pretty good at reading people. Not women, maybe, but still. I could have sworn you were.
He let the sentence die, knowing it would sound like he was blaming her for the whole thing, though it was her fault, the way he saw it. Heck, she'd given him the okay, was practically asking for it.
You know what?
He said.
It's late. We're both half asleep and doing things we wouldn't normally do. Let's just go to bed and forget about what happened.
Cassie stood staring at him, and though her blue eyes seemed to be pasted on his mouth, they were burdened with regret. He strode past her, turning his face away, unwilling to utter another word. Shane closed Cassie's side of the door before tearing off his t-shirt and flinging it across the darkened room. He stepped over to the only source of dim light gleaming beyond the large window and used the drapes to shut that out as well. What the hell had he been thinking? And what had she been thinking? Cassie was the one in a relationship, scooting all close, looking at him that way. Heck, the woman had wrapped her arms around him. He hadn't read her wrong, and he was half tempted to march back in there and tell her so. But he thought better of it. Doing a thing like that wouldn't make the situation any better. What he needed was a good night's sleep. His family's silly scheme wasn't going to work, just like he'd said. Cassie was a pretty little thing, he'd give them that, and she was more his type than he thought possible, considering where she was from. But she didn't belong to him, and she never would. He'd just focus on keeping her safe until the danger passed. Besides, she had a boyfriend waiting back home who'd be anxious to get his hands on her when it was all said and done. He might not know a thing about the man, but already Shane hated him. Chapter 11. Forget about what happened? Had he really said that? Cassie ran her trembling fingers over her still moist lips, knowing she wouldn't forget the feel of his mouth on hers as long as she lived. Mindlessly, she pulled a small trash bin to the table, tossing napkins and sacks into it. Her heart pounded restlessly as she worked in the dimly lit room. How could she have forgotten about Griffin so easily? It was like he'd disappeared from her memory completely. Until she didn't even want to think the words. She felt too guilty, but they played in her head all the same. She'd been lost in Shane's kiss. The incredible sensation of his rough stubble jaw against her cheek, the feel of it around his lips as he kissed her, the pure masculinity and everything about this rugged Montana cowboy had caused thoughts of contrast to sneak into her mind at the worst possible time. The contrast between Shane and Griffin, her boyfriend. Not ex-boyfriend, like some guy from her distant past. The current man in her life. Yet maybe Cassie had already detached from him more than she was willing to admit. Perhaps her mind had been made up weeks before she'd received his letter, and she feared the words might send her back into a relationship that was nothing but a dead end. Still, she was a total jerk for enjoying Shane's kiss, for encouraging it even. How had she so easily lost her senses? Cassie dropped to her knees, glancing at the damp washcloth she held in her hand. She didn't even remember going to the sink to get it, yet she'd already wiped the surface clean. Her ring glistened in the small hint of light, and Cassie couldn't help but smile at it. She quickly replaced the expression with a reproving frown. It was lack of sleep, that was all. Like Shane had said, beautiful, wonderful, bull-riding cowboy from Emerson Ranch, Shane. In a slow daze, Cassie shuffled her way to the bed, not bothering to remove her sweats. She reached for the remote, shut off the TV, and sunk into the mattress. The last thing she remembered was a sick, strong feeling of regret prodding at her thoughts. Not regret for kissing Shane, like any good and decent person would have. It was regret in a different way. Cassie was sure she'd burn in hell for her thoughts, but she only wished she would have let it go on for longer. A kiss was a kiss, after all. If she was to endure a world of guilt over it for who knew how long, at least she could have kissed him back. In her dreams, Cassie did just that. Over and over, the event played blissfully in her mind. The scruff of his jaw against her cheek as goosebumps spread over her arms, the all-too-brief press of his lips to her neck, that ruggedly handsome smell of him teasing her senses, and that mouth. In her dreams, she kissed him back, long and thorough, intoxicated by the man he was. She ran her fingers through his thick dark hair and listened to him groan in response. His kiss was strong and certain, and she reveled in the feel of it. Somewhere in the back of her mind, a lucid thought told Cassie it was only a dream. Still, she relished the moment, knowing it may be the last taste of Shane Emerson she'd get. The sound of a light tap woke Shane from his sleep, though it wasn't enough to help him pry open his eyes. It felt like he'd been sleeping for days, weeks even, as hard as it was to gain a conscious thought. The tapping came again, and just before Shane found it in him to yell at whatever ranch hand was disturbing his sleep, an image of Cassie Lavelle slipped into his mind, along with the sound of her name. His eyes shot open. "Come in," he said, voice hoarse from sleep. His eyes shut against his will as he waited. The knob squeaked. The door creaked. Soft footsteps padded into his room. Hotel room, he reminded himself. "If you want to sleep longer, I can wait." There was something about the sound of her voice that got Shane's pulse to racing.
"What time is it?"
he asked, forcing his eyes open once more. He sat up and stretched, looking for a clock as she answered. "It's 11:30. A small laugh coated the words. "Can't believe we slept in that late. I don't even do that on the weekends." Hearing the time should have sent him into full panic over missing more chores at the ranch, but it didn't. His brothers had asked for it, and they were going to get it. Shane had other things to take care of right now. They'd have to pick up the slack. He only hoped they'd remember to mend the fence before leading the cattle into the west pasture. Last thing he needed was to come home to a big mess. His thoughts were interrupted when he glanced up at Cassie. Her sky-blue eyes were set on him like she was taking inventory. Her gaze moved from his bare chest to his face in a slow crawl, and when their eyes met, a rush of pink settled in her cheeks. "If you're ready to head out, I'll open your blinds and let the sun in for you." She hurried over to the window, pausing as she grabbed the dowel to move the heavy drapes.
"Sure," he said. "Go ahead and open them."
The burst of light made him squint as he lay back onto the bed once more, too groggy to get up just yet. "You slept in your Levi's?" Cassie asked. Shane propped himself on his elbows, glancing down at the sheet that covered his lower body.
"You looked?"
he accused. She sneered. "It's obvious."
"Yeah, if you're looking."
He flung the sheet off his body and rested back once more.
"Here, look all you want. I won't mind, but your boyfriend might."
Cassie uttered some noise of disgust, stomping toward the door. "There's a treadmill downstairs. I'm going to work out," she said proudly.
"Thought you said you weren't a diehard over the gym."
"I'm not, but when I'm stressed out, I just need it more." Her voice had sounded defensive at first, but as she muttered those last few words, a hint of sadness came through. Shane groaned, wondering why he was such a sucker for the woman.
"I can't let you go down there by yourself, not if the other jurors are dropping off like flies."
He hadn't meant to sound so crass about the whole thing, but it was the truth, and he needed her to grasp it. "What are you going to do, sit there and watch me?" A smile spread over his face.
"Is that an invitation?"
"You just got done saying I couldn't go alone. I'm wondering what you plan on doing, because I'm going no matter what." And with that, Cassie strode back into her room through the open doorway. Shane sat up, amused by the exchange, and looked for his T-shirt. He guessed the trip home would have to wait. Her remark about him watching her had no doubt been a joke, and Shane hadn't intended to do that in the least. In fact, he'd noticed the hot tub on their way from the front desk to their room, and had sworn it was right across from the place filled with treadmills and things. The plan was to soak in the heat while Cassie worked up a sweat a safe distance away. He'd keep his eye on the door, make sure all was well. Trouble was, the entire wall was made of glass panes, and all he could see was Cassie. Heaven help him, that woman was out to get him. She had to be. It wasn't enough that she had on a pair of sweats. That should have been just fine to run on a dang treadmill, but no. Upon entering the room, she'd stripped down to some skimpy little undertop thing and a pair of shorts. So while Cassie ran, perspiration casing the smooth contours of her skin, Shane toyed with thoughts of dousing off in the larger pool. Their time together had only begun, and already he was tortured with thoughts of making her his own. Damn his family for this! Blake and Reese and their happy little lives. Did they not know this could do more damage than good? Had they not realized how much he'd suffered when Natasha left? Even if it was for the best, it still hurt. He watched as Cassie used a hand towel to dab at her face, and then her chest and neck. Dark strands of hair had fallen from her ponytail and clung to her flushed cheeks. Shane let out a slow sigh. This girl was beautiful in all the obvious ways, but there was more to her than that. The beauty this woman possessed was the sort that made even the best of men feel like scum in a barrel. It ran deeper than the color of her eyes and the pretty shape of her mouth. It was who she was, how she was, kind, caring, selfless. With a shake of his head, Shane vowed to keep his distance. This woman had things the way she wanted them back in the city she loved. She had a man there, too. He wouldn't interrupt her life more than it had been. Good thing work on the ranch was demanding. It wouldn't be difficult to stay busy away from the home. Still, as thoughts of kissing her the night before entered his mind like rain on a pity party, he only hoped her stay wouldn't last long. He'd do his best to keep his hands and thoughts off her, but he was only a man after all. And from what he could tell so far, Cassie Lavelle was one hell of a woman. Chapter 12. Cassie eyed the rickety wire Shane called a fence, in awe over how large their property was. He'd shown her where the land became theirs miles back, and she was only now able to see the small stretch of homes and barns ahead.
"We're coming to the point where I'll need you to scoot on over here,"
Shane said. Cassie looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?"
"I mean that space there between us is where a woman sits around here, next to her man. And since you're supposed to be my woman, you better get that tush a little closer."
She paused for a breath or two, eyeing his face for any signs of teasing. Shane only propped his arm behind the seat and patted the back of it.
"I'm waiting."
"Women sit there, right in the center?" His eyes stayed set on the road ahead.
"Yep."
She relented, began sliding toward his side of the truck. It felt awkward scooting closer, sitting in the center, when she could be right next to her own door. Plus, having him so near had her thinking back to the night before, his handsome smell and tempting kiss. His thumb ran along the ridge of her shoulder as she settled in.
"The first house you'll see up on the left is Blake and Reese's,"
he said. She was surprised by how new the home was. Modern brick and stone covered the surface, beautiful rust-colored light fixtures lined the large porch, and a cluster of trikes and scooters rested out front by the 3-car garage. "That's a nice house," she said. Shane only nodded. Daylight was beginning to fade. The golden sun, brighter than what Cassie was used to, settled low beyond the valley, casting its yellowed light over the land, making it appear blessed somehow. And though spring hadn't found all things living just yet, the dried-up grass and shrubs only added to the rustic feel of the pastures.
"This property over here on the right is mine. Just haven't built on it yet."
He nodded toward an unkempt field of dirt. Clusters of overgrown grass stood tall in places.
"See that fort there?"
he asked. Cassie glanced at the mound of piled rocks. "Uh-huh." Shane let out a chuckle.
"Was our fort back in the day. Used to hide behind it and throw hay wads at the ranch hands as they came in."
He shook his head.
Mom had her hands full with us boys, I'll tell you that much.
Cassie tried to picture it, Shane and his brothers playing on the land, running wild and causing mischief, only it didn't sound so bad. Harmless compared to the drugs and vandalism kids got into back home. Here it just sounded like boys being boys.
Gavin's place is that way,
he said, pointing toward a narrow path off the road. A large cluster of trees obscured her view of the home.
They've got a pool back there.
Cassie smiled. I can't believe you guys all live so close like this. I can't even imagine what it must be like. He let out a loaded chuckle.
You won't have to imagine for long.
Ahead, she saw what she'd pictured seeing all along. A large red barn, weathered, worn, and magnificent. An older home with white siding and a massive porch stood nearby. Old truck parts, tires, and trailers lay scattered between them.
My folks' place,
Shane said, pulling into the dirt road. A trampoline stood just off the deck in the back of the home, along with an old swing set and teeter-totter. Beyond the barn, Cassie saw horses, one with a solid coat of wheat-colored blonde, the other a brilliant black. The pair galloped through the spacious field side by side, their massive strength evident in every move. It seemed as if the pair were in sync with one another, each gallop or trot in rhythm with the next. The vision was stunning. They're beautiful, Cassie said in a whisper. I think I could watch them run like this all day.
Don't see many horses in Seattle?
He asked, that dimple sinking into his cheek once more. She shook her head. No, not where I live anyway.
Well, good news is you'll have a nice view of their pasture out the kitchen window.
Cassie hadn't noticed, but they were approaching another house. This one faced the dirt road rather than the main one, and looked more like a log cabin than a home. Dark slatted wood made up the box-shaped house. Like the other places she'd seen, this home had a large porch, only it was lined with massive wood logs, like that of an old fence. As she took in the yellow curtains visible through the front window, one word came to mind. Charming. A thick cluster of daisies sat in an old rusted coffee can out front, and a beautiful wide-back rocking chair rested beside it. Shane looked as if he were biting back a comment as he came to a stop, eyeing the place as well.
Probably have a little welcome committee inside.
He climbed out of the truck before turning to look at her.
Are you ready?
Cassie tugged at the hem of her $5 t-shirt, straightened her $12 jeans, and eyed the tennis shoes on her feet. One last deep breath, and she looked back at Shane and the hand he held out for her. His eyes harbored a gentleness she hadn't anticipated. Okay, she said. Ready. Shane could see the reservation in Cassie's face, and as he assisted her out of the truck, taking her by the hand, he noticed the tension in her grip.
It's possible no one's here,
he said, hoping to ease her mind. Though he knew it wasn't the case. Reese's minivan was pulled around back. She'd no doubt picked up Jade and Betty on her way over. As they stepped up the creaky porch stairs, Shane rested a hand on Cassie's lower back. Just as he reached to open the screen door, Jackson tore around the corner on his scooter. The little guy's eyes got real wide before he hollered, "They're here!" Jonah skidded to a halt behind him on its big wheel, almost ramming into the rocker to avoid hitting his brother. "Uncle Shane's here with his new brat!" he yelled. The two boys headed back the way they came in a speeding rush. Jonah pedaling like mad, Jackson carrying his scooter while he ran on foot. Shane pictured the sliding door off the dining room, knowing they were heading that way. He figured the women must be just inside, gathered around the table while gabbing about what the new girl would be like. Cassie giggled. "Are these guys your nephews?"
Afraid so.
Shane pulled his hat a little lower onto his head. The front door swung open. Come in," his mom said. Her eyes were lit up like it was Christmas morn, and Cassie was the gift. Yet another pretty daughter-in-law, courtesy of the Emerson Protection Program. She reached through the doorway to take hold of her hand. "Cassie, is it?" she asked. Cassie smiled widely, seemingly amused by his mother's bold act. "Yes," she said. "I'm Betty, dear, Shane's mom. We are so happy to have you. Come on in." Shane barely recognized the place as he looked around. It smelled like soap and flowers, and everything looked clean, spotless. Another good reason to keep the guys downstairs. Couldn't have them messing it all up. Jonah stood behind his grandma, staring at Cassie with excitement in his eyes. It took Shane a moment to remember he was supposed to be playing her new husband.
Guys,
he said,
meet my new wife, Cassie.
Mom said you met her on the internet, Jackson said. Shane eyed Reese as she appeared in the doorway leading to the kitchen. He gulped, wanting to stay consistent with the story.
Sure did,
he said.
Pretty fine catch, right?
He tightened his arm around Cassie's waist. The boys nodded and stared. Yeah, she's pretty. Jonah's face turned pink as he said it. Cassie bent down to greet them. Thank you. And what are your names? Her eyes were wide with wonder, and the sound of her voice had changed in pitch. Higher, younger, friendly. I'm Jonah, and that's my brother, Jackson. We're both 8. But I'm the older one, Jackson said. Jonah glared at his brother. Barely.
Well, come on in and meet everyone.
Betty waved the boys toward the kitchen.
The girls are in here. Jade is feeding the baby, and Reese and I are just fixing to put a double batch of banana bread into the oven.
She glanced over at Cassie with a wide grin.
Housewarming gift.
Shane tipped his head, knowing Betty had plenty more guess where that came from.
Since I've already met the girls and all, I'm going to head out and find the crew.
He eyed the boys as they peeked around the corner, knowing he needed to give them a show.
I'll bring in your cats and luggage, and then I'll be on my way.
Shane removed his hat, and before Cassie could prepare or protest, reached his hand around the back of her neck. He approached her head-on, planning to kiss those lips of hers, but thought better of it at the last moment. A kiss on the lips would give Betty and Reese too much satisfaction. He tilted his head, kissed her gently on one cheek, and winked at the boys afterward.
You take good care of my girl while I'm away,
he said. They nodded anxiously. We will. Shane replaced his hat.
Later, Ma,
he said, and strode out the door. Chapter 13. It took Cassie a moment to recover. She'd been certain, just seconds before Shane's lips landed on her cheek, that he'd planned to kiss her on the mouth, in front of everyone.
We know you've been through a whole lot to end up here,
Betty said.
But we plan to do all we can so that you enjoy your stay.
Thank you, she said. I appreciate that. Cassie hoped she'd hidden her surprise where Shane's mother was concerned. Perhaps it was that she'd been raised by her grandmother, or maybe just pictured women named Betty to have short white hair and afghans around their shoulders. Whatever the case, Cassie had not expected his mother to be so young-looking and beautiful. The slender woman wore a pair of tight-fitting jeans and a button-up blouse. Her belt, a thick band of tan leather, held a copper buckle that looked bigger than her hips. She had a full head of golden blonde hair that hung right around her strong, square-shaped jaw. Cassie smiled as she noticed her boots, remembering the pair Shane had insisted he buy her. She followed Betty into the warmly lit kitchen. A copper hood hovered over the black stove. Surrounding them stood cupboards that were coated with a buttery cream paint. They seemed to give off a light all their own. A different tall, skinny blonde stepped away from the counter. Had Cassie not already known better, she would have sworn it was Betty's daughter. A wide smile spread over the woman's face as she threw her arms around Cassie. Welcome, she said with a hint of a southern drawl. I'm Reese. We're thrilled to have you here. Thanks. Cassie returned her hug, hoping her efforts didn't feel as awkward as they seemed. Reese released her as she continued, the words nearly flying from her lips. My boys have talked of nothing else since I told them about you this morning. They thought it was such a big deal, they tried to miss school over it. She laughed. Yeah, well, it didn't work, grumbled the one named Jackson, his face puckered with a pout. Oh, Reese motioned toward the table. This is Jade and her baby, Kate. Her son, Luke, is on the field with the men. Cassie turned toward the woman seated at the table. While Reese's skin held a deep tan like Shane's, Jade had a more fair complexion that held hints of sun-kissed freckles, matching her strawberry blonde hair. Her baby, wrapped tight in a pink little blanket, seemed mesmerized by her mother. One doughy little hand ran sweetly over the woman's cheek as she stared in wonder. The sight tugged at a longing place in Cassie's heart. Welcome to the mad life on Emerson Ranch. the young mother said, eyes still pasted on our small bundle. Sorry we're, all up in your business. We don't have to stay if you'd rather be alone. Jade glanced up and tucked the strands of her red hair behind one ear, revealing a series of piercings. Cassie smiled in return. The girl reminded her of Zoe. No, she said. I mean, it's fine that you're here. I may as well get to know everyone. Speaking of that, Betty said, walking past her. She slid open a drawer, pulled out a pink frilly apron, and handed it to Cassie. Dinner will be at our place tonight. Pulled pork. Got it in the smoker back home. Cassie stood there holding the apron. Oh, that sounds yummy. Here, Betty said. She took the pink thing from her, looped it over her head, and spun her to face away as she cinched up the strings. In case you want to help with the fixins. Thanks. Cassie turned to look toward the front door. Shane was going to bring in my things. I'm sure he did then, dear. They're probably in your room. Would you like to see it? Yeah, Jade blurted. Let her go relax for a bit. Get unpacked. We've got dinner covered. Reese nodded in agreement. It's just down here. When Betty grabbed hold of her arm, Cassie couldn't fight back the smile. The woman barely knew her, yet she was handling her like one of her own. You always enter through Shane's room, you see? She swung open the door and motioned inside. Through here's the bathroom, and then your room is just out the other doorway. A strange burst of excitement spilled over her at the idea of going into Shane's bedroom. Thanks, she said. We'll just be in the kitchen. The woman scurried back down the hall, but spun around after a few paces. One last thing. You've got 2 gals in here who know what it's like, being in your position, that is. So, don't be afraid to pry a bit. I'm sure you'll have lots to talk about. A warm smile spread over Betty's lovely face before she strode into the kitchen. Shane's room smelled just like him. Fresh pine and cedar with a hint of musk. She inhaled the seductive scent, picturing him in all his perfection. Why did he have to be so outrageously attractive? It wasn't fair. Set things off balance, didn't it? His large bed was covered with a deep blue comforter, and Cassie had to wonder if it was his mother who'd made it up so nicely, since they were expecting company and all. She pictured Shane as the get-up-and-go type, especially after hearing how busy life was on the ranch. She briefly eyed the bathroom as she walked through, noticing a glass of daisies had been set on the spotless counter. The girls had really gone out of their way to make the place nice, and while she loved the charming appearance of the rest of the house, Cassie was exceptionally pleased with the look of her new bedroom. A thick plush rug covered a large part of the hardwood floors. The sight had her tugging off her shoes at once, anxious to let her feet sink into the softness. While enjoying the feel of it, Cassie spun in place, slowly, taking in every beautiful detail. A side of blinds allowed orange streaks from the sunset to spill over the antique furniture and multicolored quilt. The room smelled of fresh laundry, and she couldn't help but picture clothes hung on a wind-blown line beneath the wide-open sky. While running her fingers over the soft patches of the beautiful bedding, she wondered if Betty had made it herself, perhaps with her own mother years ago. A small knock sounded on the door. Dear? It was Betty. I've got your cats here. Shane left them in the front room. I wasn't sure if they were house-trained or not, but we got a litter box for you just in case. You coming from the city and all. Cassie smiled, anxious to cuddle with the furry little things. She was touched they had gone to so much effort. Thank you, she said, twisting at the knob until it popped open. Betty gave her a warm smile. You'll want to leave this locked while you're in here, and even when you're not. Don't want anything raising suspicion. The guys will just think the thing's still filled with junk, though it'll secretly be housing a precious treasure. She winked while handing her the kennel. I'm guessing the rest of your things are already in here? Cassie spun around. There, by the closet, lay her luggage and bags. Yeah, they are. All right, hon. We put the banana bread in the oven and set the timer. We'll meet for dinner when the men get back, but for now, me and the girls will leave you to get settled. She smiled, her green eyes kind and gentle, before throwing her arms around Cassie in a tight, comforting squeeze. I know you've been uprooted, but this is truly the best home away from home you'll ever find. And we're so very glad to have you here
with us.
A sudden burst of emotion swept through Cassie. The words were simple enough, but they were meaningful at the same time. It felt nice to be wanted, and to see the genuine care evident in the woman's eyes. "Thank you," she managed. Betty released her, gave her one last grin, and strode down the hallway.
"Oh, and listen for that timer, will you, dear?"
she hollered over her shoulder.
"Don't want that bread to go burning."
"I'll listen for it," Cassie assured. "And thanks, again." As she tuned in to the sounds of Reese rounding up her kids, the hustle and bustle of everyone heading out the door, Cassie wondered what this sort of life would be like, having so many people around in her business, as Jade said. She chuckled, warmed by the welcome feel of the charming ranch. Perhaps Betty was right. Maybe this was the best home away from home a girl could ask for. Truth was, she could really get used to a place like this. Boy, was Shane in a foul mood. He hadn't known it till he'd had time to ride, get his mind thinking on the turn his life had taken. Thoughts of Cassie were pleasant enough, her generous smile and feminine allure, but it was like dangling candy in front of a child with no real intent of letting the poor kid have more than a taste. The thought of her leaving already hurt, and she'd only just arrived. The sun hung low in the west, suspended in place as if allowing Shane what he desperately needed, a good look at the pasture's fence. He wouldn't sleep a wink without seeing the posts had been replaced, and though he'd wanted to make it a priority over the last few weeks, his brothers argued over the urgency of it, like they hadn't known just how close to calving those cows were. Heck, some of the heifers had already dropped. Winter had dried up fast this year. It was high time to move them to closer quarters. Shane focused on the fence as he approached, remembering there were 3 broken posts along the east side. He growled as he neared, bringing the horse to a stop.
"Back up, Drake," he said. "We've got to go back. Looks like those idiots didn't fix it after all."
He pushed Drake in a steady gallop, seething with anger at his boneheaded brothers. Ever since Blake got married, Shane had had to step up and take the lead over the ranch. Gavin hadn't been around then, and by the time he was, it was too late. Jade already had him in her back pocket. Seemed he was the only one who looked after the details, besides his father anyway. It was a good thing Cassie had a boyfriend back home, Shane decided. Who needed that type of distraction if it had turned him into one of them, worthless and whipped? In no time, he'd returned Drake to the corral and was starting up the truck. After pulling up to the back of the barn, Shane loaded the flatbed with shovels, posts, and other supplies, eyeing the sun once more. If those guys were headed to the pasture now, he may not get there in time to fix it. And what about the other spots? Had they neglected the fence altogether? With a slam of his tailgate, Shane stomped around to the driver's seat and tore onto the dirt road. All he could think about was chewing Blake out once he got his sights on him. He could barely consider where to start first, the fence or the girl. The fence, he decided. No need to let him know how angry he was about the rest. It took him a while to find the spot from the road with the limited light, but once he did, Shane pulled the truck up to the faulty posts and flashed his brights on the area. Who cared that it was dark, and that the guys were probably headed back home for dinner? He'd be doing what he did best, tending to the field. A large part of him hated the idea of those men anywhere near Cassie when he wasn't there. But what choice did he have? It was possible the cattle may have already been led to the pasture, that they'd find this loose link by sunrise, and then where would they be? Sure, his mother most likely planned some sort of welcome party for the new couple, but it'd have to go on without him. Besides, there were times when a man needed to be left alone, and for Shane, this was one of those times. Chapter 14. Cassie reminded herself of Betty's words as she spread a layer of butter over top the best-tasting banana bread she'd ever eaten. It was a gift, so that meant she could eat it. Good thing, because she'd already eaten more than half a loaf on her own. At least there were 3 others left. She moaned, taking another bite. Betty had some sort of magic. She only hoped it would rub off on her while she was there. The stack of magazines on the counter had given her something to focus on. Being an editor as she was, Cassie had flipped through the pages, happily making marks in the articles with a red pen. Sure, she was being nitpicky, but it kept her occupied all the same. A rustling noise sounded alongside the house, and Cassie strode into the front room to peer through the window. Instead of seeing Shane's truck parked where he'd left it, she saw 2 other pickups, smaller and beat, off to the side. Beyond the closed mudroom door, she heard feet clomping and men talking. They were back, the ranch hands. Loud laughter ensued, a few deep voices joking, and suddenly Cassie longed to be by Shane's side. He must be on his way back, too, if the other guys were already there. She darted into the bathroom, eyed her hair in the mirror, and checked her face for crumbs. A quick stroll down the hallway led her back to the front room, where she took a seat on the couch, knowing Shane would probably walk in at any moment. Cassie looked around the walls as she waited. She was hoping to see photos hanging, perhaps of Shane and the family from when they were young, but was disappointed to find only paintings and other framed art. Another ruckus sounded, feet going up the stairs and onto the landing. The truck started up, and before long they tore away. Cassie got up, walked over to the window, heart beating faster as she saw how dark the night was. It looked like midnight all of a sudden. Where was Shane? She felt at her pocket, remembering she didn't have a cell phone anymore, and even if she did, she wouldn't have his number. A vision of the phone in the kitchen came to mind, and Cassie strode toward it, a sick sort of worry nagging at her mind. She secured the phone in her palm, eyeing the handwritten tabs just as it rang. The sound of it made her jump. She cleared her throat while clicking the button. Hello? Cassie? I'm glad you answered. It was Betty, though she hadn't bothered saying so. Listen, Shane's still out in the field, but Jade is headed out to get you and bring you to our place for dinner. Shane will join us once he's finished. The crunch of tires on gravel sounded out front. Okay, Cassie said. Thanks. I'll see you in a minute. She hung up the phone, hoping to see Shane's truck through the open window. No such luck. A big black SUV stood out front instead. After flipping on the porch light, she saw Jade seated behind the wheel. Cassie felt awkward as she stepped off the porch and toward the car. Before she got to it, the door swung open. Hey, Jade said, smile plain and easy. While climbing into the large vehicle, Cassie greeted her with a nod. Thanks for coming to get me. She eyed the short distance down the road to Betty's, the taillights illuminating a dusty cloud of dirt. I probably could have walked. I don't mind. Anyway, Kate loves car rides. Cassie closed the car door and glanced over his shoulder, surprised to see a little boy seated next to the baby. Oh yeah, Jade said, spinning the vehicle around. You haven't met Luke yet, have you? The auburn-haired boy raised a chin, giving Cassie a charismatic smile. What's up? She smiled back. Nice to meet you, Luke. He's the same age as Jackson and Jonah, Jade said. I had him while I was living in L.A. She gave her a knowing glance. Before I met Gavin. Cassie turned back to him once more. Cool hair, she said, eyeing the short gelled spikes. Luke nodded. Thanks. As they approached Betty and Grant's, Cassie searched the main street looking for any sign of Shane. So the guys aren't back yet? Oh, they are, just not Shane. The others haven't actually seen him. They just know he's out there because his truck's gone. Betty saw him return Drake just after we left. Cassie hadn't seen him come back. I thought they didn't stay out past dark. They usually don't, but Shane's been away from the place, so he's probably just trying to make up for lost time. I'm sure he'll be back soon. They'd pulled up to the house, but Jade hadn't shut the engine off. She turned to Cassie. You up for this right now? She asked. I could always say you're not feeling well. Then I could get us a giant plate of food, bring it back to your place, and we'd eat in peace with nobody else around. She smiled wickedly, and Cassie smiled in return. This girl was acting more like Zoe by the minute. I heard that, Luke warned from behind. The offer was tempting. It sounds nice, but I don't want Betty to think I'm antisocial. Jade shrugged. She already knows I am. The two laughed. Thanks, though, Cassie said. I may as well meet everyone now and get it done with. The house was alive in every possible way. Loud laughter, bright color and light, and a wonderful aroma that had Cassie anxious to try the pulled pork Betty had mentioned earlier. A large group of men stood further into the room, and the kitchen was crammed with Betty and Reese moving from one side to the next. The entryway seemed to be the only clear spot in view. Cassie stood on the braided rug as Jade walked into the room. "Come on inside." Jade motioned for her to follow. "There's no turning back now," she added with a laugh. Just as Cassie stepped from the rug onto the hardwood floors, one of the twins sped into the room on a big wheel, inside the house. "Hi, Shane's wife," Jackson said after skidding to a halt. "Hi," she returned, hardly able to believe her eyes. Did Betty know he was riding around in the house? The other twin rode in on a scooter. She recognized him as being the more talkative twin named Jonah. "Her name is Cassie," he said to his brother. "And Grandma wants us to take these downstairs now. She says there are too many people in here to ride." Jade reached down, grabbing the big wheel by the handle. She took the scooter in her other hand. "Hop off," she said. "I'll bring them down for you guys." She carried them out as the boys obeyed. "Thanks, Aunt Jade." They followed like anxious puppies, Luke at their heels.
"Honeymoon over so soon?"
A friendly voice spoke. Cassie glanced up to see one of the men who'd broken away from the large group. His smile stood out against his rich, dark skin as he reached for her hand.
"I'm Trey,"
he said.
"And you're Shane's new bride?"
She nodded, pulling in a giant breath of courage. Yes. Already, she hated the lie, hated saying something that wasn't true. She was certain the deceit was plain on her face as the stranger, probably the same age as Ryan from the jury, held eye contact.
"Glad to meet you."
His posture was relaxed and easy, like he felt right at home.
"I work full-time here at the ranch, along with Randy and Max. The other guys were brought on to help through spring. Come on over here, and you can meet them."
She knew it was crazy, but something about the kid reminded Cassie of her recently deceased friend. And it wasn't just the age. They didn't look much alike, were as different as their complexion and features were. But something in that smile reminded her of him. Plus, he had the same friendly manner Ryan had. He was charismatic, genuine.
"This here's Reynolds,"
Trey said, starting with what seemed to be the quietest of the bunch. The others were caught up in conversation with one another.
"Reynolds, this here is Shane's pretty little secret and brand new bride, Cassie."
"Nice to meet you," Cassie said, stretching her arm toward him. In a moment of unsettling delay, the quiet man ran a crude gaze over her body, a near-savage expression on his bony face. At last, in what seemed to be an afterthought, he lifted a hand to meet hers, the feel of it wiry and strong.
"Likewise,"
he muttered. She glanced at the guy next to him, anxious to pull her gaze away from the awkward stranger. And as Trey introduced her to the other men, calling her Shane's internet babe one minute and his hot new bride the next, Cassie smiled and shook their hands as well. There were too many names to retain all at once, but all the others were friendly.
"What if I told you that I was the one you met online?"
The guy named Randy whispered in her ear. The overly muscled flirt proceeded to flex his arms for her.
"Don't these babies look familiar?"
he asked. Cassie smiled. She may not remember all the guys' names, but she certainly wouldn't forget Randy or Trey. As she rounded the corner, the ranch hands close behind, Cassie spotted Betty in the kitchen, setting out napkins and silverware. Reese held a large bowl lined with a white cloth as Jade piled steaming rolls into the center.
"And this here's your new father-in-law, I suppose?"
It took a moment for Trey's last comment to register in Cassie's mind. She turned to see the man Trey had referred to walking in from the hallway, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He was lean, tall, and rugged, and though his face wore the lines of weather and time, Shane's father was handsome enough to be on the big screen. In fact, if his hair were blonde instead of peppered brown, he'd resemble a middle-aged Robert Redford.
"Is this my new gal?"
he thundered, breaking through the crowd. A few of the ranch hands chuckled. Cassie felt her face flush with heat.
"Well, hello there, doll. I'm Grant."
With all eyes pasted on her, Cassie had a hard time acting the part. The circumstances were ridiculous. This was not how people met their fathers-in-law for the first time. She forced herself to speak. "I'm so glad to meet you."
"Likewise,"
Grant said, shaking her hand before pulling her in for a hug.
I can see why Shane wasted no time in marrying. A beauty like you could slip away real fast if you don't play your cards right, I imagine.
The men rumbled a few words of appreciation, causing Cassie to blush. She chuckled. Well, thanks. In some small way, Grant's comment, along with his hearty embrace, had helped her feel at ease. He had managed to bring normalcy to a situation that was anything but.
I hear you're an editor,
Grant said, lowering his voice. Cassie nodded. Yes?
Was wondering if you wouldn't mind proofreading the letter I'm fixing to send the editor of the newspaper here. Got a problem with our ditches, and the city wants to ignore the whole thing. Figure if I can sound a whole lot smarter than I am, somebody ought to listen.
He patted her back.
That's where you come in.
Cassie was flattered. I'd be happy to read over it.
And fix the parts that have me sounding like a dummy,
he added. I'll fix whatever's needed, she said with a laugh.
Atta girl. Glad to have you in the family, doll.
A loud clanking caused the chatter to cease impossibly fast. Betty stood next to an iron pot holder, gripping a wooden spoon.
Let's have our little guest of honor and her new husband come this way,
she said proudly, scanning over the room. Grant spoke up before Cassie had the chance.
Your son's not back yet, Betty, but we've got his better half here, and that's all that matters. Nobody wants to look at Shane's ugly mug anyway.
Another voice spoke. Cassie glanced around the corner to see a man who resembled Shane. By the way he was pulling Kate from the baby carrier, Cassie placed him as Jade's husband, Gavin. His dark blonde hair was spiked the way Luke's was, and a sleeve of tattoos covered one toned arm.
Hi,
he said to Cassie, lifting a brow.
Guess the honeymoon's over?
No sooner had the words left Gavin's mouth than a roll smacked him upside the head. The oldest brother, Cassie assumed, stood beside a large bull, one hand around Reese's back. He held a fixed glare at his younger brother. Cassie shouldn't have been surprised by the handsome appearance of the two brothers, but she couldn't help but stare in appreciation. It was no wonder Jade and Reese found themselves drawn to the men. They were almost as handsome as Shane. Betty wrung her hands while she eyed the boys.
Let's say grace, and then we'll track down Shane.
I'll say it. Jonah stormed up the stairs, huffing as he reached the top.
Well, go on then,
Grant said. Blake removed his hat, along with a few other men who wore them. Dear gracious Lord, the little guy started, his voice surprisingly strong and certain. This food smells so delicious, and we hope you'll bless Grandma's hands since they fixed it, and bless Grandpa and the dads and uncles and the ranch hands, that they can take good care of the cattle since they're going to have their babies soon. He paused there to clear his throat. And thank you for sending Shane a wife. She looks nice and pretty, and help her to like us so she likes it here. And bless her cats, too. Amen. The mumbled amens followed, Cassie's among them, as she fought back the tearing in her eyes. What sweet words had been spoken by that little boy all on his own? He met her gaze for a moment, and she flashed him a smile. Thank you, she mouthed. With one proud motion, Jonah gave her a thumbs up before speeding to the line forming at the counter.
Cassie,
Betty said, looking over the spread once more.
You come dish up first. Blake and Gavin will see if they can't track down your man. Between the cell phones, pagers, and radios, I'm sure they'll get a hold of him soon enough.
The look in his mother's eyes told Cassie there was nothing to worry about. Thanks, she said. And though it sounded as if Cassie was thanking the kind woman for the meal, she was really thanking her for something much more precious, a sense of belonging at her new place of refuge. She only hoped Shane would return soon. Chapter 15. A massive beam of light flashed over Shane's back as he loaded up the truck. It had been a messier job than he'd thought, but he'd finally gotten the dang thing fixed, at least in one spot. Tomorrow he'd check for more weak areas.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
It was Blake. Shane spun around, wondering why his brother's voice carried the anger he felt.
Fixing the damn fence like you were supposed to do. How hard is it to mend a thing before you herd the entire lot out here? We haven't brought the cattle out yet, Shane. There were posts down along the entire south side, and then on the northern side, too. We've been working on them all day.
Shane slammed the truck bed closed.
So what did you do yesterday? Same thing. Plus, we're still training the new guys.
Blake tucked his hands in his pockets, puffing out his chest.
You've kept your woman worrying back home. Never do that.
An image of Cassie jumped to the forefront of his mind. He shook it off and glared at his older brother.
She's not my woman. And mind your own damn business.
He strode past, bumping him in the shoulder.
She's your woman as long as she's here. And leaving her to worry about you is no way to treat the poor thing.
Shane stopped in his tracks, slowly spinning around.
Worry? Hell yes, she's been worried. It's nearly midnight, Shane. We've been calling your phone for hours, driving around looking for any sign of you for another hour. Thought you'd be out in the far field checking on the cattle or helping birth an early calf at the east barn. We had no clue you'd be clear out here.
Shane cranked open the truck door and climbed in.
Well, let's stop talking about it and get back then.
He slammed the door shut, hoping to cut him off. It didn't work.
Watch it or you'll make that woman think she's nothing but a thorn in your side.
With the annoyed shake of his head, Shane waved him to get back into the Durango and get out of his way. He was only slowing him down. Shane wanted to ignore Blake's comment, but inwardly he knew it was true, and it made him feel like dirt. The night appeared darker than ever as he sped back toward the house. Shane could hardly believe he'd left Cassie all alone on her first night there, meeting everybody and all. What a jerk he'd been. Why hadn't he just grabbed one of the walkie-talkies and asked the crew how far they'd gotten, find out if the cattle had been moved yet or not? The lights were on in the house. Shane clenched the cool leather of the steering wheel, dreading what lay ahead of him.
Time to face what you've done,
he muttered to himself and shut off the truck. Cassie sighed as she hung up the phone. Shane's brother, Blake, had called the second he'd spotted Shane, and it was a good thing he had. She'd been ill with worry over where he could have gone. What he could have been doing out there in the dark. There'd been another fear flittering tirelessly beneath those as well. What if he'd left for good? Decided he wanted nothing to do with playing her husband and the demands that came along with it. Like she could chase the rancher right out of him with her presence alone. She scrubbed at the tin loaf pan, washing invisible crumbs as she waited for Shane to enter the house. How humiliating it was to play the newlywed whose husband was already bored of her. It was a good thing the people on the ranch were so kind. In honesty, it may have been a decent night had she not been sick with worry over Shane. And even still, Trey and Randy, along with Jade and Reese, had managed to ease her discomfort, making her forget even for a while that Shane wasn't answering his phone, returning their calls, or showing up for dinner, or dessert. Her shoulders stiffened as the front door creaked open. She eyed the plate she and Reese had put together for him, piled high with the delicious food from the night's meal. "There's your dinner," she snapped as she heard his boots scuffle across the floor. She rinsed the dish before adding more soap to it, hoping to calm the sudden quiver of her lower lip. The slow and steady steps came up close behind her. Through the corner of her eye, Cassie watched Shane's hat plunk onto the countertop and skid to a stop. The muted sounds of snaps unfastening had her picturing the slow removal of his shirt. After a quiet rustle, it landed on the counter next to his hat. He stepped closer, and she felt the heat of him through her thin nightshirt, a warmth that had her eyes closing against the intoxicating feel of it, of him and his presence.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered into her hair. Cassie reached for the water, shut it off. "What?" She wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly. The slightly calloused tips of his fingers caressed her elbow, sliding gently down toward her wrist.
"I said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone tonight."
She'd had all sorts of speeches prepared for the man, perfect words and thought-out phrases, but every one of them took flight as her breath escaped. A wave of goosebumps rose on her skin as his hand slipped back up and down her arm, where he circled the inner part of her wrist with his thumb. The involuntary reaction made her feel weak. She no longer had the will to confront him, couldn't bring herself to do it, to chew him out over not being the perfect husband. He wasn't hers at all. He didn't want to be. It was enough that he had to act like he'd shoved away from his family all to marry some girl off the internet who nobody knew. Now she expected him to treat her the way Blake and Gavin treated their wives? They were married. Really married. "It's fine," Cassie said. She stepped to the side, slipping between the sink in front and the temptation behind. She didn't stop to look at him, only strode out of the kitchen toward the hall. "I'm going to bed."
I don't want you to rush off just yet.
His voice was low and even. Cassie spun around, unnerved by the sight of him. Shane's well-defined muscles bulged through the thin t-shirt hugging his broad chest. Streaks of dried dirt marked parts of his arms and neck. The dark waves of his hair, boyishly mussed, tasseled freely beneath his fingers as he ran a hand through it. And those eyes, loaded with a smoldering combination of frustration and heat. "Well, I didn't want you to be gone all night, and you were anyway. I sat there looking like some idiot who just married a guy who wants nothing to do with her." The words nearly got stuck in her throat, but she forced them out. "Your family is kind and gracious. The ranch hands welcoming and friendly, but even still, I was humiliated, tormented with ideas of what they must have in their heads." She coughed to make her voice go low.
Geez, looks like the honeymoon didn't last long."
She sneered and rolled her eyes. Shane's jaw tightened.
"Who said that?"
"Gavin," she said, "and one of the ranch hands, too." He shook his head in disgust, exhaling a loud breath.
"I was stupid to be gone that long."
His eyes held hers, pleading and pained.
"I'm sorry."
"Don't be." Cassie crossed her arms over her chest and favored one hip. "I was foolish to think you owed me anything. You don't. I'm already in your way as it is. I'm practically ruining your life by causing you to act out this charade." In an instant, Shane's hand covered her mouth, his body just inches from hers.
"We're going to have to be careful with what we say,"
he whispered.
"The floors have ears, 14 to be exact, and you don't want to go causing any suspicion."
She backed away, annoyed at being hushed by him. Yet somewhere inside, Cassie thrilled at his closeness, his touch. Shane held her gaze as she glared at him. Cassie took a step back, lowering her voice to a whisper. "I don't like being your problem, Shane. I'm not going to make demands, and I'm not going to worry about what you do. There are enough miserable marriages out there. I'm sure ours will look all the more real if we just continue the way we are." Shane didn't say another word, simply let her stride down the hall and disappear into his room. Cassie fought back the tears as she brushed her teeth and got ready for bed, but the moment she hit the sheets, a flood was unleashed. Upon coming to his home, the perfect setting with its wonderful family, she'd almost begun to imagine herself belonging in a place like this. And why not? It had happened for Reese. Even Jade, with all her sarcasm, seemed to fit in just fine. Perhaps Cassie only longed for solid ground, something constant. Due to her ties with Griffin, she'd been in limbo for the last 3 years, and it was time to do something about it. As she tried restlessly to get some sleep, a resounding thought came to mind. Determination was more like it. Before the week was through, she'd make a decision where Griffin was concerned. Either hold on to the relationship or let it go. Once she had made her mind up, Cassie would open Griffin's letter and see where he stood. Her developing feelings for Shane were a good indication she'd already let go in some way, but she vowed to make it final, one way or another. With her mind made up, Cassie finally felt at peace. Chapter 16. Shane twisted the doorknob to exit his room, wondering if Cassie had woken up yet. Since he brought her home 1 week ago, the sweet thing had gone out of her way to get up when he did, all to make him some sort of breakfast. Cassie had warned him she couldn't cook worth a darn. Sadly, she'd been telling the truth. On day 1, she'd served up eggs over easy, and though she'd given him a fork to eat them with, Shane could have used a spoon instead. The things were runnier than hot syrup, whites and all. The rest of the week consisted of burnt toast, paper-thin pancakes, and dry sandwiches for lunch. But Cassie seemed anxious to please, so Shane had done his best to bite down the food, and his comments about it as well. Cassie appeared to be biting back comments of her own where his grammar was concerned. On one occasion, she disguised her correction with a cough. He'd heard it all right, but let it pass. He did, however, repeat the offending words several times throughout the conversation. No need to encourage her. He only hoped the ranch hands would keep their comments to themselves where her cooking was concerned. Tonight, she was set to cook for the whole group. Of course, if he knew his mother, she'd be there with a second spoon in the saucepan. Thank heavens for that. A few steps down the hall and Shane heard the bathroom door creak open. Day 7, and they already had a routine. He continued into the kitchen, wondering what she'd be wearing this morning. He'd seen her in a pink, thin-looking gown on the night he'd stayed out too late, but she'd changed out of it by morning. On Sunday, Cassie had stumbled sleepily out of the room wearing a silver little number that made those deep blue eyes shimmer in the low morning light. So far, nothing she'd worn had been low-cut or revealing, but he'd be damned if she didn't make them look sexy all the same. The stool creaked as Shane sunk onto it, casually eyeing the kitchen entry as she strode in. His eyes followed the slim lines of her curvy legs, pleased to see her in silky shorts and a button-up top. The pajamas, a deep red, made her skin nearly glow. He shifted in his seat.
Morning.
The two cats, purring like pickup engines, wove around her ankles until they reached their food dishes along the wall. "Good morning," she said. "Did you sleep well?" The question was common enough, but when Cassie asked it, she did it with such interest it seemed she really wanted to know.
Yep. You?
She pulled open the fridge. "Yeah, I think I was out before I even hit the sheets."
You know,
Shane said, working to keep his gaze off her backside.
you don't have to get up with me this early. I can fix myself a bowl of oatmeal easily enough.
He'd said as much the first few mornings, but wanted her to know good and well that he'd meant it. "I know," she said. "Is that what you'd like, oatmeal?" He nodded.
That'd be great. It's in the cupboard there. Can you reach it?
After closing the fridge door, Cassie stretched for the small knob.
I got it.
Shane offered, coming up from behind. He was quick to move, and none too subtle as he nudged up against her, reaching high overhead to open the cupboard. How a woman could smell so tempting at this time of day was beyond him. She barely stepped out of bed, and already the allure oozed off her body from head to heel. She spun in place, meeting his gaze. "What do you like in it?" His eyes drifted to her lips.
Sugar.
This was becoming a routine, too, the flirtation between them. Soft touches, long glances, playful conversation, which pleased and frustrated him all at once.
What's your boyfriend like?
He blurted. "Griffin?" She straightened awkwardly before heading over to the sink. Shane sauntered back to his stool.
What did you say?
"My boyfriend. That's his name, Griffin."
Okay.
So what if he had to bite his tongue to stay quiet? The pain would go away soon enough. No need to go making fun of the guy for his wussy name. Cassie read the label on the oats before measuring out a perfect scoop. She measured the water next. Shane smiled. He'd never measured the stuff before, and it seemed to turn out just fine. If Cassie managed to mess this one up, he'd know she was a lost cause. Once she stuck the glass bowl in the microwave, Cassie opened a different cupboard and pulled out the sugar. He's tall, thin, black hair. She tilted her head, thoughtful for a moment. He's kind to animals, doesn't really like sports. Recently became a vegan.
A what?
Cassie spun around and leaned against the counter. It's someone who doesn't eat meat, or any other animal products either. Milk, eggs. What the crud did the guy eat then? He skipped that question and went to the next.
What does he do for a living?
Shane wasn't sure what he was probing for, but he was pretty certain this woman wasn't all that in love with the guy. After all, she'd kissed him on the first night they'd met. Granted, she'd been through a lot, but still. He does real estate.
Uh-huh.
He could tell she was holding something back. She turned away from him. Mostly in India. That's where he lives. The last sentence echoed louder than the beeping of the microwave. Cassie popped open the small door. She tested the edges of the bowl with her fingers before removing it. "Did you want milk in this?"
Are you kidding?
He asked.
Your boyfriend lives in a different country?
It's called a long-distance relationship, she snapped. Did you want milk or not? Was it just him, or had her cheeks gone 2 more shades of red? He held her gaze for a blink.
Yeah.
Cassie grabbed the milk from the fridge, rested it on the counter, and pulled the toaster away from the wall. Shane shook his head.
How did you meet him? How long have you two been dating?
Well, I met him just as he was preparing to leave, actually. A month before. That was about 3 years ago. After dropping 2 slices of bread in the toaster, she slid the bowl across the counter, and then a spoon. As she turned her gaze toward the window, Cassie's dark hair spilled over the deep red of her pajama top, and though she stood only a few feet from him, it felt as if she'd somehow drifted oceans away. It took him a minute to look down and take hold of his breakfast.
Thank you,
he mumbled, but what he really wanted to do was yell. Wake this woman up. It wasn't enough that she'd been abandoned by her own parents. She had to go find a guy who'd do the same dang thing. He poured sugar without really thinking of the action. He ate that way too, though his appetite was all but gone. The motto was, if you couldn't say something nice, don't say anything at all. And for the life of him, Shane couldn't think of one nice thing to say. Not with that jackass of a boyfriend on his brain. Once he was nearly finished, a few safe words came to mind.
Is Betty going to help you with the dinner tonight?
Shane was prepared to make a crucial phone call if she answered no. Cassie stood leaning over the sink, water running in a thin stream as she scrubbed a large potato. Yeah. Shane sighed. I'm kind of nervous, Cassie admitted. I've never cooked for so many people before, but the potato bar, your mother's idea, was brilliant. They cooked themselves. Brilliant was right. Over the week, Betty had no doubt discovered just how challenged Cassie was in the kitchen. A smile crept over Shane's mouth as he eyed Cassie, hovered over the sink, eyes pasted on her work. He heard the guys clomping up the steps and stretched out his arms with a yawn. Best he get going as well. Just as Shane stood to take his bowl to the sink, Cassie released a small gasp. Oh my gosh, look at this one. Her blue eyes were wide with excitement as she held a bent potato in one small hand. Have you ever seen a potato do that? Grow all distorted? He set his bowl down and took it from her hand.
Used to scrub these for my mom. I remember the first time I found one like this,
he said, holding it up to the light.
I was so fascinated by the odd shape, I didn't want anyone to eat it. When I showed it to Betty, she explained what had caused it to grow like that.
Cassie tilted her head to get a better look. What was it? The large sack of potatoes rested in the sink. Shane reached in and pulled out another. With one in each hand, he pieced the two together, resting the top of the oval-shaped potato inside the nook of the misshapen one. It was like linking pieces from a puzzle, a perfect fit. Cassie's hand gripped onto his bicep. Of course, it grew next to another one. She sighed dreamily, taking the potatoes from his hands and placing them together as he had. Ah, that's so sweet.
My mother always thought so. Said if she was a potato growing in a barrel with Grant, she'd shape herself right around him too, if it meant staying close.
I love that, Cassie said. Her weight shifted from one foot to the next as she cradled them. The action brought her closer to him, so close he could feel the warmth of her arm against his. He ran a slow gaze over her heart-shaped face. Dang, she looked good and red. He cleared his throat.
Guess I better get going,
he said.
You need anything before I leave?
She bit on that plump bottom lip while considering.
Something off the high shelf?
He suggested.
A piggyback ride back to bed?
That might be nice, she said, laughing out loud.
A kiss goodbye?
The laughing stopped, and he could swear Cassie's gaze had landed solidly on his mouth. Shane moistened his lips, suddenly hungry for a taste of hers.
How about both?
He thought, but didn't dare speak it. He had to get out of there, and fast. Her lids seemed to grow heavy as she gazed at him through thoughtful eyes. If Shane didn't know better, he'd say Cassie was fighting the same desire burning inside him at that moment.
You, got my cell number, right?
Shane asked, backing out of the kitchen. A flash of confusion crossed over her face before she nodded. Yes, she said. It's right there on the phone.
Okay, I'll be sure to keep it with me.
He lifted his hat from the hook on the mudroom door, placing it on his head. "Have a good day," Cassie said. He turned to get one last look, imagining what it would be like to come home to such a woman at the end of each day.
"You too, sugar,"
he said, and headed out the door. Cassie released a dreamy sigh as she read the final page of Anne's novel. She couldn't have picked a better spot to finish, lying on a thick blanket in the backyard beneath an endless sky of blue. Back home, she'd never been so drawn to spending time outdoors, but here it was different. She could lift her chin to the sun, inhale deep breaths of fresh air, and feel the sunlight soaking into her very soul. The weather wasn't exactly warm yet, but with Levi's and a sweatshirt, it was just right. While closing the book, Cassie eyed the cover, appreciating the bare chest more than she had before. No wonder it had been Anne's favorite. Cowboy Connor was everything her friend had said he'd be, though in Cassie's mind, it was Shane. Handsome, rugged, all too alluring Shane Emerson. He exuded every masculine quality listed in those pages, along with plenty of others to keep her craving that highly coveted, ever-elusive cowboy's kiss. Still, the guy knew how to keep her guessing. One day he'd be cordial, flirtatious even. The next he'd become ornery and brooding. Even from morning to afternoon, his mood would change, or seem to sour suddenly in mere minutes, for reasons she could hardly guess. As she eyed the grazing horses in the nearby pasture, thoughts of her morning with Shane filled her mind. When he'd offered to carry her to bed, Cassie had enjoyed his teasing manner. When he'd mentioned the goodbye kiss, she'd nearly melted in a puddle at his boots. How desperately she wanted to tell him yes. She wanted the kiss, needed it. The acknowledgement had been at the center of her thoughts for more than half a day. The other part had been spent finalizing her decision where Griffin was concerned. Cassie could hardly remember what had made her fall for the man she'd called boyfriend for so long. From the moment he left town, she had made it her life goal to marry and start a family with him. It had been foolish. How could she set to accomplish something she had so little control over? As Cassie rolled onto her back, bright light spilled through the budding branches above. She let her eyes close while considering the decision she'd come to long before that day. She wouldn't wait around for Griffin any longer. Their relationship was, in her mind, over. What a relief it had been to open his letter and see that he felt the same. While squinting against the light, Cassie fanned through the book in order to find Griffin's letter tucked in its pages. She allowed herself to reread the lines that stood out to her most. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, to have allowed you to put your life on hold for me. I won't continue to give you dates of when I plan to return. And truth, I'm not sure I ever will." There was more to it than that. Words of kindness and regret. But that was the phrase that mattered most. Griffin may not ever come back. Cassie had made the right decision. She would have no regrets. Rather than place the letter back in the book, Cassie came to a stand, wrapping the soft fleece blanket around her shoulders, and walked to the trash can. She had no desire to hold on to Griffin's note. Once she let go of something, she let go for good. No turning back, just like Grandma had taught her. After tearing the letter in half, and then in half once more, she let the pieces flitter to the base of the bin, feeling freer than she'd felt in years. The green grass was cool beneath her bare feet as she wandered over to the small garden she'd planted with Jade and Reese the day after she'd arrived. Tall twigs marked 8 rows of sugar snap peas. Already the dark soil gave way to their mounding tiny sprouts. The sight was eye candy. She could hardly wait until the growth was tall enough to see from the kitchen window. On the night he'd picked her up, Shane had suggested that perhaps Cassie had been putting her roots down in the wrong place. Even before she'd had a chance to fall in love with the ranch, there'd been a shred of truth evident in his words. And though she knew it was ridiculous, Cassie couldn't help but wonder if this was where she was meant to thrive. Time spent on the ranch was so carefree and beautiful, she'd almost forgotten about the dangers and horrors that had sent her there. Of course, she wondered how the other jurors were, and how Anne and Zoe were getting along at work. But Cassie was enjoying her home away from home, and now that she'd made a decision where Griffin was concerned, she looked forward to exploring her options with the Montana cowboy from Emerson Ranch.
This you're doing?
A deep voice spoke. Cassie spun around, startled to see Reynolds mere inches away. Though it was obvious he'd frightened her, he didn't apologize for it, just stared at her in a way that seemed to lack all sense of decency. The word barbaric came to mind. The strong angles defining his face, sharp lines and pointed features, only added to the menacing look of him. His undefined darkness triggered a desperate place inside Cassie, where she considered dropping the blanket and bolting for the patio stairs. Her next breath came out jagged as she eyed the distance to that bottom step. "The garden?" she managed, forcing herself to answer his question. Reynolds gave her a minimal nod, wiping at his chin with the back of one hand. Cassie worked to keep her voice casual, friendly. "Yes, first time for me, actually." She took a step back, followed by another, tugging the blanket tighter with one trembling hand. "Jade and Reese helped me with it last week. In fact, I think they're coming by today, too," she lied. More silence. Never had Cassie known a person to keep any semblance of kindness off their face for so long. She tried to place the expressions he wore. Cunning, greedy, hungry. A cat, playing with an injured mouse before slinking in for the kill. But she wasn't injured, and she knew how to run. "Where are the rest of the ranch hands?" Cassie asked.
"Gone," he said. "I just came back for a few things."
Cassie set her eyes back on the house, wondering if she could make her way to it if a chase ensued. But what if he tried to follow her into the kitchen? And what if she wasn't able to stop him? And when exactly had she become so paranoid? It was stupid, she assured herself. Certainly this guy wasn't trying to harm her. He might be a little off, socially backward was more like it. But he wasn't a killer. The slow movement of Reynolds' white, bony hand made Cassie jerk back.
"Don't move,"
he whispered, stretching his hand further until he touched her hair. The feel of it was wrong, like exposed nerves were connected to each and every strand.
"There,"
he said, slowly drawing his hand back to where she could see. She backed up, eyeing what he held. A brown spider scrambled for solid ground, one leg pinched between Reynolds' finger and thumb. Cassie shuddered, raking a hand through her hair in case there were any others.
"This little critter can make life pretty uncomfortable. It's named the hobo spider. You see, he's mostly a loner, prefers to be off on his own."
Reynolds tilted his hand, allowing the tiny, frantic legs to attach. Quickly, it began to crawl up the back of his hand, weaving through the dark, coarse hairs on his pale skin.
"But,"
he continued,
"when the hobo is forced to mingle, he'll bite. At first, people normally don't feel it. Bite's nearly painless. But suddenly, the spot starts to ache."
Cassie stepped back once more, another shudder rippling over her body as the spider crept up his wrist.
24 hours later, a blister appears, puffy and sore. And before the next day's through, the affected area splits open. One giant, oozing ulceration.
The spider, roughly the size of a quarter, circled his arm as he rotated it.
"They don't like climbing vertically, see?"
The buzzer on the dryer sounded from within the house. "Better grab that," Cassie said, whizzing around him and toward the steps. She didn't look back until she passed the hot tub on the patio. Reynolds' eyes were fixed on the spiders that climbed further along his arm. Just before it crawled beneath the hem of his short-sleeved shirt, he shook the spider off. Cassie tried not to think about the fact that the thing was now crawling somewhere in the grass.
"Not a spider person,"
Reynolds hollered. "Hell no." Cassie shook her head. And just when she thought he'd let the disgusting creature live, Reynolds lifted his boot and stomped on it.
"Lucky for you, hobos usually dwell outdoors or in basements."
The buzzer on the dryer sounded again, and Cassie took it as her cue. "Well," she said, "laundry calls." The sliding door was open, closed, and then locked in seconds flat. She tugged at the drapes, closing those too, while the sound of her loud breath filled the space. Cassie eyed the mudroom next, realizing the door leading to the basement and back entry was wide open. Letting the blanket drop at her feet, she darted past the kitchen table, past the washer and dryer, to where she closed the door in one quick stride, locking that as well. With a shallow sigh, Cassie tugged open the dryer door, sunk to the ground, and let the warmth from the still machine pool onto her skin. The clean scent of detergent rose from the batch as she piled each article into a basket. Shane's clothes mingled with hers. Once she heard Reynolds' pickup truck drive away, Cassie sighed once more, hating how crazy she'd become. It wasn't just the Lawsons she feared now, but people dwelling in her new place. Someone the Emersons had trusted enough to hire? It was ridiculous, and she refused to live in that kind of fear. As Cassie hung shirts, paired socks, and folded jeans, her hands became more steady. The trembling faded with each passing breath. Her thoughts were returning to their proper boundaries as well. She'd been freaked out by Reynolds since day one, and for no good reason, really. Sure, he was different, but she was certain he wasn't out to hurt her. And though she'd silently vowed to ask Shane about him only moments ago, Cassie decided to feel things out instead. Chances were the events she'd gone through were just catching up with her. The more distance she gained from the strange encounter, the more Cassie would realize she'd overreacted. The kid was most likely harmless. Chapter 17. Shane kept his eyes glued on Cassie, waiting for the moment she'd sense his gaze. And though she stood in the kitchen among the other women there, hands submerged in sudsy water, it wasn't long until the ocean blue of her eyes met his. And there it was, that heat welling up in his belly, surging through his quickening pulse. Never had Shane spoken so many words without even opening his mouth, and he wasn't the only one talking. Cassie's not-so-fleeting glances from across the room were loaded with unspoken words of allure, something he wanted more of. He sensed a difference about her, a carelessness that had her venturing further than she had before. Shane quirked one eyebrow, and Cassie averted her gaze to scrub at the dish in her hands. He smiled at the way her cheeks turned pink. Betty and Reese began setting out plates for dessert, obscuring his view. With barely a conscious thought, Shane moved over one chair, watching as the women turned to include Cassie in on their discussion. Soon, Reese lifted a pan filled with some sort of frosting or glaze, stirring at the stuff before lifting the wooden spoon for Cassie to sample. A trace of the white topping clung to Cassie's upper lip as she took a taste. She looked at it while nodding, and then spoke up, her face animated and kind. Shane should be glad the two were teaching her a thing or two, but in that moment, he couldn't get himself to care. All he wanted was to be the focus of Cassie's thoughts once more, catch another magnetic gaze that would set his mouth to watering more than the aromas wafting through the home. From the corner of his eye, Shane saw the ranch hands clustered in the front room, debating whether or not they should stay for dessert. It had been a long day, and the sun would be rising before they knew it. Randy's opinion was the loudest and probably had more to do with Cassie than the dessert. He wanted to stay. Just as Shane caved into a pestering yawn, Blake sauntered into the kitchen and started sampling the dessert. Betty smacked his hand away with the back of the spatula. "So help me, if you stick that finger in there again, I'm going to cut it off," she warned. Blake laughed. "You wouldn't do that to your favorite son?" Shane leaned to look beyond the two, caught Cassie's gaze once more, and smiled. Gavin snuck up behind Blake and flicked the back of his head. "You're right. She'd never do that to me." "I'd do it to the both of you," Betty said, eyeing Shane from across the room. "Shane's the only one I'd spare since he's my favorite." "Ouch, Ma. That hurt." Gavin put his hand to his heart with a groan. "Gotcha," Jackson spat, lifting a corner of the tablecloth. Luke grumbled under his breath as he climbed out of his hiding spot beneath the table. Shane hadn't even noticed him there. "You took long enough," he grumbled. "Hey, isn't dessert—" Luke's sentence ended as he spun around. "Ew, gross. Your dad's kissing your mom." He pointed at the two of them. Blake had Reese cornered by the fridge, his face nestled into her neck. "So what?" Jackson said. "Look at your parents." Shane shook his head as he spotted them. While Jay had dished out the dessert, Gavin's arms were wrapped tightly around her. He was running the scruff of his jaw along Jade's shoulder while she giggled under his touch. "Stop it," she said. "You're going to make me cut myself." Cassie let out that laugh of hers again, the sound of heaven and angels wrapped into one. She'd laughed a lot since coming to Emerson Ranch, and Shane found himself looking for ways to hear it more often.
Uncle Shane! Hello! Uncle Shane!
Luke's face was red with effort. The room went quiet.
I said...
He puffed out an irritated breath.
Why don't you ever kiss Aunt Cassie?
What? He looked back at Cassie, expecting to see humiliation on her face. It wasn't. One corner of her lips turned up as she taunted him with those eyes again.
Yeah, Shane,
she said, a challenge present in her tone.
Why don't you?
The ranch hands made sounds of oohs and ahs. The couples whispered to one another. Shane kept his gaze set on the supposed bride, thoughts of their kiss in the hotel room rushing through his mind. That's a good question, he said, rising from the chair to his feet. His eyes didn't leave Cassie's as he strode around the counter to where she stood, back against the pantry door. He'd had enough of waiting and wondering, of sleepless nights that kept him thinking of those tempting lips. And that moment, her kiss would be his. There was no pause, no hesitation. Cassie had asked for it, and he would oblige, his country boy manners be damned. Her smile faded as he neared, yet her lips remained parted, ready. Shane's hands found her hips as he rushed in, thoughts of their chocolate kiss urging him forward. In the next breath, he pressed his mouth against hers, pleased when she so easily accepted his kiss. Cassie may have felt safe there in front of everyone, yet she was anything but. He kissed her again, stronger, more demanding, mildly aware of the hoots and hollers echoing in the room. Shane twisted the pantry doorknob, pulled Cassie against him as he pried it open, and broke away from their kiss for a breath.
Excuse us,
he murmured, and directed her into the small pantry, closing the door behind them. More cheering ensued. His family probably thought it was all for show, something to satisfy the curious boys while championing his presumed wife. But he was no such hero. He had something to satisfy, all right, but it was his own need to taste this woman's mouth again, an act he'd been thinking of every day since their first kiss. In the dark quarters of the pantry, Cassie's hands cradled his face. Heaven help him, she wanted more. The knowledge planted an urgency in him as he kissed her again and again, another drawn-out kiss. She kissed him back, letting her lips part as her fingers ran through his hair. It felt as if she'd rehearsed this moment time and time again, knew just how to drive him mad. He groaned as he tilted his head, discovering the sweetness lingering in her mouth. He'd never be satisfied with kissing another woman again. The one in his arms, with her sensual taste and addictive allure, this is the one he would crave.
All right, you two,
Gavin said on the other side of the door.
That's enough. Your 7 minutes of heaven are over. We got kids out here, you know.
Cassie broke away from their kiss, her breath rapid and tempting against his mouth. He leaned in for another. And though she kissed him back, Cassie pressed her hands against his chest to stay him.
We've got to get back out there,
she whispered.
No,
Shane said, taking her lips to his once more. He wanted to pick her up, carry her out of that house, and finish what he'd started. Yet as the door creaked slowly open, light blaring into the small space, he forced himself to stop.
Don't make me use this spatula on you, boy,
Betty said with a chuckle.
Let the poor girl alone. You know that's not proper. Carrying on in front of everyone.
Shane smiled wickedly as he escorted Cassie out of the pantry, his hand at the small of her back.
I know it ain't, Ma. That's why I took her into the closet.
The guys chuckled, mumbling their approval as they lined up to grab a plate. Shane hadn't missed the questioning looks Jade and Reese gave Cassie as she cleared her throat and went back to the sink. And though he tried to avoid his brother's gazes, he caught sight of them all the same. Blake seemed to study him with a thoughtful furrow pressing at his brow. Gavin only flashed him a deviant grin.
Looks like old Stallion Shane is back in the saddle, boys.
The remainder of the evening sped by in a blur, like headlights rushing down Seattle's Highway 99. Every time Cassie caught even the slightest glimpse of Shane, he'd been there, eyes on her, his predatory gaze burrowing deep beneath her skin. There was a promise in that stare, one she hoped he would keep. She was free to explore this, she reminded herself, and she planned to do just that.
I'd say you did a great job with your first go-around with dinner,
Betty said. The long evening of serving supper for a crowd, and the woman looked like she just stepped out of a salon. She removed her apron, straightened her denim shirt, and reached her arms out toward Cassie. Cassie returned the embrace. Thanks for all your help, she said, and for having it here. It was perfect.
Any time, dear. Gramps' place, that's what we call the home you're in, isn't fit for holding as many folks all at once.
Betty eyed Shane before poking his arm with a scolding look.
You best be behaving yourself now. I mean it. Don't go acting like a heathen with this here girl.
Shane pulled one side of his mouth into a devilish grin.
I've been a heathen all my life. Can't likely abandon who I am all in one day now, can I? Oh, stop.
Betty swatted his arm before pulling him close for a hug. She brought her voice down to a whisper, but Cassie heard it all the same.
I love you, my boy. Love you too, Ma.
Shane mumbled in a low voice.
Night.
From a recliner chair positioned in front of the television, Grant hollered.
Hey, thanks for working over my letter.
Anytime, Cassie said.
You made it real nice,
Grant added.
I'm gonna send it first thing in the morning.
Shane leaned in.
Did you just say any time to my father? Because he'll take you up on that.
Cassie only smiled. I hope he does. As they reached the door, Grant hollered out once more.
You sure you kids don't want to stick around? Watch Gunsmoke? We're sure,
Shane answered. Grant reached for the remote.
Well then, good night.
Good night, Cassie said. An onset of nerves seemed to tighten her skin as she followed Shane into the quiet night. The sky looked unreal. In Seattle, due to the combination of clouds, smog, and city lights, the stars were often hidden from view. Here, the endless sight of navy blue sparkled with more stars than she'd ever seen at one time. Wow, she whispered, looping her hand around the muscular arm he offered. Do the nights always look like this? The air was crisp and cool on her skin, another reason to get closer to him. Shane inhaled a deep breath as he gazed up, kicking rocks while he walked.
Sure do.
He smiled at her, raising that brow again. The flirtatious expression caused her arms to break out in goosebumps. Crickets chirped noisily about in the distance, and Cassie mused they could just as easily be bouncing around inside her stomach, so hectic was the chaos there. But along with that fluttering feeling of anticipation lingered something much deeper. The desire to move on. Say goodbye to Griffin once and for all. Her heart began a new heightened thump as she climbed the creaky steps. A warm light glowed from within the house, and as Cassie caught sight of Shane's handsome face once more, she looked down, feeling shy suddenly. What was she, some hormonal teenager? She couldn't remember anticipating something so fully in her life. She wanted his kiss more than anything. As Shane opened the door for her, his gaze set on her face, he let his hand slide down the length of her back, strong and encouraging. She stepped inside, glancing about the dimly lit room, unwilling to step too far from him, afraid it might upset the living current between them. Shane must have felt the same. Just as he reached to close the door with one hand, he seized her with the other, taking hold of her wrist. With a slow and steady pull, he encouraged her to step toward him. He spun her in place, pressing her against the closed door, while the smoldering gaze of his eyes unveiled the desires of her heart. At Betty and Grant's, Shane had kissed her without a moment's delay, just gripped hold of her waist and pressed his mouth to hers. She thought he'd do the same then, but instead, Shane moved slowly, stepping impossibly closer, the handsome smell of him working a magic all its own. His strong hand, slightly calloused and warm, cradled either side of her neck with such delicacy, she closed her eyes to tune into the tenderness.
Cassie,
he whispered, moments before his mouth found hers. The gentle glide of his lips along hers made Cassie sigh, a nearly pleading sound as he toyed with her. A soft kiss to her lower lip, his warm breath meeting her own. He kissed her again, stronger this time, as she wrapped her arms around his broad shoulders, relishing his masculine form. His hands moved to her face as he prolonged the kiss, not in an urgent sort of way, but with a patient and steady pace, like ocean waves meeting the shore. The tranquil motion allowed her to sink into the bliss of it. Slowly, his lips left hers and traveled toward her ear, where he planted a gentle kiss beneath her lobe. The feel of his rough stubble along her sensitive skin raised goosebumps on her arms as he kissed there again. And then again. Shane's mouth traveled down the side of her neck, achingly slow, and just as Cassie wondered what he might do next, he stopped. Moments passed before she heard him exhale, a loud and rather shaky breath. He shook his head before speaking.
What am I doing?
Heat grazed her neck as he spoke. Shane's question pulled Cassie from the heavenly trance in a blink. She hadn't told him of her decision about Griffin. Her mind whirled with words, ways she could explain that what they were doing wasn't wrong. It felt more right than anything she'd known. He pulled away from her, his hands loosening their grip, and gazed into her eyes with an ache she could hardly fathom.
I'm sorry,
he said, shaking his head. He took a step back, and already Cassie felt colder. Shane scratched at his roughly shaven jaw.
Neither of us are in a position to be doing this. I'm just so weak where you're concerned.
Only she didn't let him finish. Couldn't.
Neither of us?
She squeaked.
You have a girlfriend?
Her heart felt as if it might beat itself from its place there in her chest. He looked down at the floor, nudging the rug with his boot.
No, I did, though, and it ended so badly, I'm probably broke for good. In no shape to go trying to steal another man's woman, that's for sure.
I don't want to be with Griffin,
she blurted.
I've made that decision.
Shane glanced back up at her.
When?
Today. But it's been a long time coming. She searched for a way to explain it, knowing it might not make sense. Griffin had sent me a letter. I hadn't opened it until now, but he feels the same way. Cassie's hands had nearly slipped off his shoulders entirely, but she brought them back to rest around his neck, coaxing him back into her embrace. Her words weren't coming out right, so she opted for a different approach. With a timid gulp, she moved in closer, daring to bring her mouth to his. Softly, uncertainly, she pressed a tender kiss to his lips, afraid he might turn her away. She kissed him again, encouraged when his hand smoothed gently down her arms. It wasn't until he firmly cupped her elbows that she realized he was only letting her down easily. With the slightest of pressure, he moved her away from him.
Cassie,
he said in a husky whisper.
It's just not right. I've been so set on convincing people we were married, I started to believe it myself. It's only been 1 week, and if I'm any kind of man at all, I won't take advantage of you this way.
His hand slid back up her arm where he traced a thumb lovingly over her cheek.
I'm all you have right now. I need to let you decide on your own what you want. Make a decision for myself as well, and then we could think about courting the way we ought to. Not just stepping in the life as husband and wife. As easy as that may be, I'm pretty sure it's destined to fail.
He took hold of her hand, brought it to his lips, and planted a kiss on the back of it. Cassie was certain he was trying to be heroic in some way, but it only humiliated her. Perhaps he didn't feel the way she thought he did. Maybe he'd simply been trying to make her feel wanted, and she'd called his bluff, only to find he didn't really want her at all. Cassie's shoulders curled over her chest as she pulled her hand free. Without another word, she strode past him and walked down the hall to their joined bathroom. While her mind played back their moments at the door, she brushed her teeth and got ready for bed. Oscar and Ollie purred noisily as she pulled back the covers. She wouldn't wake with Shane in the morning. Maybe she'd been smothering him this whole time and hadn't even known it. The thought caused a sick dose of embarrassed heat to burn within her. Cassie had no doubt monopolized every ounce of free time Shane had for the last week. thinking they were connecting somehow, on the same page of their own personal love story, like the novel she'd enjoyed so much. She wiped at the tears sliding down her face as she realized one crucial truth. She may have been wrong about Shane's feelings for her, but she was still glad things were over between her and Griffin. Whether she left that place tomorrow, next week, or 2 months from now, she'd do it as a single woman, no longer tied to a man living in India she hardly even knew. There were better men out there for her, and that lesson alone was worth the trip she'd taken to Emerson Ranch. Chapter 18. The pat of butter melted against the heat as Shane tilted the pan. He couldn't remember a night he'd been so restless. 6 full hours of hating himself is all he'd had, only to climb back out of bed to face a long day of birthing cows in the pasture. As he cracked eggs onto the pan, Shane mused on what had kept him up all night. Cassie. He sighed almost painfully. What was he doing? 1 minute he'd worried because Cassie had a boyfriend, and the next he'd been concerned about the way she'd abandoned the guy so quickly, thinking it was his fault for being so forward since day one. Heck, Cassie had been attached to Vegan Boy for 3 years. Her feelings for him couldn't likely be gone in one day. They were bound to creep back up and spoil things just as the going got good. And why was he so worried about her end of things anyway? It was hard enough keeping his own thoughts straight. Talking with Blake and Gavin about the whole situation was nearly impossible, what with the ranch hands around and all. On one end, he was supposed to be convincing the help, along with his nephews, that he and Cassie were crazy about one another. Yet he'd been equally determined to let his family know that no matter how much they wished the two would fall in love, it would never come to pass. So what had he done that for? Gone making out with her right there in front of everyone? While shaking his head in frustration, Shane checked the other frying pan. A golden heap of hash browns steamed from within. He hoped Cassie liked her eggs over easy, and that she'd take his gesture of making her breakfast as a peace offering. He'd probably confused the crud out of the poor gal. Heck, he confused the crud out of himself most of the time. In the end, Shane didn't know what to do with his feelings for her. He'd mentioned something about courting Cassie, and he'd meant it. If they were actually going to entertain being together, they'd need to date, like a man dated a woman. He wouldn't throw her under the sheets with him a week after they'd met, take advantage of the woman's weakened state. Either way, Shane feared he'd lose her. With a quick hand, he slipped the spatula beneath both fried eggs and moved them to the other pan, resting them atop the hash browns. Who knew if she'd want to date him now, after he'd pushed her away last night? He'd find out soon enough. As the sun snuck up over the horizon, Shane set Cassie's breakfast in the warmed oven, scribbled a note so she'd know it was there, and set out for a long day at pasture. The sunlight shone its powerful beam into Cassie's room, and though her eyes were closed, she squinted from the strength of it. She snuck one eye open and shut it tight again as she turned her head the opposite direction, groaning in response to the brightness. It didn't take long to remember why she was still in bed this late into the morning. Her incident with Shane. Whether out of bravery or stupidity, Cassie replayed the moments leading up to the event. It was impossible not to get lost in even the memory. The urgent manner he kissed her at Betty and Grant's, the feel of his hands on her hips, that groan of his that echoed in her mind as he kissed her. She pictured the contrast between those moments and their own personal time after he'd brought her home. The softness of his caress as he'd rested his strong hands gently around her back. And when he'd kissed her there beneath her ear, holy Moses, she'd nearly fainted from the sheer pleasure of it. The roughness along his jaw, the silky heat of his mouth, and that scent. She sighed, her heart stinging with a new sort of pain as she recalled the way he'd stopped the whole encounter. The words that had followed. Upon hearing Shane rise earlier, it had taken hours for Cassie to get back to sleep. As quiet as Shane might be each morning, Cassie never failed to hear him. She'd always been a light sleeper, but being in a new place had her sleeping lighter than ever, waking up to every creak and stir. After a lengthy stretch, she forced herself to sit up and throw on a pair of sweats and a wrinkled-up t-shirt. Who cared? It didn't really matter what she looked like, did it? Perhaps she should stay in those clothes all day, neglect the shower she planned to take, and go jump off the roof of some high-pitched barn for kicks. She felt like such an idiot, confessing her feelings for Shane the way she had, or practically had, with admitting she planned to leave Griffin. Cassie hadn't anticipated Shane's reaction, not even close, and now she was stuck trying to figure out what his words had really meant. She took the hallway slow, almost cautious, realizing she hadn't taken the time to look in the mirror. It took her a moment to find the note, distracted as she was by Oscar and Ellie at her feet, but when Cassie caught sight of it, discovered what it said, her heart soared higher than the Space Needle.
Hope you slept well, my sweet. Breakfast is in the oven.
What? She gasped, reading the note once more. He'd made her breakfast? She didn't know what to make of it. The small oven light glowed red. Cassie pulled open the door, grabbing the hot pad next to the stove, and lifted the heavy iron pan. Curious, she removed the lid, smiling when she saw the eggs and hash browns inside.
Can't believe he did that.
She tore off a hunk of the warm shredded potatoes to sample. They had the perfect blend of butter and salt, and she couldn't wait to smother them in ketchup. A loud creak sounded at the back door.
Cassie!
A deep voice hollered, Shane's voice. But why had he come through the back and not the front? And why was he back so early? It was only just past 10. Yeah? She questioned, following the sound of his voice toward the mudroom. Shane stood with the back screen door open, his head leaning just inside.
Think you could lend me a hand out here real quick? About to lose a calf, I'm afraid.
It took a moment for his words to register. Oh, yes, of course. I'll just grab some shoes.
Come through this way and I'll take you to the barn with me.
Okay. Cassie dashed back through the kitchen, down the hall, and into her room. In less than a minute, she'd slipped on socks, shoved her feet into shoes, and run back out to the porch where she saw Shane mounting his horse. The large animal, its coat a silky-looking black, stood so tall Cassie gasped at the shock of it. Oh, she blurted. I'm supposed to get on that with you? Shane only nodded, waving his hand.
Come on, I'll help you up.
Cassie didn't hesitate. She could sense the urgency in him and knew she'd have to abandon her fear of riding the massive horse. Besides, Shane was there. He'd keep her safe.
Reach your arm up,
he prompted as she got close. She did, and Shane reached down and took hold of her.
Now boost yourself up by stepping onto my boot there.
He nodded down where his foot rested in the stirrup. Cassie did as he said, and Shane hoisted her onto the giant animal in one swift motion where she sat just in front of him.
Drop one leg off the other side,
he said, bringing the horse to a slow trot. As soon as she'd straddled the animal, Shane wrapped one arm solidly around her body.
Hold on.
The horse broke into a full gallop as Cassie leaned back into Shane, unable to resist breathing him in more fully. That scent, cedar, leather, and pine all wrapped into one, summarized Shane Emerson's magnetic draw with no words at all. Though she'd worked her hair into a loose ponytail, random strands whirled around her face as the breeze rushed by, still cool with morning mist. Cassie rubbed the horse's smooth coat, feeling an instant fondness toward the animal. She sensed the bond Shane had with it as well, and liked it all the more because of it. The barn door was open on one side, revealing vacant stalls and foreign equipment. As Shane tied up the horse, Cassie spun in place, breathing in the musty scent of sun-warmed straw.
She's over here,
Shane said. The mother cow stood with her neck lodged between two iron bars. He picked up a large metal gadget lying on a towel near the animal.
I'll need you to hold this still once I get it in place. Can you do that?
With as serious as the matter seemed to be, Shane's good looks and handsome voice were a little more than distracting. Of course, she said, wondering if she'd even heard a word he'd spoken. She gasped out loud as he sunk the metal thing right into the back end of the cow. Oh yeah, he was helping the animal give birth. Shane pried the handles apart, providing a view of the creature inside. "Oh," Cassie breathed.
Take hold of these bars, Cassie. Try to keep them like this while I work to get the calf out.
A long chain with wide-linked loops was draped over the railing. Shane secured it in his hands and set to work, wrapping the loops around the calf's small legs. He was standing just in front of her, between her spread arms while she leaned to one side to watch. "You doing all right?" Shane asked, glancing back at her. She gulped and nodded. "Don't go passing out on me now. I'd have to give you mouth to mouth, and this is hardly a decent place for it." She giggled. "I'm going to pull back hard, so while I hunker down to tug the calf out, I need you to stay put. You'll have to spread your legs like you're back on the horse. Give me a little space beneath you. Got that?"
I think.
Cassie did as he directed, spreading her feet far apart, securing the warm metal frame in her clenched hands. Shane hunched down, pulling on the calf with his weight as he leaned from one side to the next. "We've got a problem," he said, coming to a stand once more. "Can you keep your grip on it a bit longer?"
Uh-huh.
Cassie grunted. The edges of the metal device felt as if they were cutting into her skin. "The tail's up. If I don't get it down, it'll cause problems." He reached inside, maneuvering the calf a bit. The tail came into view as Shane removed his hand. "Okay, you still hanging in there." The cow started to moan. Cassie's hands were hot and sweaty, her arms weak and trembling with exertion.
I think so,
she managed, her teeth clenched as she struggled. Shane hunkered down once more. Come on, he coaxed. "You can do it, little one. Hang in there." The soothing words in his low, raspy voice warmed Cassie to the point she almost forgot herself. She gripped onto the appliance with renewed strength, praying the little thing would be all right. Shane leaned to one side, further still, until the calf slid out and onto the ground. "Good job. You can let go of that and set it down now." The thing felt heavier than ever as Cassie unclenched her fists. She lowered it to the soft bed of straw alongside the pen, watching the calf all the while. Shane rubbed at the calf's body. "Come on, little guy," he urged. "Wake up." He reached for a long twig of dry grass and wiggled it around the opening of its nose, leaning closer as he continued to rub. Nothing happened. Cassie wanted to ask if it would be okay, but she waited, didn't want to distract him if there was still something he could do. Shane rubbed more frantically at it and opened the animal's mouth where he hooked his finger over its drooping tongue. When no response came, he tried the straw once more. "Come on," he breathed. Gripping the bottom half of the calf's rear legs, Shane hoisted it up until its entire body hung upside down. He grunted as he swung it back and forth like a lifeless pendulum. Still nothing. With a disappointed sigh, he lowered the animal back down. After a small pause, Shane stood, walked over to a lever by the mother's head, and released her. "I'm sorry, Mama. We tried." The mother sniffed at her baby before looking at it. "May not be living," Shane said, "but she's still claiming it as her own." A single tear spilled down Cassie's cheek. She'd never seen something so heartbreaking. "She doesn't know it's dead?" she asked in a weak voice. Shane shrugged. "Perhaps she does. It's hard to say. If she does know, she doesn't want to acknowledge it. Not yet, anyway." He shook his head, kicked at a pile of hay, and walked to the open barn door, looking out at the sunlit morning sky. She was glad to see the mother had found a way to soothe herself, as heartbreaking as it was to view. Cassie only wished she could offer some sort of comfort to Shane. As he sauntered over to the deep sink, began scrubbing his hands and arms, Cassie dared herself to do just that. Yet for some reason she didn't feel able. Her emotions were fragile, raw, and too close to the surface. Without warning, the flood of it overwhelmed her, and it took everything she had to contain it. Cassie turned to face the wall, away from Shane and the sad sight behind her. How lonely would that mother feel come tomorrow? She cringed while considering the mothers who'd lost their children on that jury, the misery of it all multiplying as she realized how unaffected her own mother might be at her loss. Wouldn't be a loss to her at all, would it? In that moment, Cassie heard Shane approach from behind. She wiped at the hints of moisture around her eyes, felt the quivering of her lip, and worked to get it together. Soon Shane's strong arms ran over her shoulders, calming her in an instant. It seemed he sensed how badly she needed the comfort, his touch, that he knew, and this place away from all things familiar He was all she had. Cassie's arms were wrapped around herself. Shane surprised her by repeating the motion, wrapping his muscular arms around her own as he buried his face into the curve of her neck, his chest firm and strong against her back.
You did great,
he said, his warm breath heating her neck.
Sometimes we're just too late. Sometimes there's no saving them to begin with. But still, we have to try. Calf could have died hours ago. Hard to say.
Cassie nodded, sniffling. Shane rubbed over her back, pressing his thumbs into the tight muscles along her shoulders and neck. Tension melted beneath his capable hands, and Cassie sighed in response, feeling like a pool of warm liquid as he continued the motion over the length of her back. Soon, Shane's touch became softer, the action so gentle, so tender, it felt nearly sensual. Especially when the tips of his fingers caressed the sides of her neck, his touch like a whisper. She closed her eyes, tuned into the beautiful feel of it, to the familiar sparks kindling between them. As Shane leaned in, Cassie felt the graze of his short, coarse scruff on her neck and cheek. With the heated touch of his lips, he pressed a kiss to her face. She tried to recall what he'd said only the night before, something about slowing things down, and couldn't help but wonder what was going through Shane's mind. Did it really matter? His touch was healing, like some mystic medicine made just for her, and Cassie decided to indulge in the mending comfort it lent.
You want to come see some live births now?
He asked. Cassie took a moment to recover, her eyes slowly opening and bringing her back to the present. She glanced back at him. Where?
The pasture. Plenty of them happening on their own now. May as well see a few happy endings. Right?
She nodded again. Right. That'd be nice. Chapter 19. Shane smiled as he watched the joy on Cassie's face. He was warmed by the laughter bubbling in her throat as the calf licked at her hand with its long pink tongue. It's so cute. Her smile faded as she added, Can't believe its mother died. Tightening his grip on the steering wheel, Shane drew his thoughts back to the mother cow in the barn, the one whose calf had died just a few hours ago.
I just hope this works. If it does, we'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
He pulled the truck around to the side of the barn before taking the calf from Cassie.
How about making us a few sandwiches?
He suggested, knowing she wouldn't want to see what he was about to do.
You can take the truck back to the house.
Her blue eyes met his, a flitter of understanding showing there. Sure. Should I make some for the ranch hands, too? She slid into the driver's side.
Nah,
Shane replied a little too quickly. Last thing he needed was the ranch hands harassing him about Cassie's inability to make a decent sandwich.
The guys packed a cooler this morning,
he added.
They're good.
Shane had the sudden urge to smooth the furrow of her brow with his thumb. Instead, he reached down to help her bring the seat closer to the wheel.
See you in a few,
he said. Cassie gave him a tight-lipped smile. Okay. Shane sped through the dreaded task of skinning the dead calf. The 2 were close enough in size, he should be able to pull it off, at least long enough to trick the mother. Once he was finished, he tied the dead calf's coat onto the motherless calf. After scrubbing up at the sink, Shane let the little animal into the bin where the cow had lost her baby. The truck's loud growl sounded alongside the barn before shutting off.
Come on in,
he hollered. He hadn't anticipated Cassie would change her clothes, but there she was, dressed in denim pants, a plaid button-up shirt, and those cowboy boots he'd been dying to see her in. What used to be a low ponytail at the nape of her neck was now a loose sort of bun up high on her head. A few dark strands hung free to frame that perfect heart-shaped face of hers. Shane cleared his throat.
You're just in time. Come here,
he said, patting at the barrel next to him. Cassie strode over, the sun casting her lengthy shadow across the barn floor. She lowered herself onto the barrel, eyes set on the calf as it walked wobbly toward the larger animal. Shane leaned forward, resting his elbows onto his knees as he watched. The small calf prodded the udders with its nose. The mother turned her head, backed up a few steps, and sniffed at her new visitor. The little thing sniffed in return, stretched its neck, and after a few torturous seconds, managed to latch on. The muscles in Shane's arms and shoulders tightened as he leaned closer, waiting for confirmation that it had really worked. It came in the steady slurping sound echoing through the barn. Followed by the hungry animal's anxious gulps, Shane sighed in relief. Cassie gasped. "It's working," she whispered.
It is, isn't it?
Shane said. Her warm hand rested on his back, where she rubbed an open palm across the span of it. "You did it," she said, a hint of pride in her voice. The sweet scent of her wafted through the air as Cassie lay her head onto Shane's arm. It remained quiet as they watched the two bond as mother and child would. "This is definitely a happy ending," Cassie said. "Or beginning." He nodded in reply, but his head was someplace else, entertaining thoughts of why Cassie had gone to the effort to change her clothes, put on the boots she knew would drive him crazy, and plaid. She never looked so tempting. He forced himself to switch gears, get back on track.
"Do we still have that blanket in the truck?"
he asked. "Yeah, it's on the passenger side."
"That's right,"
Shane said.
"Maybe we should take those sandwiches, grab a few cold drinks, and have a picnic somewhere."
Cassie straightened up. "Early?"
"Yep, I'd like to take you on a date."
Saying the words aloud caused a mighty knot of nerves to build up in his belly, but it seemed the proper thing to do. After all, he had feelings for the woman. Thought of kissing her lips at least 100 times a day, something he had no business doing if he hadn't courted her good and well. Besides, Gavin and Blake had their fair share of time away while cozying up to Jade and Reese, and who cared if they assumed he was doing the same? It was time to stop worrying about the others. There was an undeniable flame kindling between him and Cassie. Just being next to her at times caused Shane to feel as if his skin might ignite. No doubt the physical connection was alive and breathing. Now it was time to discover if there was something deeper. Cassie smiled over at Shane as the warm breeze played across her face. The moment felt like one from a storybook. Nestled on a soft blanket in the tall grass, the graceful budding limbs of a large tree swaying high above them, and that Montana sky she'd come to love, a breathtaking image of lavender blue made picture perfect by white puffy clouds and pale pink blossoms. She finished rubbing the back of Shane's hand before clamping hers over top. "Next one," Cassie said, releasing it altogether. With one arm propped behind his head, Shane lay on his back. He rotated so he could give her his other hand.
"You didn't tell me that you'd missed your breakfast entirely,"
he said with a frown. A sting of guilt pricked at her chest. Cassie hadn't wanted him to see that, but he'd insisted on running in to get the drinks. "I forgot to thank you for that. I tasted some of those hash browns, and they were amazing. I promise I would have eaten every bit of it had I not left."
"Makes me feel bad,"
he said. "No, I was glad to help," Cassie assured. "This has been one of the best days I've had in a long time." She pressed at the muscles along the edge of his palm, thoughtful. "I mean, I've really enjoyed all my time here, but I loved seeing what you do out there all day. It was sexy, is what it was, but she wasn't about to say that. Nice." Cassie hadn't known that being a rancher held so many titles: rider, roper, doctor, or vet. One minute Shane Emerson was riding on that massive stallion of his like the Lone Ranger, and the next he was helping birth a calf after its mother had died.
"I've liked it too."
A slight moan sounded from deep in Shane's chest as Cassie pressed deeper into the area along his thumb.
"It's been nice having you with us. Reese was thrilled to see you out there today,"
he added. Cassie turned to work at the back of his hand. "I didn't realize she went with Blake so often."
"During calving season mostly,"
he said.
"but she'll venture out to pasture every once in a while. Jade too. Sometimes one of the couples will disappear altogether and leave us to pick up the slack."
He paused to wink at her.
"Means we can do the same."
A rush of heat spilled over her body at the sheer thought of being married to Shane, sneaking away on long summer days. She gulped, working to redirect her thoughts. "I really like your family," she offered. "I mean, growing up, it was pretty much just me and my grandma. So to watch your parents and see the way they are day to day, so involved in your lives, she shook her head, recognizing the extreme contrast. I can't help but think that's how I want it to be with me and my own kids. I can tell how much Betty and Grant enjoy having everyone over. It seemed to even treat the ranch hands like family. Shane propped himself onto an elbow, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Their warm hazel depths seemed to reflect every ounce of golden sunlight shining across the large open field.
How often do you talk to your parents?
He asked. Oh, I don't. They don't really go places they could get reception. Not that they'd ever dream of owning a phone. They just send postcards every once in a while. Tell me how long they'll be where. Cassie hadn't thought much of what she just said, but as Shane's expression changed, his handsome brow showing signs of a strange sort of concern, she considered the details she'd just shared.
What about when your grandma died? Didn't they come for the funeral?
No, they hate stage ceremonies and functions like that. To them, nothing's an emergency. Anything that happens, happens. Knowing sooner rather than later, attending some funeral service, none of it can change the events. My parents grieve in their own way, wherever they are, whenever they hear.
That doesn't make any sense. What about the others who are grieving?
Shane sat up and pulled his hand away, causing Cassie to realize she'd been done massaging it for a while, had just been holding on to it. His face was flushed and angry.
So you're telling me that if you died before them, heaven forbid, they wouldn't even come to your funeral? You, their only child.
Cassie gulped the odd lump forming in her throat. No, they wouldn't be there.
Who would plan it? What family do you have?
He was looking more disturbed by the minute. My mom's an only child. Her mother's the one who raised me. She never really had a father. But I have 2 aunts on my dad's side. They're my emergency contacts, so they'd be the ones stuck taking care of the details. Shane shook his head, his strong, handsome jaw clenched in agitation.
You say that like you're a problem. Some thorn in their side, even in death.
He searched her eyes for a breath.
Has anyone in your life not made you feel like you were some burden? Some chore to take care of?
His voice had risen, thick with a strained level of hostility. Nobody makes me feel that way, she spat. They just have their own lives. They never asked to raise a grandchild or some distant niece they barely know.
Well, don't you think that's a problem all its own? The fact that a father practically abandons his own child and his sisters don't even step in?
My grandmother was raising me. Her words sounded weak and broken. Tears built up in her eyes as she continued. His sisters lived half a country away. What were they supposed to do? The conversation was hitting too close to home, too close to the thoughts she'd entertained earlier in the barn. Shane didn't let up.
And what about his parents? Where are they?
Same. They all live in Georgia. We've always been too far away. Cassie wiped at a tear. My father and his parents didn't have a great relationship to begin with, from what my grandma told me.
I'm not trying to be an ass, Cassie. I can barely stand the people you call family, that's all.
She shot to her feet. Well, not all of us were born in a perfect little place like Emerson Ranch, Shane. In a hurried rush, Cassie flung open the small cooler and began tossing all their picnic items back into it. I can't exactly change the hand I was dealt.
I didn't mean it like that, Cass.
His voice carried an edge of desperation.
You misunderstood me. I'm just pointing out.
Cassie rose her head, looking up to glare at him. What? She yelled. Pointing out the obvious? That my life is one giant train wreck? That I've never had anyone see me as anything but some horrendous burden to bear? Thank you for that. I feel much better. She strode toward the truck, flung the cooler into the flatbed, and hopped in, sitting as far from the driver's side as possible. With her arms folded across her chest, Cassie stared out the window. Beyond the field lay what Shane said was his property. As her eyes settled on the stack of rocks, the fun-looking fort he'd built with his brothers, a sting of jealousy twisted its way into her heart. Shane's door opened, and the crumpled blanket plopped between them onto the seat.
Could you just give me a minute to explain?
His breath came out loud and labored. I'd rather you didn't, she said. With each word you say, you only make it worse, so just stop already. It isn't my fault I was born into that family, Shane.
Yeah, but what about...
He let the sentence die, and Cassie didn't bother turning to look back at him, only continued to rant. All I've ever done is try to see the best in everyone. Sue me for not being some bitter, hateful person who wants them to suffer for not falling all over themselves to raise a child no one wanted in the first place. Cassie proudly fought the tremble of her bottom lip, but she could not contain the tears spilling down her cheeks. Never had she wanted so desperately to disappear, to be anywhere else but where she was, in Shane Emerson's truck, racked with grief. And as if he could sense it, had known she needed a moment to give in to the pool of it all, Shane flipped on the radio. There was something unspoken in the gesture, kind. It was his way of giving her the privacy she needed, as stuck as they were in the cab of his truck. And as he turned up the sound, the country beat picking up in volume, Cassie quietly released the pain welled up in her heart. Chapter 20. If Shane had learned one thing, it was to never tamper with a firecracker during an explosion. That stood double when applied to women, especially when you were the idiot who'd lit the fuse. It had taken nearly everything in him to refrain from bringing up her crummy boyfriend, the one person Cassie had chosen to be a part of her life. But he was glad he'd been able to resist the urge. It was hardly the right time. Shane rubbed a hand along Drake's side before climbing onto the saddle. Cassie hadn't uttered as much as another word, only hopped out of the truck and stormed into the house. Some first date that was. Shane wasn't sure how he could make up for the mess he'd made, but he intended to fix things one way or another. He only needed to give her time to cool down first. Drake picked up speed at Shane's command. The steady thump of his gallop, along with the familiar rumbling vibration, set his mind to thinking of the time he'd lost Natasha. He'd ridden for hours on end after that woman left, distraught over the loss. Only now, he could hardly remember why he'd been so broken. The city-bound girl was a devil, in truth, and he was far better off without her. Too bad he couldn't say the same thing about Cassie Lavelle. Anyone's life would be blessed to have her in it, and yet Cassie felt like her mere presence was a curse to those around her. That's what made him so crazy, the selfish people she called family. Shane puffed out an irritated breath. Could be that he was only blinded by love, the way he'd been with his ex. It was possible that once Cassie was gone, he'd see, in retrospect, that she wasn't so great, that he'd had his heart broken by another witch of a woman he should have never fallen for in the first place. Hell, maybe he shouldn't allow himself to get involved at all. With the afternoon sun high overhead, he pushed Drake harder, faster, determination setting in. There was no maybe about it. Somehow Shane had lost every shred of his initial intent to stay as far away from this woman as possible. Kissing, dating, snuggling up to a gal who'd jet right out of his life and back to her own in a Seattle second. What kind of fool had he turned into? It was time to put up that armor, the shield that had slipped off him the moment he'd met eyes with her. There would be no more pursuing something that wasn't meant to be. With his thoughts so consumed as they were, Shane met up with his older brother in no time. Blake was hunkered over a calf, having just tagged the thing. After opening the corral gate for Shane, Blake nodded toward a calf running along the outer edge of the pen.
Grab that one, will you?
He asked. The rope hung within Shane's reach at the front of the saddle. After tugging on his gloves, he secured the rope in his grasp, widened the loop, and swung it over his head. With narrowed eyes, he zeroed in on the calf's small hoofs while the creature sped along the border. It took him a moment to get the horse trotting at just the right pace, but once he had it, Shane flung the rope. He muttered a curse under his breath as it landed just behind the small animal's step.
Losing your touch there, brother?
Blake razzed.
Shut up, Blake.
Shane wound the rope back in and prepped it once more. When he flung the loop for a second time, the dang calf darted to the right, missing the trap again.
Son of a...
He let the sentence die, preparing the rope for a third time. In seconds flat, he had the loop ready and was swinging it over his head, the muscles in his arm warm with exertion. The animal trotted toward him now, and Shane didn't waste another minute in throwing the lasso solidly beneath his hooves, yanking it back to hold him in place. At last the rope tightened with the resistance of his catch. He climbed off Drake and hurried toward the calf, keeping a solid hold on the rope as the animal struggled to free itself. Blake strode over as well, shaking his head.
That was pathetic. Looks like something has gotten beneath that thick skin of yours.
He gave him a knowing smile, but Shane was in no mood for it.
You want to talk about it?
His brother offered. And let Blake talk him out of his fresh resolve and back into Cassie's arms?
Nope,
Shane answered. Besides, there was no point in explaining how he continued to mess things up where Cassie was concerned. He sucked when it came to relationships and was better off alone.
Where'd Reese go?
He asked, eager to change the subject. His older brother leaned a knee against the calf's head as he reached into his tool belt. Shane helped still the animal while Blake readied the tagging clamp.
Reese had to pick the twins up from school,
Blake said, speaking loudly as the animal began to bawl. He squeezed the clamp to pierce the little thing's ear, then nodded toward its legs.
Already?
Shane hadn't realized how much of the day had passed. It took a moment to slip the lasso off the calf's legs, but once he did, Shane widened the loop and swung it over his head again, sneaking up on the little one on foot. Once he got him down, Shane and his older brother approached it.
So what does Cassie think of this place?
Blake asked. It was a rare moment when the brothers had time alone. There hadn't been much conversation about Shane's witness protection bride. Had Blake caught him on the subject sooner, Shane may have been in better spirits. As it was, he was gritting his teeth just to be polite.
She likes it,
he finally said, unwilling to offer more. Blake broke out in a knowing smile.
They all like it. I don't know what it is. They just do.
Annoyed heat raced through Shane.
I know that's what you all think, but it hasn't been that way for me and Cassie. Have you not heard about her boyfriend?
Shane asked. And though he knew all the ranch hands had gone with Gavin to work on the ditches for the afternoon, Shane looked over his shoulder after he'd spoken it. Blake chuckled out loud as he came to a stand.
Are you telling me that, though she practically asked you to kiss her last night in front of everyone, she has a boyfriend back home?
He nudged his arm.
You villain, you.
Shane shook his head, tempted to dwell on thoughts of that incredible kiss he and Cassie shared in the pantry.
He's not exactly her boyfriend anymore. But what gets me is that guy has lived out of the country for the last 3 years.
Blake scanned the corral.
Doesn't sound like much of a boyfriend to me,
he said.
Exactly. This joker's been gone nearly the whole time they've been dating, if you can call it that. I just can't figure out what the hell she was thinking, staying with him so long. So she made this decision to break up with him while she was here, on the ranch?
Blake asked. Shane only shrugged.
I guess. Sounds serious,
he replied.
Ready to abandon her man. You two didn't.
While ending the sentence there, Blake tilted his head suggestively.
No, I might be weak where she's concerned, but I'm no fiend.
He shook his head.
I'm actually the one who stopped things last night. After attacking her at the front door, granted, but still.
Shane removed his hat and ran a tense hand through his hair, realizing he'd been sucked into talking about Cassie. Yet maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. May as well get some of it off his chest. He glanced over at his brother, daring to open up a bit more.
After she told me she planned to break things off with him, I kind of flipped out. How?
Blake asked. They had stopped walking, were paused in the center of the corral, while the animals roamed about.
I just told her we needed to slow things down, that I had no right to put my mouth on her like that when we hadn't even dated. It said that if she really plans to leave that guy, we could start with that, dating. That sounds about right,
Blake said. Shane whistled to his horse.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Why date a person who's destined to leave? A woman who hardly knows what she wants out of life. Especially when I'm so messed up. Just seems like the odds are stacked against us already.
Blake shook his head as he let out a short chuckle.
When Reese came, every male on the ranch was hitting on her. Thought I was going to lose my mind with jealousy over some woman who wasn't even mine. I had to change that as quick as I could.
Blake stared off in the distance, the story playing out behind his deep brown eyes. If there was one thing Shane knew about his older brother, it was this. He knew how to treat a lady. Blake was the kind of husband Shane longed to be, but the fear of never having what the couple had sent Shane running in the opposite direction, afraid of the hurt it might bring.
Can I be honest with you?
Shane asked. Blake's face turned somber.
Course. I don't want to pursue things with Cassie anymore. My whole body is in turmoil over the woman, and she's only been here a week. The only moment's peace I've had since this whole thing started was on the ride here, when I resolved to leave the girl alone and be done with it.
He paused there, giving that some thought.
Doesn't that say something?
His brother didn't respond right away, only nodded as he ran a hand along the back of his neck.
Says a lot.
And though Blake's words were just what he'd hoped to hear, Shane felt the hot sting of heartache sink deeper into his soul.
So we're not meant to be together if it feels so unsettling all the time, right?
Blake turned back to look at him.
What unsettles you most? Thoughts of being with her, or thoughts of being without her? If it's with her, you might be right. You should feel good when you're together. Should feel complete. But if it's the thought of losing her that has you itching beneath your skin and ready to run before the gunshot sounds, well, that's just a man being a coward.
Each word had registered in Shane's mind, thoroughly and without effort. He knew just what it was that had unsettled him where Cassie was concerned. He was a coward. A straight-out coward who'd as soon run from love than chance losing it. The sun had started setting in the west, turning his thoughts to spending the evening with Cassie. Perhaps Blake was right. No point in snipping something before it had the chance to grow. Maybe he just needed to see what, if anything, really existed between the two. Not one of them had heard so much as a word from Seattle yet. The thought made him anxious, knowing it was only a matter of time before they had things cleared up back at home. He wondered how much longer they'd have. But above that, Shane wondered if he had what it took to put himself out there again. He felt nothing for Natasha in the moment, and there was something freeing in that. Could he really open his heart to another woman? One who might be destined to leave him as well? Shane muffled a humorless laugh, realizing it was already done. His heart had opened up to Cassie Lavelle on day one. Now he was along for the journey. He just hoped he could survive the ride. The buzzing of his cell phone pulled Shane from his musings. Blake gave him an irritated look as he answered it.
Shane, can you hear me?
Wind muffled her voice, but Shane heard her all right.
Yep. How are you, Aunt Lily?
Well, I'm a little concerned, to tell you the truth.
Ah, great.
Why's that?
He asked, shaking his head as he caught Blake's gaze. He mouthed the words Aunt Lily to him.
Now, I know I've never met the girl, but I'm almost certain I'm looking at your woman out here, and I have to say, you might have another Natasha on your hands.
What are you talking about? And where are you?
He eyed the distant fields surrounding him.
5th Street, just east of the water tower, there's a new gal running along the street half naked, not a care in the world.
I doubt it's Cassie,
he said, but then he had a flashback of her working out on the treadmill in the hotel. Those shorts, and that sports bra. Blake stepped into his view.
What's going on?
Shane shrugged.
What does she look like? The woman who's running?
Last he'd seen Cassie, she was dressed in boots, denim, and plaid. Fury wasn't exactly an article of clothing, but she was wearing that too.
She's got dark brown, maybe black hair, ponytail, shorts, and some poor excuse for a tank top that shows off her entire tummy. I'm telling you, Shane, we got pickup trucks tapping their horns at her, men hollering out the windows. Looks like trouble to me.
A flash of heat spread through him like a mean streak of fire.
Where's your car?
He asked Blake.
Why? I've got to go pick up Cassie.
The breeze felt cool against Cassie's flushed skin as she ran, thoughts of her argument with Shane running a race of their own. Why had he become so angry all of a sudden, so disturbed about her family and past, about her life? Did he honestly hope to accomplish something with his outburst? And if so, what? Ugh, she grunted to herself. What was wrong with the guy, anyway? He was making her crazy, and the stress was only causing her to eat more than usual, which wasn't difficult considering the way Betty never stopped baking and sharing goodies all the time. Just this morning, when Cassie had run back into the house to throw on her jeans, it had taken effort to pull them over her butt and hips. More effort than it had the week before when she'd bought them. If she didn't watch it, she might never fit back into those jeans again. Cassie squinted as she moved forward, the setting sun no longer hidden by the cluster of barns and houses up ahead. She pressed through the discomfort of it all, one foot after the next, a fresh spark of enthusiasm urging her to push harder, faster. She wasn't sure how far she'd run, was only certain she was nowhere near ready to head back. The roaring of an approaching car came from behind, and Cassie braced herself. Seemed people here didn't consider it rude to hoot and whistle at unsuspecting women on the roadside. Yet as she heard the vehicle slow suddenly, coming to a steady crawl beside her, Cassie decided a mere honk or shout wasn't so bad. At least nobody had pulled up beside her, like the driver of the car near her then. Small rocks and chunks of gravel crunched beneath the tires approaching at a snail's pace. She could practically feel the presence of a menacing gaze seeping through her skin. With her heart skipping a solid beat, Cassie began to wonder if she should bolt toward the nearby field, away from the main road. She glanced to her side enough to see the vehicle was large and dark.
"Just what the hell do you think you're doing?"
A voice, deep, angry, and familiar, blurted from the window. What? She glanced over one shoulder, shocked by the sight of Shane's handsome face. Somewhere inside her, she was relieved it was him and not some rapist killer. But if he hadn't come, she wouldn't have been scared near to death in the first place. Plus, she hated his stupid, belittling question, and the way he'd asked it. Her hand found one hip. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I'm minding my own business. I'm trying to burn off some of the stress you managed to plague me with today." Not to mention the extra calories, but there was no need to bring them up.
"No, what you're doing is letting the whole town gawk at you while running around half naked."
Cassie gasped, refusing to look down at herself. Sure, she'd removed her sweatshirt and wrapped it around her waist, but her sports bra covered more than enough. And of all the workout shorts she owned, these were the longest of the bunch. She glared at him as a current of unwanted adrenaline surged through her body, a force that made it hard to hold still. "You have a lot of nerve," she said.
"I have a lot of nerve? I just got a phone call telling me I better keep a better eye on you because you were out here for all eyes to see without a care in the world."
"What? Who called to tell you that?" she asked, disgusted. Shane ignored her question.
"Do you have any clue how easy it would be for someone to throw you in the trunk of their car and take off with you? Not just the Lawson brothers, who you seem to have forgotten, but messed up people in general. Heck, we've got some good people around here, but you still need to watch your back."
Cassie's gaze dropped to the great rise and fall of Shane's massive chest. She looked over his face, disturbed by the tight furrow of his brow. "I'm not a child," she managed. "And believe it or not, I can run along an open road without getting abducted over it."
"Well, that's enough for now. Get in. I'm taking you home."
Cassie's jaw dropped open. "Are you kidding?"
"Nope,"
he said, eyes burrowing heat with his focused glare.
"Get in."
She let out one short chuckle while eyeing him back. His expression didn't change. "No," she finally spat.
"Yes, I'm not kidding around, Cassie. Get in here and let me take you back."
He removed his hat, letting his hand run through his dark hair before replacing it. Beads of sweat gathered at his temples, and for a moment she almost caved, the strong tug of guilt making her regret causing him stress. But he was going too far. "I'm not getting in there, Shane. I'm going to finish my run." Her words were cut off when Shane opened the vehicle's door and reached for her. Cassie jerked away, hiding a laugh. "Stop it!" She smiled, couldn't hold it back for another minute. He was so adorable in that moment, like a nagging puppy or pouting child wanting his way. He wasn't going to get it. A tiny hint of that dimple appeared in his cheek as he tucked his hand into one pocket and nodded toward the open door.
"Come on,"
he said.
"I've got to get back to work."
"You're right," Cassie agreed, eyeing the ground. "You do need to get back to work. See ya." And then she ran. fast and hard, fighting back the laughter that would slow her down. It took only a moment to realize the chase was on. Shane's loud footsteps pounded out a rhythm a short distance behind. Cassie darted toward the field, the long yellow grass scraping against her bare legs up to her knees. Thick patches of lush green growth weaved its way through the dried-up field, making the ground lumpy and uneven beneath her shoes. She was sure at any moment her ankle would twist and snap, but still she continued to run. Shane was laughing now.
"You are a spoiled brat,"
he said as he gained on her, and just before she threw her weight into another stride, his footsteps dangerously close behind, Cassie decided on another course. Forcing herself to stop dead in her tracks, she hunched low, ducking her head over her knees and covering it with her arms. Shane grunted and cursed. A swatch of denim grazed the backs of Cassie's arms. She squinted her eyes open in time to see him roll into the tall grass. She burst into laughter, relieved when he joined her. And as she came to a stand, Cassie surveyed the damage. She lost her hoodie somewhere along the way, and her legs were scratched, but it had been worth it. Shane stood too, striding toward her with an amused grin on his face. Turning her back to him, Cassie spun round, squealing as he caught up to her.
"I ought to powder your behind for that."
He wrapped his strong arms around her waist, lifting her off the ground before setting her back down. She laughed some more, enjoying the comfort of being held in his arms. The loud sound of their jagged breathing accompanied them back to the large SUV. "Is that Blake's?" Cassie asked.
"Yep,"
Shane said. "You know I'm still not going back with you, don't you?" Cassie spotted her sweatshirt a few yards ahead, draped along a tall patch of grass. Shane snatched it with one hand and stopped walking.
"Yep."
He stretched his arm out to her. "Thanks." Cassie wrapped it around her waist once more.
"I want you to take this,"
he said, pulling his phone from his pocket.
"You should probably head back now. The sun can sneak away pretty quick, and you shouldn't be out past dusk."
She nodded, watching as he sauntered back to the vehicle. And as Shane wheeled around, heading the way he'd come, Cassie broke into a jog toward the house, a smile still set on her face. Chapter 21. Cassie held her stomach as her laughter continued to the point it hurt. "I've not laughed this hard in forever," she said, wiping at the corner of her eyes. "It feels so good to hear about you girls' stories, to know how you came to where you are now. Married to Blake and Gavin, kids, happy ending, and everything." Jade gave her a sideways glance. "I guess you could call it a happy ending. I endured enough torment from Gavin to get it, though." She lifted the fuzzy pink blanket off the baby carrier nearby, checking on the small bundle inside. Cassie laughed. "Sounds like Reese was the one doing the torturing where Blake was concerned, flirting with all the ranch hands." Reese's eyes got wide and innocent. "I had to," she said. "The guy was too dense." Pastel pieces of candy clinked against the glass as Reese reached in for another handful. And it wasn't all of the ranch hands. "I would have loved to see that." Cassie dug into the bowl herself. "This is the best tasting candy I've ever eaten," she decided, tossing another into her mouth. The chocolate egg-shaped candy softened as she pressed it against her tongue, the thin shell crumbling under the pressure. "They're my favorite, too," Jade said. "Sucks that I can't eat them while I'm nursing." Cassie glanced at her, surprised. "Really?" Jade tucked a few strands of her light red hair behind one ear. "Serious, Kate hates chocolate. I tried it twice, just to be sure, and she punished me for hours over it both times. A total fit." She shrugged. "I guess it gives her a bellyache." After a thoughtful pause, Cassie sighed. "I feel so behind. I'm not much younger than you guys, and I'm not even married. No babies on the horizon." "You're still really young," Reese said, a soft smile on her pretty face. "You've probably noticed this already, but Shane loves kids." Cassie nodded, remembering how he'd wrestled with the boys the other day at Betty and Grant's. Even while pinned beneath 3 rowdy kids in a dog pile, Shane had managed to glance over at Cassie and give her one of those winks that caused her heart to melt like butter. "Yeah," Jade added, "he'll make a great dad one day." So Blake said you and Shane had a blowout last week? Reese said. But from the looks of it, you guys have kissed and made up? Her comment took Cassie by surprise. Geez, Reese, just get right in there, why don't you? Jade teased. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, she added. But we did tell you ours. Jade's mannerisms reminded Cassie so much of her friend Zoe, she had to laugh. Perhaps it was part of the reason she'd bonded with her so easily. Well, we did have it out last week while we were having a picnic. Cassie proceeded to tell the girls about the argument, revealing details of her past she hadn't shared before. Once the tale was told, she leaned into her chair and sighed. In retrospect, I can see where his frustration came from, but he just confused me with how angry he was. It seems like you two are pretty cozy now, Jade said, so I'm guessing Reese was right. We made up pretty quickly, Cassie said, remembering their innocent romp in the hayfield afterward. I'm not the type of person to hold a grudge. If I have someone in my life, it's because I'm okay with them. If it gets to a point that I'm not, I cut them out of the picture. Not in an I'm angry at you sort of way, more of an I'm done with you and probably won't think about you again way. Reese looked at her for a moment, thoughtful. Wow, Jade said. I'd like to learn how to do that. Cassie wasn't sure why, but a vision of Reynolds came to mind then. She'd noticed him looking at her more than usual over the last few days, and though she tried to squelch it, Cassie couldn't help but feel uneasy around him. Do you guys know Reynolds' story? She asked. A bit of quiet ensued at the sudden change in topic. Jade shrugged. A little bit. He was brought on as an intern, but the guys end up putting him on the payroll. I guess he's a really hard worker, and they didn't want to lose him. Cassie mumbled. Is it just me, or does he seem a little off? Definitely, Jade said. He's a total weirdo. Reese rested one elbow on the table, tilting her head to steer her blonde bangs from her face. He's strange. I've noticed. In fact, when I asked Blake about it, he told me Reynolds' mother is terminally ill. Said she's all he's known his whole life. I think he's trying to pay off the bills by himself. It's pretty sad. Talk about a slap of guilt to the face. Cassie felt horrible for having brought it up at all. The kid was working night and day trying to pay off the debt of his dying mother, and all Cassie could do was wish he was gone. At least she hadn't brought it up in front of Shane. She would have made a fool of herself. So, what are your feelings like, where Shane is concerned? Reese's sweet southern accent softened the words of her bold question. Cassie eyed the two girls briefly, knowing they just poured their hearts out to her, and though it took a spark of courage, she decided to open up in return. I really like him, she admitted, her voice wobbly. You like him? Reese prodded. Cassie felt like she was back in the 5th grade, but she played along, nodding in reply. Too scared to speak it, uncertain of how he felt for her. Sure, Shane flirted with her a lot and treated her well, but he hadn't made a move since he'd found out about her breakup, and she didn't know what to think about that. So what was that kiss at Betty and Grant's all about, when he took you into the pantry? Jade asked. A dose of heat warmed Cassie's face. Reese leaned further onto the table. And have you gotten any more kisses from Shane? There was no stopping the second dose of heat that rushed to Cassie's face. The mere mention of that incredible kiss had her recalling just how hypnotizing Shane's mouth was. She licked her lips, thinking of how to answer the question. "Oh," Jade bellowed. "Clearly he has." It's written all over her face. Jade checked over her shoulder, as if one of the men might walk in on them at any moment. Who's initiating, him or you? And was that your first kiss at Betty and Grant's? Have you guys kissed since? Cassie shook her head, afraid the girls may be getting the wrong idea. It's nothing major, she said. I mean, we've kissed a few times, but they don't lead anywhere. And I can't exactly say who has initiated each one. But to answer your question, no. That wasn't our first kiss. Jade nodded in approval. Nice. Or our last, Cassie added, recalling their moment in the entryway. Reese let out a high-pitched squeal. I love it! And I can't even tell you how thrilled I am that Natasha's out of the picture for good. I swear, I don't know what Shane ever saw in her, but at least he's coming to his senses now. There really isn't anything going on between us, Cassie assured. He just has moments of weakness, like any man would. No, Reese said. He's whooped. I can tell. She came to a stand and put her ear to the sliding door before cranking it open. Here come the boys, she said. The guys are back? Cassie straightened the bun at the back of her head and stood up as well. Not the men, Reese said. Luke and the twins. Cassie peeked over Reese's shoulder, smiling as she saw the rowdy boys running along the dirt road from Betty and Grant's, a pile of dust kicking up at their heels. Betty's probably pumped them full of sugar, Jade said. Reese slid the door closed. For sure. As the two women packed up their things, Cassie reveled in the familiar comfort of having friends. Girlfriends. How she'd missed Anne and all her swooning over the cowboys in her novels, and Zoe with her sharp tongue and flirtatious way. Cassie was dying to let Zoe know Griffin was out of her life. Bless her loudmouth friend, always biting her tongue on the one subject she hadn't dared breach after an ugly argument between the two of them. She wouldn't have to hold back any longer. So we're all on our own for dinner tonight, Reese said. Are you guys going out? Cassie eyed the spotless kitchen, unable to think of what she could possibly throw together at such short notice. I haven't even thought about it. The boys began pounding at the back door. Jade darted toward the mudroom. You don't want to let these animals in, trust me. See you tomorrow night. With her large bag secured over one arm, the carrier loop beneath the other, Jade hobbled toward the door. Thanks for helping me with the garden, Cassie hollered. And for lending me the books, she said, recalling the novels she'd brought. Reese stepped over to give Cassie a hug. Call me if you want any last-minute recipe ideas for tonight. I've got a million, she said. And about that little blow-up between you and Shane last week, it's better that you got all that out in the open. It makes it easier to move ahead. She gave her a friendly smile, her face looking thoughtful. You're in the right place, Cassie, and I'm not saying that because it was right for me and Jade. I can feel it. She leaned in closer. Truth be known, I prayed you here, knowing it was the only way Shane would give a girl a chance. And no matter what happens now, I will care about you forever. The tender-hearted woman wrapped her arms around Cassie once more. Reese was a lover and a dreamer, and Cassie adored that about her. As she returned Reese's embrace, the kids noisily rustling outside, she mused perhaps Shane's sister-in-law was right. Maybe she was meant to end up here, be a part of their lives. For how long she didn't know, but Cassie planned to enjoy it while it lasted, embrace the family who'd welcomed her into their lives, one day at a time. Chapter 22. Shane worked to steady the odd-shaped boxes and bags in his arms as he headed up the stairs, grateful Cassie had thought to turn the porch light on. He gave the door a small series of kicks once he reached it, unable to do more. Cassie gasped as she creaked open the door. What is all this? Do you need help with anything?
No, Shane grunted. Got it. Just close the door behind me, if you don't mind.
A warm dose of air spilled over his body as he entered the room, making him realize just how cool the night had become. Cassie had been following him into the family room, eyeing the items in his hand, but at his suggestion, she hurried over to close the front door. You sure you've got it?
Well, maybe you could take these here from me, the drinks.
He felt her small hands cool next to the hot drinks as she pried the cups from his palms. Is this gas station hot chocolate? She asked. With his hands free, Shane was able to grab the things in his arms. He hunched down, setting them on the coffee table.
It sure is,
he said.
I tried to make it how you showed me, but I basically just threw some of everything in there.
He glanced up in time to see that gorgeous smile work its way onto her pretty face. Then I'm sure you nailed it. She circled around the small table before dropping to her knees, snooping in the bags. No way. This is sushi. How far did you have to go for this stuff?
Let's see. I had to stop and fill the tank twice.
She gasped. You did not. He smiled.
No, I made it there in one tank. My baby likes raw fish. Who am I to deny her?
Cassie's face reddened as she chuckled in response. "This is going to be amazing," she said. "Thank you. And you know what? Reese brought us a movie to watch. Do you trust her?"
Hardly,
Shane said.
but go for it.
Cassie approached the TV, cracking open the DVD case. "Reese said this thing works just fine. I don't know why I hadn't bothered to try before."
Probably 'cause we've only got a bunch of westerns,
Shane said. She let out that laugh of hers while setting the DVD into the player. "Probably."
They said this one here's pretty popular,
Shane said, pulling a styrofoam box from the sack. He opened it a crack so she could see. "Holy Moses, seared tuna! You are fulfilling my every seafood fantasy right now." Shane laughed, liking the idea of fulfilling Cassie's fantasies. He didn't bother mentioning that he'd ordered fully cooked food for himself.
Well, let's saddle up, eat some grub, and watch whatever chick flick Reese brought over.
"You're so sure it's a chick flick?" Cassie asked, joining him at the table. "Did you see the cover?"
Didn't have to, but don't worry. I'm man enough to take it.
"I bet you are." As harmless as the cheesy romance show was, Shane was glad once it was over, mostly because he wanted a chance to talk with Cassie. "Well," Cassie said, reaching for the remote. "What'd you think?"
Wasn't too bad,
he said. Rather than shutting the television off, Cassie hit the mute button, silencing the sound. It reminded Shane of their first night back at the hotel, sitting in a room lit only by the silent screen. He allowed himself to mentally relive the moment, from the tempting curve of her hips beneath his hands to the taste of her sweet and far too innocent kiss. His thoughts were drawn back to the present as Cassie snuggled into him, her alluring scent filling his mind with thoughts of tasting those sweet lips again. Shane cleared his throat.
You wore the boots today.
He motioned to the pair in the corner. She nodded. "Still breaking them in."
They hurting your feet?
He asked. The apprehensive look on Cassie's face said she didn't want to answer. She gave him an apologetic grin. "Maybe a little."
Well,
he said, an idea coming to mind.
Let me see them. I'll give you a good rub down.
Cassie bit at her bottom lip. "No, you don't have to do that."
I want to. You've massaged my hands. Let me do the same. Here,
he urged, patting his lap.
Give me here and let me work my magic.
Magic? Her voice sounded playful. "Why didn't you say you were magic? Have at it." With that, Cassie scooted to the other end of the couch, straightened her legs over the length of it, and rested her small, sock-covered feet on his lap.
These tiny little things actually keep you upright day after day?
He asked, gripping a foot in each hand. Cassie wiggled her toes beneath his grasp until he let go. "Yes, and don't make fun. These beauties are one of my best features. I don't know how you managed to get around on those ogre feet of yours."
I've got man feet,
he assured. She lifted her shoulders proudly. "And I have woman feet. Now, are you going to rub them or not?"
Let me just take a look first.
He pulled the white sock off one foot. He said, tugging the next sock off as well.
You do have good-looking feet.
Shane glanced her way, starting to rub one foot.
You didn't have a lot of friends growing up, did you?
Cassie's eyes closed as she leaned her head back. "That feels good," she practically moaned. "And what was that supposed to mean? Not having a lot of friends?"
Just that. Girls don't like having perfect friends, do they? Somebody as pretty as you are should at least have had some physical imperfection. But no, not Cassie Lavelle. Even your feet are attractive.
"You are way off," she said. "And let's change the subject. I want to enjoy this." She sighed after requesting he let the topic drop, and Shane let her have a moment's silence while he pressed into the ball and heel of her foot, the way she'd done with his palms. Staying consistent with Cassie's method, Shane pinched at the sides of her outer foot next. His eyes drifted up over her body. She was so tempting then, lying on the couch, her neck lengthened as she arched back, exposing the delicate slope leading to her shoulders. She bit at her bottom lip as if stifling a moan. He'd rather she didn't hold it back.
Good?
He asked when she'd been quiet for so long.
Incredible,
she mumbled. Shane smiled.
Okay, next foot.
So, tell me what your ex-girlfriend was like. Cassie's eyes remained closed, but he could tell she had tightened up in anticipation for his response.
Really?
He asked.
You wanted to change the subject from your perfect feet to something more pleasant, also you can enjoy your foot rub, and you bring up my ex.
Cassie only giggled in response. I know, that was lame of me, but I still want to know what she's like.
Spoiled,
Shane answered honestly.
Natasha didn't like country living. Thought she was too good for it. And I don't know, I guess I thought if she spent enough time around the ranch, our family, she'd change her mind.
He shook his head.
I had a lot of growing up to do.
I'm
just glad she fessed up about what she wanted. Saved us both a lot of trouble.
He glanced up, smiling when he saw Cassie biting her lip again. She stayed quiet for a while, save the occasional moan of approval as he massaged her foot. Once Shane was just about done, she spoke up once more. Where did you meet her? She asked.
Barn raising,
Shane said.
My aunt and uncle, the ones Gavin and Jade lived with, started having these barn raisins each spring and fall, without actually building the barn, just so everyone could socialize, being so far apart from one another as we are. Anyway, they say the barn raising part happens when the party starts, like raising the roof, you know?
He rolled his eyes. Cassie chuckled. Ah, I see.
Problem is, Natasha already hated it here. So for me to think I was going to change her mind was foolish. Can't believe I was even tempted to try.
He shook his head.
Now, if someone wants to leave, I'll help them pack myself.
He paused after he'd said it, frozen in place and hardly breathing. He studied Cassie with a challenge set in his gaze. Shane had sent her a message with those words, that he was looking for something long-term, not just a roll in the hay that would leave him worse off than he'd been before. A wistful smile crept over her lips. I can't imagine a girl not wanting this life. Here, with your family, this ranch. She sighed, removing her legs from his lap and tucking them beneath her. All of it. He should just soak that in. Those tantalizing words that came straight from her pretty little mouth. Cassie would want it, could see herself being happy there. And though he hated to spoil the mood, and knew he was perhaps lighting another fuse, Shane couldn't help but ask about the supposed ex in her life. Wouldn't exactly be wise to invest in someone who was just as unavailable as Natasha.
Don't hate me for asking this,
he started.
But I've got to know why you picked someone like Griffin.
Her brows furrowed as she tilted her head. A hint of amusement showed at the lift in her corner lip. What do you mean? The whole vegan thing? Shane shook his head, an unexpected ache for the woman burning within his chest.
No, Cassie, why did you choose to be with a guy who would leave you, the way your parents left?
He sat up from his lounge position on the couch, so agitated suddenly he wanted to pace the floor. He settled for bouncing his foot instead while waiting for her reply. Cassie's lips had parted, as if she'd been ready to speak, but at his prompt, she tightened her mouth and shook her head. I'm not sure if I have an answer for that, except, well, maybe I do. She hunched forward, a fresh spark of recognition in her sea-blue eyes. I had to sort of let go of my parents at an early age, get used to the idea that they were never coming back. And though I believe I did it as well as I could, somewhere inside, I must have felt like the whole situation was broken. She shrugged, shaking her head. It probably won't make sense, but I think I sought out a way to fix that. I mean, I chose a guy who told me he was leaving the country, that he'd be gone for an entire year. I picked him knowing that, probably hoping that if I could get him to come back, it would prove that I was worth coming back for, even if my parents never thought so. Shane remained quiet, unable to speak as he admired her beauty in that moment, the soft curves of her profile, the timid smile she flashed him before looking down at the couch, following the pattern with the tip of her finger. "Kind of backfired on me," she said, without looking up. Shane leaned forward, hoping to meet her gaze.
It's not you, Cassie. You know that, right? These are people who don't know you at all.
Finally, she glanced back at him, nodding slightly while biting at her lip. As he searched her face, Shane wanted to tell her how he felt, that he, unlike Griffin and her parents, did know her. He knew who she was and how she was, and he craved being around her more than anything. His thoughts stirred up the anger he felt for the people in her life. There was so much he wanted to say, to do. He wished he could fly out to meet her parents, take hold of them and shake them, tell them what they'd been missing out on.
Cassie,
He started, only nothing more came out. Not a single word he could speak would make it right, but perhaps something else could. With a gentle, quiet approach, Shane reached out to touch Cassie's face, softly caressing her lips with his thumb, cradling her cheek in his palm. Her eyes drifted shut as she let out a sigh, along with a shallow sound of a whimper. The enticing tension in the room erupted over Shane's skin. He scooted closer, an unseen force drawing his focus to her mouth. An inner voice reminded him that this was not the reason he wanted to spend time with her, so he could move in as quickly as he'd done the first few times. If he kept this up, Cassie would think he didn't care about her either, that he'd only been after one thing. Still, all Shane could think about in that moment was taking her into his arms and kissing the pain away. He wanted to carry her into the bedroom, make her belong to him in every way. He mused that if there were a preacher in the house, he'd beg Cassie to be his forever and marry her on the spot. The high ringing of the kitchen phone snapped Shane out of his daydream. "I can get that," Cassie said, hopping off the couch. She fiddled with the loose bun at the back of her head as she moved. Shane listened to her voice, pleasant and friendly as she spoke. "That sounds fun," she said. "Let me hurry and check with Shane." It took only a second for her to step around the corner, the receiver covered by her palm. "Bonfire at Reese's and Blake's," she whispered. "Your parents are heading over, and so are Gavin and Jade." He could read from the look in her eyes that she liked the idea. At least he thought he could.
you want to?
He asked quietly. Cassie nodded. "Yeah, do you?" What he wanted to do and what he should do were at a crossroads. He opted for the one he knew he should and gave Cassie a smile.
Sure. It sounds great.
Chapter 23.
Well, it's time for the little ones to come with us.
Grant, led only by the crackling flames, squatted low to the ground.
Tell Mom and Dad goodbye, boys.
Cassie watched as Luke and Jackson gave fleeting hugs to their parents before racing into Grant's open arms. Just as she began to wonder where Jonah had run off to, Cassie felt a warm little hand tap against her arm. "Bye, Aunt Cassie," Jonah said, his voice small and sweet. Unlike the other two boys, Jonah's lids were heavy and tired. His lips pulled into a broad smile while he leaned in and wrapped his arms around her. Cassie reached hers around him in return, relishing in the feel of his tender, heartfelt hug. "Good night, Jonah," she said. "You have a fun sleepover at Betty and Grant's, okay?" He nodded before stumbling sleepily toward his grandpa. Grant let the little guy ride piggyback while the other two tagged along, carving lines in the dirt with their whittled fire sticks.
I think Jonah has a crush on you.
Shane's voice was no more than a whisper against the curve of her neck. She chuckled. "The feeling's mutual. I'm crazy about that kid." Shane backed up, eyeing her where she sat on the log bench next to him.
Should I be jealous?
Betty had been going around the circle, hugging each couple in turn. Cassie stood up as she neared them, just in time to receive the sweet woman's embrace.
"You kids don't stay out too late,"
Betty warned as Shane rose to his feet.
"The coyotes will be out soon."
Shane wrapped his arms around his mother, who suddenly looked much smaller next to her tall, broad-shouldered son.
"Trust me, Ma,"
Shane replied.
The later we stay out, the safer Cassie is. From me.
He flashed Cassie a devilish grin while raising his brows.
I'm more dangerous than any four-legged animal out here.
Betty stifled a laugh as she swatted him on the arm.
I swear you boys say those things just to get my goat.
She shook her head as she scurried to catch up with the boys.
I do say a lot of things to get Betty's goat,
Shane said.
But that, what I said to her just now, I meant.
He fixed his smoldering gaze on Cassie, and though she could see the colorful bonfire reflected in his eyes, the intensity in them was hotter than the flames. A flash of heat rippled over her body in a slow wave as he let out a deep chuckle.
Well,
Gavin said, adding a few logs to the fire.
The kids are away. Now the grown-ups can play.
He wasted no time establishing the rules to a game he called If You.
I'll start,
he said.
Your job is to answer each question honestly, no matter the prize.
He looked directly at Cassie and Shane from across the fire.
This one's for the women only, starting with Cassie. If you had to make out with one of the ranch hands, which one would it be?
Reese groaned. I'm not answering that one, since I'm married.
Doesn't matter,
Gavin said.
So, Cassie, which one?
He let out a laugh as Shane made a noise resembling a low growl. Cassie smiled at Shane, biting her lip. Probably Trey. Jade piped up. Me too. Definitely Trey. Her comment earned a scowl from Gavin.
Sheesh, take a second to think about it, would you? And at least cover Kate's ears when you say things like that.
Jade smiled down at the baby. Daddy shouldn't ask questions he doesn't want answers to, should he?
I suddenly like Trey less,
Shane mumbled. Gavin nodded.
I freaking hate the kid now.
I can't believe neither of you said Randy, Reese said. Blake covered a cough.
I thought you weren't going to answer, babe.
I didn't, Reese said. I'm just saying. The questions continued to come, some humorous, some more bold, but each seemed to open doors into one another's past, revealing new and often entertaining tidbits along the way. During a quiet moment, Shane brought his lips to Cassie's ear.
I'm not going to come home to find you making out with Trey one day, am I?
He pulled back to look at her, his magnificently handsome face just inches from hers. His eyes looked more brown than green in the low light. Cassie inhaled the masculine scent of his aftershave, noting that ever-present shadow lining his jaw. She held his gaze, daring to flirt with the dangerous spark she saw flickering there. No, I promise not to ever kiss Trey. Again, she added, smiling wide.
You think that's funny, do you?
Shane poked at her side, causing her to flinch and squeal.
Look who's ticklish,
he said, a triumphant grin owning his face. He poked at her ribs once more, and Cassie let out a hearty laugh, fighting to get his hands away.
Making out with the ranch hands behind my back?
He asked. No, she managed through laughter still. Just Trey. She braced herself for more punishment, squirming beneath Shane's hands as it came. And though Cassie was caught up in Shane's attentions, fighting off his prodding fingers as he poked and tickled her sides, she sensed a feeling of completion. She'd been on group dates before, hung out with several friends and their relatives too, but never had she felt such inclusion. And as Shane let up, allowing Cassie to catch her breath, she placed the word in her head. Family. She'd never really had a family show the kind of love offered by those at Emerson Ranch. The events that had taken Cassie from her home in Seattle were tragic, but she'd ended up in the right place all the same. She wanted to spend every minute with Shane, and as far as she could tell, he felt the same way. She may have been born in Rwanda and raised in Seattle, but Cassie Lavelle belonged right where she was, on the wide-open fields of Montana with her very own country cowboy. Okay, Jade said. One last question. This one is for the guys. If you could take back a relationship with one ex in your life, which would it be? Blake leaned onto his knees, his dark eyes perplexed.
Take back, as in what? Like it never happened?
Jade smiled. Yep, gone from your life like you never met them. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an ex-girlfriend. It could be a fling, too.
Chantele.
Blake said with a nod.
Definitely. I'd take all of them away.
Gavin said, twisting a pointed stick over the crackling flames.
But if I had to narrow it down, it'd be either Carly or Natasha.
Cassie's eyes widened. Natasha? She glanced at Shane, wondering if it was the same Natasha he'd dated. She was about to ask him, but the expression he wore stopped her. His lips were pressed together, a slight grimace owning his face.
I wouldn't take any of them back,
he finally said. His comment was sharp and heated. It felt as if the smoldering point of Gavin's fire stick had been thrust deep into her heart. How could he not want to take them back? Upon hearing Jade's question, Cassie knew she'd take back those wasted years with Griffin in a heartbeat. While Shane's gaze turned to the fire, Cassie took in his handsome face, nearly crushed by the rugged beauty of it. And though she tried to explain it away, convince herself that Shane did not long for the woman from his past, she couldn't quiet the resounding voice that fed her inner fear. Shane Emerson may never belong to her, and the thought was almost too much to bear. Chapter 24. The house was dark as Shane steered the truck down the dirt road. Cassie snuggled up beside him. He could hardly believe how good it felt to have her so close. She fit perfectly against the swell of his shoulder, fit perfectly into his family as well, as meddling as that family might be. In just a few weeks' time, Cassie sure had warmed up to them. He was glad they were able to see how incredible she was. No doubt Cassie was beautiful on the outside, but it was her mind that weakened him, and Shane liked the idea of his family discovering the depths of her beauty. Plus, the evening had offered them just what he'd needed, a place to go, enjoy Cassie's company without being tempted to put his hands on her. Not as tempted as he was at home, anyway. "Looks like the lights are out downstairs," Cassie said as they pulled up to the house. "Guess Trey didn't wait up for me after all."
You really like torturing me, don't you?
Shane asked. He killed the engine, but didn't move to get out just yet, only tuned into the warmth of her hands where they wrapped around his bicep. When their gaze met, her blue eyes teased him with sparks of mischief as a smile captured one corner of her mouth. He licked his lips, reminding himself he shouldn't dash in to kiss her, no matter how badly he wanted to. Thoughts of getting carried away there in the truck set his belly on fire with an untamed yearning for her. He was more than half tempted to act out on the impulse. To ensure he didn't, Shane turned to open the door, extending a hand once his feet were on the ground. "Thanks," Cassie said as he helped her out of the truck. Shane closed the door before resting his hand on her lower back. As they got closer to the house, he sensed Cassie's reluctance to go inside and slowed his pace. She tilted her head toward the star-filled sky, pulling in a deep breath before sighing.
"Another pretty night,"
Shane said, only he wasn't looking at the sky. He was watching Cassie, noting a hint of sadness on her face. "Uh-huh," she mumbled, still gazing upward. Perhaps the extended absence finally had her missing home.
"Tell me what you miss about Seattle."
He motioned for her to take a seat on the step. The wood groaned as he hunched down to join her. "The greens and grays, mostly. I love the misty air, the way it hovers over the ocean floor." Shane rested an elbow onto his knee.
"What about the rain?"
Cassie bit at her lip. There aren't a whole lot of thorough rainstorms there, really. More of a constant drizzle. She dazed off for a bit before chuckling. "I have these friends. Did I tell you about Anne and Zoe?"
"The ones who were at the restaurant with you when the detective came?"
he asked. "That's them. Well, Zoe loves to complain. The drizzle's one of her favorite targets. She's always saying, 'If it's going to rain, why doesn't it just rain already and get it over with?' Only it rarely ever does. Just a strange, looming threat of something that may never fully come." The way she'd worded things made Shane think about what had sent Cassie there to begin with. The murderous group who'd nearly chased her into his arms. He wondered, would this threat duplicate the impending rainstorm on Seattle, only fizzle out before the downpour made its way there?
I don't mention it to you often, Shane said, but I do ask about the case every few days. There have been no new developments, and none they're willing to share, anyway.
Cassie nodded. I figured. I catch the 12 o'clock news sometimes. I think if there was anything major going on, they'd probably report it during the national news blurb.
Mm-hmm.
Shane ran his palms over his jeans, the conversation making him tense. He hated the thought of Cassie being in danger, hunted by crazed killers seeking blood and revenge. Shane would do anything in his power to keep her safe. But what he was more afraid of was the thought of losing her in an entirely different way. To the comfort and familiarity of her life back home. To the friends and jobs she'd spoken so fondly of. And as much as he wanted the threat over their heads to be gone, his desire for Cassie to stay outweighed all else, and he knew he was a selfish man because of it. "What are you thinking?" she asked him, her voice small and soft in the night. Shane sighed, removed his hat, and ran a hand through his hair.
"That I like having you here,"
he admitted. "You do?" Her smile turned him to mush.
"Yep."
And there were those eyes again, getting heavy in the lids as she glanced at his mouth. She inched closer, brought a hand up to his hair, and began to rake through it as he had. The tips of her fingers slid firmly against his scalp as she moved them all the way back to the nape of his neck, where she toyed with the short hairs there. "I like being here, too," she whispered, voice low and sensual. Heaven help him. He was trying to back things up, not move full speed ahead, and though he reminded himself of that very thing, Shane could hardly fight his desire to reach out and touch her in return, to wrap his hands firmly around her hips and pull her close against him, crush his mouth to hers. Sheer desperation caused him to speak.
"How do you feel about coming to Sunday's service next week? For Easter, I mean,"
he asked.
"Reese can really sing. It'd be worth going to hear that alone."
Cassie backed away from him slightly, a hint of disappointment evident in the fallen expression she wore. She replaced it quickly enough, though. "I'd love to. We should plan on it." Her hand loosened its grip on his hair and then slid off his shoulders completely. "I guess it's pretty late. Are you going to be working all day tomorrow?" He replaced his hat.
"Depends. We've got a bugger of a calf this year that's determined to break free from the pasture no matter what we do. He's got us working double time where that fence is concerned."
Cassie gave him a nod as she came to a stand. "Well, I guess I'll hit the sheets," she said. Shane bolted to his feet, unwilling to let her walk into the empty house on her own.
"Let me get the door for you."
After pushing open the hefty front door, he flicked on the light and motioned for her to enter. "Thanks." As Cassie stepped by him, tucked into those cowboy boots once more, Shane started to regret not kissing her goodnight. He didn't want her to get the impression he wasn't interested, but he didn't want to rush things either. The dilemma was starting to give him a headache. As if helping him make up his mind, Cassie strode over to the sink where she filled up a glass with water. "Good night," she hollered over her shoulder. "Leave the door open if you don't mind. I'll be in a bit." Shane removed his hat, flung it onto the coffee table, and gave her a nod she didn't see.
"Night, Cassie."
But rather than walk down the hallway, he found himself striding toward her, determination urging him forward. His mind was set on two actions. First, he would kiss Cassie that night. Second, he would leave it at that. Cassie barely set the glass down before Shane took hold of her wrist, spinning her to face him. Her eyes were wide and questioning. Shane leaned forward, determined to answer without a single word. His mouth met hers, capturing a hint of cool water lingering on her full, tempting lips. He was pleased by the way she returned his kiss, tortured by it, too. Releasing a shallow groan, Shane tilted his head, unwilling to end the kiss. His hands memorized the delicate curve of her neck before rounding her shoulders. Then, with his palms flat against her back, Shane explored the length of her, pressing her more firmly against him as they kissed. Cassie's fingers found his hair again, filling Shane with a nearly painful pleasure, an urge he could no longer ignore. None too gently, Shane gripped her waist and leaned into her, nudging her up against the cabinet. Something on the counter clanked, possibly spilled, but he couldn't care less. All he could think about was the magnetic heat of Cassie's mouth, the silky smoothness of her lips, and the passion laced in the push and pull of her kiss. Just as he began entertaining thoughts of lifting her on the counter, Cassie slowed the rhythm, moving her hands to either side of his face. The act somehow rang with finality and reminded Shane of the promise he'd made himself just moments ago, that he'd kiss her and end it at that. Cassie pulled away from him, smooth and gentle. "Good night," she whispered. He worked to open his eyes. Cassie smiled at him playfully, and Shane leaned in once more, kissed her so softly it hurt. He did it a second time, and then again, before replying. "Good night." Chapter 25. Cassie felt like her old self again. A straight-hem skirt, silky blouse, sheer stockings, and a pair of heels. Only she wasn't stepping along wet pavement lined with dripping street signs. Sunlight poured from the bluest of blue skies, creating a stunning backdrop to the church house. A picture-perfect Easter day. The massive doors stood propped open at either side, welcoming visitors as well as fresh air and sunshine. It had been years since Cassie had gone to service with her grandmother, and though she couldn't exactly say she'd missed going all those years, there was something nice about stepping into the tranquil atmosphere once again. And with as handsome as Shane looked in his white shirt and tie, she would not have guessed he even owned a tie, Cassie figured she might not mind attending every once in a while. Blake was pointing a finger at the twins who were seated on a bench near the front. After the two gave him a nod, Blake, who was holding Reese's hand, walked her up to the front where she took a seat facing the congregation. A bit of warmth skittered into Cassie's heart as she watched Blake take hold of Reese's chin, tilted upward, and plant a kiss on her lips in front of everyone. Short, sweet, encouraging. Reese's face reddened as she seemed to watch Blake return to the kids. Shane stopped walking, eyeing the empty benches toward the center. "Shouldn't we go sit up there with them?" Cassie asked, nodding toward Blake and the twins. Shane shrugged.
"If you'd like to, my mom will like that. They'll be here soon, and we can save them a seat."
Just as Shane had predicted, the others filled in soon enough. Betty looked like $1,000,000, from her studded nails and turquoise stones to her flawless blonde hair and neatly pressed clothes. As usual, Betty hugged Cassie tight.
"So happy to see you this morning," she said. "And boy, do you look beautiful."
Cassie smiled. "Thanks. So do you." She stepped back to allow the couple to continue down the aisle, surprised when Grant reached out and put his arms around her the way Betty had.
"Hey, little lady."
His voice was deep and masculine, like Shane's.
"Looks like you managed to get my boy to church."
Grant followed the assumption with a conspiratorial wink, and though Cassie hated to disappoint the man, she couldn't help but set things straight. Actually, it was his idea to come. Grant lifted his dark brows before scrutinizing her for a blink.
"Well then, he's a better man than I am. Betty had to pull me out of bed kicking and grumbling."
Cassie's head fell back as she let out a hearty chuckle. "Oh, I should probably be whispering in here, right?" she said, worrying she'd been too loud.
"Certainly not, doll. A good wholesome laugh gets you closer to God, my pa always said."
He gave her arm a series of pats before stepping past her, grasping Shane's shoulder as he did.
"Son,"
he said.
"Hey, Dad."
Shane!
A high-pitched voice blurted from behind.
Shane Emerson!
Cassie knew she hadn't met whoever the woman was. She wouldn't forget a voice like that. A sound that could literally peel paint from a wall. Shane's jaw tightened as his eyes clenched shut.
"Natasha,"
he muttered. If one word could have stopped the peaceful rhythm of Cassie's heart, that was it. Natasha. Shane turned to give Cassie an extended glance, a world of emotion stirring in the depths of his eyes. She wondered what he read in hers. Mindfully, she placed a hand over her heart as she moved to look behind her, hoping it would keep it from shattering at the sight of Shane's ex-girlfriend. With a deep mental cringe, Cassie took in the woman's tiny form, bronze skin, and emerald eyes that sparkled shamelessly beneath the chapel lights.
I was hoping I'd see you here.
Forget about peeling paint. That voice could reduce the entire chapel to rubble. Shane grimaced before turning to face her.
I'm so glad you're here,
Natasha said.
I got in late last night and...
She paused to look Cassie up and down before lowering her voice and leaning closer to Shane.
I was half tempted to drive straight out to your place and see if you were still awake.
She moved one olive-toned hand from her neck and rested it between her cleavage. Her long lashes fluttered, and Cassie suddenly realized just how inept she was in the art of flirting.
Well, I'd have to say it was a good thing you didn't.
Shane rested his hand on Cassie's lower back.
I'd like you to meet my wife, Cassie Lavelle.
Natasha's eyebrows shot up.
Did you say her last name is Lavelle?
Not anymore, of course.
He amended, wiping at his forehead. One side of Natasha's lip quirked up as she studied him. The moment was so tense, Cassie barely noticed that Jade and Gavin had walked in with Luke and the baby. Jade caught Cassie's attention and tipped her head toward Natasha.
Is that the beast?
She mouthed. And though Cassie wanted to find humor in Jade's snide remark, she could barely breathe. She finally nodded in return, eyes widening in surprise as Jade picked that same row to sit in, next to Natasha. Mind sliding on down? Jade asked, slightly nudging her with Kate's car seat.
Gavin,
Natasha chimed.
I didn't think I'd see you in a church house come, you know what, or high water.
Jade rolled her eyes. Hell.
And look at you, Jay, popping out babies left and right.
No, they actually only come out the center. You'll learn all about it one day, kiddo. Natasha spouted off a series of annoying giggles just as the piano stopped. A hush fell over the crowd, and Jade motioned for Natasha to slide down further still, encouraging Luke and Gavin to sit between them. At last, Natasha sat behind Betty and Grant. As Cassie turned her attention to the front, completely unnerved by the woman's presence, she saw Betty turn around and whisper to Natasha, a wide smile on her face. Cassie felt a sharp gulp slunk past her throat. Shane looked straight ahead, an unreadable expression on his handsome face. Was it anger, shock, or confusion? Oh, please no. Please don't let him be thinking on what could have been if Natasha had come to his door last night. Was it possible he was plotting out now ways to escape the horrible trap he'd found himself in at the worst possible time? After all, hadn't he just said he would not take back the time he'd spent with this woman? The piano started playing again, and everyone reached for the old tattered books beneath the benches. As Jade leaned forward, she brought her head to the side of Cassie's face. "Don't you worry about Miss Boobs over there," she said. "Shane can't stand her, and neither can anybody else. And check out Grant's face." Cassie leaned forward, looking beyond Betty. Grant did look unhappy. Repulsed was more like it, as if somebody had just slipped him a dose of sour milk. "Did you see him?" Jade asked in a hushed voice. Cassie nodded, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. It was a rare moment when she took part in ugly backbiting or gossip, and Cassie inwardly scolded herself for doing so. Yet as the reverent song played, the voices carrying throughout the chapel, Cassie envisioned the way Jade had nudged Natasha out of the way with a baby carrier. It had caused Natasha to lose balance for a fraction, no doubt due to the bold pair of stilettos she wore. In retrospect, it was purely comedic. What if she had tumbled over completely? Cassie could not fight back the laughter as she envisioned it. Her shoulders bounced as she thought also of how the woman was stuck sitting behind Shane's parents, while Cassie sat right next to Shane, the man Natasha clearly wanted for her own, the man who just called Cassie his wife. Shane leaned into her.
"What'd I miss?"
he asked.
"Did Jade have some sort of joke?"
This caused her to laugh even harder.
"No,"
she whispered.
"It's just..."
Cassie shook her head, hiding her face as the smile refused to quit.
"I'm just being dumb. I don't know what's so funny.
Nothing is, really. She took a moment to calm down, reminding herself that she was being disrespectful to laugh at such a time and place.
Look,
Shane murmured, nudging her arm and pointing down the aisle. It was the twins. They were tossing small scraps of paper into some old lady's bouffant hair. Blake sat there with his head in his hands, oblivious to the boy's mischief. The sight made Cassie laugh again. Something about the forbidden act, coupled with Shane's muffled laughter, made everything much funnier than she assumed it would be.
You better tell Blake,
Cassie whispered. Shane stretched his arm out to tap his brother, pointing at the twins once he got Blake's attention. Cassie couldn't keep from gasping as the woman reached her hand up. After lightly tapping at the back of her head, she spun to glare at the twins. Reese looked horrified, and though a huge part of Cassie sympathized, the more dominant part of her found it just as humorous as the rest of it. Blake forced himself to pick out the pieces while an older gentleman spoke of the pulpit. It took Cassie a moment, but she finally gathered control of herself just in time for Reese to step up to the microphone. She looked beautiful, and Cassie sighed in relief that her laughing spell was over. Reese had chosen to sing with no accompaniment. She didn't need any. The rich tone of her voice filled the chapel like a high-tech instrument all its own. Chills erupted over Cassie's body. Has she always been able to sing like this? Cassie asked Shane. He nodded.
long as I've known her.
Shane kept his eyes pasted on the front, a furrow owning his handsome brow once more. Once the song ended and other people began to speak, Cassie's mind wandered. The peace she'd felt only moments ago dwindling as a sudden fear struck her. What was Natasha doing there? And what if she was trying to get Shane back? What if Shane wanted her too? Really wanted her? He could be sick inside at that very moment, wishing he wasn't tethered to his phony wife. Wishing he was free to pursue the woman he almost married over a year ago, the one that got away. Cassie's heart continued to thump, its pace increasing as the meeting wore on. "How long does it go?" she blurted, fearing it would never end.
"Until the top of the hour,"
Shane murmured. That was only 5 minutes away. 5 minutes. She could do that. But then what? Go home to restless thoughts of losing a guy she never really had to begin with? She was in his way, again. And though she loved her new place and the people she was with, Cassie began to realize she might not be as welcome as she once thought, especially when it came to one person in particular. Perhaps Shane Emerson had more important things to do than care for her. Maybe it was time to see if there was someplace else she could go. She couldn't handle being somewhere she might not be wanted. Cassie wasn't sure how seriously to take the new direction in which her mind had wandered. The idea had come to her. Now it was time to watch and wait. See if things changed now that Natasha was back in town. Chapter 26. The rain fell hard and heavy on the rooftop as Cassie woke the next morning. She sat up swiftly, scurrying over to the window. A rush of steady drops thumped against the dirt road, now a mess of sloshing mud. For a moment, the overcast sky and wet appearance reminded her of Seattle. Cassie cracked the window, breathing in a full dose of the cool spring air. Nothing smelled better than rain, she mused, until a vision of Shane came to mind. Well, almost nothing. With a bit of concern, she checked the clock, fearing that perhaps the rain had caused her to miss waking up with Shane. She hurried to the bathroom door and swung it open, hating the idea of not seeing him the entire day. It wasn't until she had the door open wide that Cassie realized she'd forgotten to knock. She gasped as she saw Shane standing over the toilet, his back toward her. His shirt was off, but his Levi's were on, thank goodness. In the moment of stunned silence came the familiar sound of a zipper, followed by the swishing flush of the toilet. "Oh!" She spun around to face her room. "Sorry, I didn't see anything," Cassie promised. She relaxed slightly as she heard the water running at the sink.
"I wouldn't have minded if you had,"
he spoke from behind. Cassie could feel the heat in her face. She was mortified.
"You can turn around now,"
he said, water still running.
"I'm decent enough."
Only then did Cassie notice she was still covering her eyes. She pulled her hands away from her face and spun around slowly. Shane leaned over the sink, splashing water onto his face.
Morning,
he said as he shut off the faucet. Cassie reached for the small hand towel hanging next to the light switch and handed it to him. Morning. Her voice sounded weak and wounded. As he patted his face dry, she took in the magnificent sight of Shane Emerson's bare chest. The sculpted contours of his muscles glistened from the water that had made its way there while he'd washed up. And those arms. She'd felt the size of his biceps as she'd held onto him there several times, but to look at it, the strength of those massive arms, it was unnerving. Forcing her eyes away from him, she leaned against the doorframe and spit out the most casual line she could think of. So, what will you be up to today? When he took a moment to answer, Cassie looked back at him. His eyes met hers.
Do you realize you're not wearing pajamas this morning?
Cassie gasped as she looked to see the t-shirt she'd slept in. It barely went to her thighs. No, I didn't. With a second dose of heat flooding her face, she slunk back into her room and closed the door. She rushed to the full-length mirror to see just what it was Shane had seen. Lots of leg, but nothing more. She sighed. That had been a close one. A small series of taps sounded at her door, and Cassie scrambled to find a pair of sweats. Yes? She asked, stepping into them 1 foot at a time.
I didn't answer your question yet,
he said. She opened the door, forcing herself to look at his eyes. Only they were just as alluring as his muscular form.
It's too wet to do much on the ranch,
Shane said.
Wondered if you'd like to spend the day with me.
Cassie fought back a shriek of delight. Yes, that sounds nice. A moment passed while she took in his handsome smile. What should we do?
Whatever you'd like,
he returned.
But let's start with a nice breakfast, and since you didn't get to eat what I fixed you the other morning, I'd like to have another go at it.
Sounds good to me. Cassie started closing the door, pausing as she saw the puzzled look on Shane's face.
What are you doing?
He asked. It would be uncomfortable for her to explain she was simply getting on a bra, so she averted his question instead. I'll be out in 1 sec.
Then I'll get started on breakfast.
With a few moments to herself, Cassie decided to keep on the sweats, but change the t-shirt for a fresh one. At the sink, she brushed her teeth, pulled her hair back, and smothered her hands and arms in her favorite citrus lotion. When she entered the kitchen, Cassie noticed Shane had put on a white t-shirt. Though he seemed to be fighting with the thing as he gave it a tug at the neck, yanking it as if he were choking. She'd seen him doing that before and wondered if he didn't like shirts much. Perhaps he wore them around the house for her sake, assuming it was more respectful. She was tempted to tell him that wasn't necessary, but found herself blushing at the mere thought of it.
Grab a bar stool,
he urged.
Your turn to relax.
An egg carton sat on the counter, along with a loaf of bread, some bacon, and a bottle of OJ. Shane slid a glass across the counter as she took a seat.
Juice?
Sure, thanks, Cassie said, grabbing the cup and pouring herself a drink. She planned to bring up some pleasant conversation, but recalled something a little more pressing. So, the ex-girlfriend, did that shock you yesterday? The big Easter get-together at Betty and Grant's had lasted well into the evening, and though Cassie had thoroughly enjoyed herself, she'd been dying to bring it up, see where Shane's head was concerning the beautiful woman from his past. Shane nodded.
I'd be lying if I said it didn't surprise me.
A hot sting of jealousy jabbed at Cassie's heart. You talked to her for a minute after the session, she said. What did she say? Is she staying for a while, or...? The adamant shake of his head silenced her.
No, at least I'd be surprised if she did.
He pulled a frying pan from the cupboard.
Although with her, you never know, I guess.
The stinging pain sunk a bit deeper. Did she say why she was here?
Not really. To see family over Easter break, I guess.
That made sense. To normal people. Only Cassie didn't feel very normal right then. All she could think was that Shane's ex was there to take him back, and the thought made her want to fight and run all at once. She sure is pretty, Cassie said. Shane had been whisking a bowl of eggs with a fork, but at her comment, he stopped.
She's all right. A little overdone for my taste.
His taste. Yeah, right. He was the one who had chosen Natasha to begin with, but she wouldn't dwell on it. He'd answered her question, so she found more pleasant things to talk about while he cooked. And throughout breakfast as well, Cassie had Shane all to herself today, a rare gift, and she wasn't about to spoil it. So who uses that hot tub? Cassie asked. Is it just for the ranch hands? Shane scooted his chair away from the table to look out the sliding glass door behind him, predicting where the question was leading. He wondered, only briefly, if he could be in the hot tub with Cassie and remain a gentleman.
The ranch hands use it a lot,
He said.
but I get in it too sometimes. Trey's the one who takes care of it, keeps the chemicals where they should be and all that.
Cassie sighed. When he met her glance, she raised her brows and flashed that alluring smile. Let's get in, she said. It had taken all sorts of willpower to be a gentleman earlier, to keep his eyes on her face when she'd walked in on him half-dressed. Now he'd be sitting next to her while she wore a swimsuit. It sounded like the most tempting form of torture he could fathom.
Okay,
He blurted. Sweet, she said. I can't tell you how many times I've looked at that hot tub, thinking of how wonderful it'd be to have one on a deck in Seattle. You know, the misty air, the falling rain. Sounds like heaven. Cassie stacked Shane's empty plate on top of hers and headed for the sink. Shane worked to drag out their time doing the dishes, afraid of how weakened he felt in her presence, yet all too soon they were parting ways their bedrooms to change into their swimsuits.
I'll be out there.
Shane hollered through her bedroom door once he was ready. He grabbed a couple of towels and headed down the hall, thoughts of Cassie running through his mind. He thought of the way she'd cracked up during church the day before, her contagious laughter. He was impressed by her confidence where Natasha was concerned. A lesser woman would have crumpled at the witch's feet, but not Cassie. And even when she'd questioned him that morning, Cassie seemed unaffected for the most part. A little jealous, maybe, but not too ruffled. Perhaps Cassie Lavelle knew she had Shane wrapped around any one of those little fingers of hers. Still, he'd been tempted to tell Cassie why he wouldn't take back the days he'd spent with Natasha, as he'd revealed at the fire pit. But it would have come across as forward. In truth, being in a relationship with someone so selfish had helped him recognize what a gem Cassie really was. Shane wouldn't take that back for anything. He couldn't help but smile as he recalled eating breakfast with her. The way Cassie had stuck her fork into Shane's eggs in order to taste them with the Tabasco sauce, he liked it. The fact that she was so comfortable with him. At times, it felt as if they were actually married. Shane shook his head as he slid open the patio door, realizing he'd met her only a month ago. Yet the chemistry between them was like nothing he'd ever felt. Her eyes alone pulled him into places he yearned to get lost in. And those lips. Cassie's mouth never failed to hypnotize him, from the words it framed to the way she kissed him. The clean smell of chlorine wafted through the air as he lifted the cover off the hot tub. And while he climbed inside, the hot water caressing every inch of his skin, Shane prepared himself for what would come. Sure, seeing Cassie in a swimsuit would be nice, more than nice, but when it came to Cassie, there was so much more. She'd apologized for not being some bitter hag after what she'd been through in life. Shane wished he could go back to that conversation, praise her for that very thing. She was a mystery to him. He'd never known a woman so open, trusting, and kind. And yet Cassie had no good reason to trust another soul as long as she lived, not after the way she'd been hurt. Shane saw her through the glass before she slid open the door. He was surprised to see she wore a one-piece suit. It was black, simple, and added another notch into one of those mind teases he was just thinking of. She inhaled a mighty breath after stepping onto the patio. That's even better than I imagined it would be, she said. I love the way hot tubs smell, and almost nothing smells better than the rain. She paused there, glancing at him. But the two together? Heaven! Shane pulled in a deep breath and nodded. He liked it too. But even more, he liked the way Cassie enjoyed the simple pleasures in life. He stood and held an arm out, offering her his hand as she stepped over the edge and climbed in. Once Cassie was settled, Shane slid a few paces away from her and propped his arm along the edge, watching as she closed her eyes to take in the heat. Steam danced around her face, clung to her flawless skin. Already her cheeks flushed a warm shade of red, matching her tempting lips. Shane caught himself remembering what it felt like to kiss those lips, and groaned inwardly.
You mentioned that you did gymnastics when you were young,
he said, searching for a distraction.
Does that mean you did the beam and bars and all that, like in the Olympics?
Cassie glanced at him, a glint of excitement flashing in the blue depths of her eyes. Yes, the bars were my favorite. I loved flinging from one bar up to the next. When I first started, I just did floor tricks and the beam. I was terrified at the idea of even trying the bars. In fact, I begged my grandma to take me out when it was time to learn them. He chuckled.
So what changed your mind?
A thoughtful look came over Cassie's face as she gazed off toward the pasture. My grandma. She had this phrase she'd always say, "Inner peace is found in the delicate balance of holding on and letting go." She'd had so many discussions with me about the importance of letting go of my parents, the hope they might return one day. I had that part mastered. Cassie spun around to face him and shrugged. So when I wanted to quit, my grandmother worried. I'd made a lot of friends in gymnastics. The coach, my teammates. I think she feared I hadn't learned enough about the holding on part, that I'd be willing to say goodbye to just about anyone. The phrase was sharp and dangerous, like barbs on a wire, and it flooded Shane with a sickening fear. Had Cassie learned to let go so easily? When things were safe back home, which option would she apply to Emerson Ranch? The holding on or letting go? That fear struck against the rough surface in the corner of his mind, lighting the dark place like a match, revealing a hidden truth he hadn't wanted to see. Shane had fallen in love with Cassie Lavelle. Cassie broke into the silence. You know, my grandma wasn't the easiest person to get along with, but she was a good woman. I'm fortunate to have gotten so close to her. Shane responded by asking more about the lady who'd raised her, and the conversation continued. Soon talk of Betty and Grant arose. Cassie said she adored the older couple. She raved about Reese and Jade as well, and added that she was impressed with Shane's brothers, too. And though Shane knew he shouldn't need the affirmation, he couldn't help but wonder if Cassie would become as fond of him. And what if she had those same doubts about his feelings for her? An inner voice hissed horrible words in his head, warning him Cassie could be gone in the snap of a whip. A great yearning gripped hold of him, a need to vanquish any doubt she might have. He needed to make sure she knew which act to follow when it came time to choose. Cassie had to know Shane was worth holding on to. Chapter 27. I've got an idea, Cassie said, hoping to pull Shane from his musings. He'd assumed a sort of brooding temperament during their conversation, a tensed furrow pulling at his brow. Cassie came to a stand and began climbing out of the hot tub. Shane's eyes widened.
What are you doing?
Cooling down. She took the back porch steps slowly, welcoming the crisp air in her warm skin, and eyed the rain-dropping clouds above. Cassie squealed as she turned her face toward the sky, allowing the cool drops to splash and plink against her skin. Her palms turned upward as well, the rain bouncing off their flat surface. The long grass matted beneath her feet as she spun in place, feeling more free and alive than she had in years. Laughter bubbled in her throat as she bolted toward the covered porch, taking the 4 steps in 2 long strides. Her breath caught in her throat as she took in the stunned expression on Shane's ruggedly handsome face. Her eyes shifted from wide to surprised, to narrowed and thoughtful as he scrutinized her, a smile tugging at one corner of his lips. "You've got to try that," she said, invigorated. After tossing a towel to the slatted wood beneath her, Cassie wiped her feet and climbed into the hot tub, shivering and smiling all at once. "Your turn." His face went blank for a moment.
Okay,
he said,
if you do it with me.
Cassie shook her head. "No way. Once was enough for me." She proceeded to dare him with her playful gaze, enjoying the amused gleam that reappeared in his eyes.
All right,
he said, climbing out of the tub. But instead of heading toward the stairs, Shane walked around to where she sat. Cassie gasped as he approached, darting toward the center of the small pool. Shane reached into the water, securing one arm solidly beneath her knees and the other behind her back.
Think I was gonna give up so soon?
He asked, lifting her out of the water with ease. He held her higher while taking the stairs, her feet just missing the railing. Cassie relished the feel of his chest muscles rippling against her, and as the fluid drop splashed the length of her body, she ducked into him, burying her face into his chest. Hints of his masculine aftershave lingered on his skin.
Oh, you're right,
He said, lifting his head toward the sky.
This is wonderful. I think I'll stay out here all day.
Cassie kicked her legs as she giggled, her laughter muffled in a small space against him. The rain pelted her back, soaked into her hair, and trailed down and around her neck.
Let me go,
She hollered.
Why? You want to get out of the rain?
She pulled away from his chest, looked at him through the steady downpour as she laughed.
Yes, you psycho.
Psycho?
He hunched forward to set her lightly on her feet. Cassie bolted toward the porch, anxious to get beneath the awning, but Shane captured her by the wrist.
You're the crazy one,
He said, blinking as the rain caught onto his dark lashes.
This was your idea, remember?
Cassie relaxed her arm until its grasp loosened, then snatched her wrist away and made a run for it. She ran fast up the stairs, but Shane was faster. Shane's strong hands captured her wrist, his fingers wrapping around her hips and seizing her in place. With what felt like little effort, Shane spun her around, causing her to meet his gaze. His dark, wavy hair, heavy with moisture, now hung lower around his face. One thick strand covered the corner of his eye, adding to the severity behind his deep, smoldering gaze. The playfulness was gone from him, and what remained set Cassie's mind scattering like dry grass in a wicked breeze. The steady fall of rain thrummed against the awning above, and though no sounds of thunder shook the ground, unseen bolts of lightning surged between them. The magnetic charge dissolved her inhibitions, and she couldn't squelch her desire to touch the perfect planes on his masculine face. With movements candid and raw, Cassie reached out, rested her palms along his roughly shaven cheeks, admiring each handsome feature. The cool drops on his skin gathered beneath her touch, racing toward her fingertips as they slid along his strong jaw, down the sides of his neck. Shane's hands, resting at her hips, squeezed into her flesh before flattening against her, the heat of his palms penetrating her bathing suit as they moved longingly up her back. In the shaded light, his eyes looked more brown than hazel, the heat she saw in them causing her heart to hammer. A frigid breeze kicked up in that moment, but the warmth of his body, mingled with the intensity of his gaze, chased away the chill.
Cassie,
He murmured before pulling her closer. She let her eyes close as Shane pressed a kiss to her cheek. He rubbed the scruff along his jaw and her face, back and forth, before kissing her cheek again, closer to her lips this time. He repeated the action again, inching toward her mouth, while thrilling her with the rough touch of his facial hair one moment, tempting her with the softness of his kiss the next. Goosebumps rose in a ripple over her skin, the tension building within her as she waited for his kiss. At last his mouth met hers, teasing as he pressed light, lingering kisses to her bottom lip, one after the next, urging her to respond. The act unleashed every ounce of desire she felt for him, the need to be held in his strong arms, her longing to be closer to him, to belong to him. With a barely conscious thought, Cassie released the pent-up passion within her, greeting his next kiss with her parted lips, ready to indulge in it, get lost in it. Shane Emerson was skilled in ways she'd never imagined. It seemed as if every move he made added to her bliss, fed her pleasure. His hand, large and strong, gripped at her hair, tilting her head as he deepened the kiss. The groan that sounded from his chest was low, masculine, and assured her that he felt the same. Cassie sighed, the small sound getting lost in him as she ran hands through his hair in return, the cool, wet strands sliding between her fingers. His lips toyed with hers as he gripped her waist once more, pressing her firmly against the sliding glass door. His kiss was heated, driven and loaded with a new sense of conviction. At once his mouth left hers and traveled to her neck, just below her earlobe. The urgency reached a fevered peak as he trailed kisses down her throat. Cassie felt her body melt, her muscles weaken as Shane slowed his pace, moving his lips over her shoulder, achingly slow. She might have collapsed to the ground had the weight of Shane's muscular build not held her in place. A rash of voices broke into the moment, and it took Cassie a second to tune into them.
"Shane, you devil,"
Trey bellowed.
"do we need to come back later? Leave the newlyweds alone?"
Shane broke away from Cassie, gazed at her longingly with a full-on fire in his eyes. Cassie found herself wishing the newlywed thing were true, wishing she truly belonged to him.
"No,"
Shane said, his voice raspy and weak. His eyes pierced hers as he added,
"we'll take this inside."
Cassie could almost hear her heart thump an extra beat out of rhythm. The guys whooped and hollered in response. Shane backed away, his eyes never leaving hers. Cassie's mind raced. Did Shane intend to take things inside? Finish where he left off? Her chin began to tremble from the cold, the absence of his warm touch. She cleared her throat, eyeing the ranch hands as they stood shuffling from one foot to the next while waiting to enter the hot tub. Trey gave her a wide smile while wagging his brows.
"Better shut those windows tight, Shane,"
Randy bellowed.
"There are a lot of us wolves out here with keen hearing and devilish minds."
As if proving his point, the muscled ranch hand tipped his head back and let out a howl. A few of the others joined in. Shane rolled his eyes, grazing Cassie's hip with one straightened arm, and reached for the handle to the door. He pulled Cassie away from the glass before sliding it open.
"Go ahead,"
he said, nodding toward the dining area. The walk down the hallway felt awkward and strained. Cassie could hear Shane's muted footsteps as he followed paces behind. Her mind was everywhere at once. What would happen now? How much would she allow to happen? She couldn't help but think getting involved with Shane was a terrible mistake. Sure, his brothers had taken to married life, but perhaps Shane wanted nothing to do with it. The last thing Cassie needed was another attachment she had to let go of. One more hole in her heart, one she may never fully fill. As she stepped into Shane's bedroom, her eyes went to his window, peeking through the half-open blinds to see that it was already shut. Her heart throbbed painfully as she eyed the bed, wondering when Shane would make his move, if he would. He'd followed her into the room, but stopped just beyond the doorway, avoiding her gaze. He wasn't sure either. She could tell. Shane Emerson was nothing if not honest, decent, and he didn't want to give her the wrong idea. It felt as if her heart had been torn in two, the larger portion sinking to the ground beneath her feet. Cassie envisioned treading over it as she stepped toward the bathroom, wavering at the entryway. She spun around to look at him, relaying a list of unspoken questions with her gaze, wishing he'd give her an answer. Did he care for her? Could he see himself married to her one day? Had he fallen hopelessly in love with her, as she had him? Shane nodded toward the bathroom, his feet planted in place a safe distance from her.
"You go ahead,"
he murmured.
"I'll change in here."
Shane forced himself not to watch as Cassie made her way out of the room. From the corner of his eye, he saw the door shut. He wanted to punch a hole in the wall and spew curses loud enough for the horses to hear. Instead, he wadded up the towel in his hand and flung it across the room, muttering under his breath. A volcano of frustration erupted inside him, burning every muscle in his body with angry heat. Why had he suddenly been forced to make a decision he wasn't at all ready to make? When Shane had told Trey he'd be taking things inside, he'd meant every word. Yet when he'd followed her down the hallway, her slim figure taunting him just yards ahead, he couldn't help but think things were moving dangerously fast, and the last thing he needed was another crash and burn. He paced the floor and forced out a slow breath through pursed lips, running a hand along his jaw. He had the rest of the day to spend with this woman. He only hoped whatever Cassie chose to do, it would take them out of the house, away from the bed. Just glancing at the king-size mattress made Shane want to tear open the door, drag Cassie back to his room, and have his way with her. With great effort, Shane ripped his thoughts away from the tempting visions and focused on the few things he knew for certain. First, Cassie Lavelle could be leaving any day. Second, Shane had fallen in love with her. And third, he had no idea whether or not she felt the same. He didn't know how much time he had, but one last thing was certain. Before Cassie left Emerson Ranch, Shane was going to find out. Chapter 28. Cassie could not bring herself to even consider kissing Shane goodnight. Not while she was so unsure of his feelings for her. Though a voice in her head said Shane had made it obvious. During the movie they'd gone to see, Shane held Cassie's hand, his strong, slightly calloused fingers gently caressing her palm before linking in and out of their grip. Not only had the action been sensual, it had infused Cassie with a sense of comfort where he was concerned. She felt safe with him, in more ways than one. Surely Shane Emerson made it clear that he cared for her, but that didn't mean he loved her. "You coming?" Shane stood just outside the open truck door, the yellowed interior light reaching beyond the cab to touch his handsome face in the night. Cassie glanced down at the hand he held out to her before meeting his gaze. A dose of heat flared within her chest. The magnitude of her growing love for him, combined with the all-consuming pull he had on her, caused sheer havoc within her heart. So much that it hurt. She slid along the seat and dropped her gaze to the damp ground at Shane's feet.
"Don't forget your food,"
he said, nodding to a box of leftovers on the seat. "Oh yeah, thanks." Cassie reached for the box, securing it in one hand. She hadn't known how to explain her lack of appetite at the restaurant, but at least she hadn't wasted the meal. Perhaps by the time Shane went to sleep, her appetite would return and she could eat it then. It was sure to be a sleepless night, filled with restless thoughts and questions, along with inevitable doubts as to how Shane felt for her. At some point, Cassie would be forced to make a choice, like she learned to do so many years ago. Sure, they hadn't heard so much as a whisper from Seattle on the case, but that didn't mean much. Things could change in the blink of an eye, and Cassie could be on an airplane saying goodbye to Emerson Ranch and all the wonderful people there.
"Are you all right?"
Shane asked, breaking into her concentration. While Cassie had been stuck in her musings, Shane had escorted her up the stairs and to the front door. His face was devastatingly handsome beneath the warm porch light, his alluring eyes dark and friendly all at once. Cassie cleared her throat. "Yeah." Her gaze shifted to the door before settling back on him. "Thank you for dinner, and the movie, and the
hot tub?"
Shane's brows arched as he flashed her a wicked smile. She couldn't help but laugh as her face flushed with heat. "That too." Shane looked down at his feet, nudging the doormat with his boot. When his hazel eyes met hers once more, the warmth in her face spread throughout every inch of her body, igniting passions she didn't want to feel. In a slow, almost hesitant manner, Shane reached out to her, securing one warm hand behind her neck. His brows furrowed in concentration as he looked at her, like she was a complicated puzzle to solve, or a problem he had to fix. The expression terrified her, made her wonder if he was just about to apologize for leading her on, to say he'd never really felt anything for her at all. He might admit he'd been thinking about Natasha since she came into town, and asked for permission to tell the woman about the farce so he could start dating his ex once more.
"Cassie,"
he said in a raspy whisper. But it was too much. She couldn't possibly hear the words she feared would come. She was better off not knowing, left to imagine that perhaps he really did love her, even if he never had. With that very thought urging her next move, Cassie backed away from him. "You don't have to say anything to me, Shane, all right?" She glanced up in time to see the confusion in his eyes. His lips tightened into a straight line. Cassie turned her attention to the door, hoping to escape the dreaded conversation he'd intended to start. Yet just as she gripped the knob, ready to slip into the silence of the home, Shane spoke from behind.
"I think we need to talk,"
he said.
"Don't you?"
She let out a deep sigh and shook her head, unwilling to turn back and face him. Not really. Cassie's voice sounded cold and calloused. She regretted the tone, but there was no going back. So she carried forward, glancing at him over one shoulder. I'm not sure we have much to talk about, but I do want to make one thing clear. She fought the tremble of her lower lip. You don't owe me anything, okay? And she meant it. He'd given her enough. A safe place to stay, the kind and loving warmth of the ranch, and a romance that was far too good to be true. Shane didn't have to apologize for the fact that he hadn't fallen in love with her, that he still had feelings for his ex-girlfriend, if in fact he did. Either way, she was better off not knowing.
Wait.
Shane rested a hand on her shoulder. Cassie spun around to face him, daring him to speak up, praying he'd say what she so desperately wanted to hear. Say it, Shane! Please, please say you love me! Her heart pumped faster at the mere thought. She exhaled a shaky breath. Shane licked his lips, cleared his throat.
I, don't want you walking into an empty house alone,
he said. Her face flushed with embarrassed heat as she dropped her chin. There was a delicate balance in life, knowing when to hold on or let go. And though it would hurt more than anything she'd suffered in years, Cassie wished the whole marriage charade between her and Shane would end once and for all. Shane was not her husband, and as much as it pained her, she would never be his wife. She would have to face the process of letting go sooner or later, and in that moment, Cassie couldn't think of a better time to start. For the life of him, Shane could not figure out where Cassie was coming from. What had she meant by saying they had nothing to talk about, and that he didn't owe her anything? What did that even mean? All he'd wanted to do was let Cassie know where he stood, see if she felt the same. Yet she'd cut him off, completely unwilling to talk about it, and she didn't even know what it was. Or maybe she did. Perhaps Cassie had known exactly what he was going to say, and she'd been desperate to stop him because she didn't love him in return.
Didn't love him in return.
The words encased him like a desolate graveyard. He took a step back, eyeing Cassie where she stood in the doorway, the box of leftovers in her hands. Her gaze remained fixed on the floor, shoulders tensed, face pained. Cassie was trying to stop him from professing his undying love before it embarrassed them any further. Without looking at him, she reached over and flicked on the light. Shane watched her feet as she shuffled slowly toward the kitchen, away from him. Just why had he been so certain she cared for him? Damn his stupid, boneheaded brothers, and the bet that got him into the mess in the first place. One stupid bet Shane was willing to make because he was so sure Natasha wouldn't leave him for the city, positive that she'd never turn down his proposal, and she had. The good thing was, Natasha had rid him of the toxic element she was in his life. On the downside, she'd sentenced him to a far worse fate of falling in love with someone worth loving, only to lose them in the end. It's what he'd feared from the very beginning, and here it had come to be. Cassie didn't want his declaration of love or soft-spoken words. She wanted only to get back to her life as soon as the circumstance would allow, gladly leaving the ranch and everyone on it. Shane only hoped he could take a lesson on how such a thing was done. He wanted to know, from an expert, just how to let go of a person he loved. While risking a glance into the kitchen, Shane saw Cassie at the sink, a glass of water in hand as she gazed over the pasture. If he didn't know better, he'd swear she was waiting for something, waiting for him. His breath quickened as he moved forward in slow and hesitant steps, his mind racing in all directions. Cassie dumped the remaining water from her glass, set it on the counter, and met his gaze once more. What did she want? What was she waiting for? Hadn't she been the one to silence him only moments ago? Releasing a deep breath, she strode past him, making her way down the hall where she spun on one heel. "Where's Shay?" she asked him. Shane gulped the thick knot of regret in his throat.
Who?
"Shay," Cassie said, striding back down the hall and into the kitchen once more. "She isn't out there." Shane stepped toward the window, feeling like his mind must be drifting somewhere beyond the glass.
What do you mean?
Well, I was noticing that somebody left the light on out there, and realized Shay wasn't in the corral. At least, I didn't see her. Cassie was right. Shay wasn't in there. He reached for the phone.
Hate to call my parents so late, but I have to rule those guys out before I wake up the ranch hands.
As the phone rang, Shane eyed the corral once more.
That light's bright enough to keep the whole town awake. We rarely turn this thing on.
The strength of it was no doubt seeping through the blinds in Shane's room. Had Cassie not noticed that Shay was missing, he would have discovered it soon enough.
What is it, Shane?
His dad's voice sounded gruff with sleep.
The floodlight's on out back and Shay's not in the pen. Were you out at the corral tonight? No, son, but I'm sure one of the ranch hands just took her out for a joyride. Must know if they took Drake, you'd crush him flat. You don't think there's any foul play?
Shane asked, thoughts of the Lawson brothers swimming through his head.
Nope. Check with Trey. I'm sure he'll know what's going on. Okay, thanks.
Shane ran a quick gaze over Cassie. Her arms were folded, and she was running one hand over her forearm.
What did he say?
She asked.
Nothing. Just that he's sure one of the ranch hands must have taken Shay for a ride. I'm going to find out who. You can go on to bed. I'll lock things up behind me. If you get scared, there's always the revolver next to my bed.
Cassie's eyes widened. Bringing up the gun might not have been a great idea. He'd shown her the thing after she'd arrived, but hadn't brought it up since.
Not that you're going to need it. I just wanted to make sure you remember.
She nodded.
Okay. Not then.
And with that, Shane headed downstairs. He wasted no time flicking on lights and checking beds. The 4 interns shared rooms, 2 in each. The first 2 were there, tucked beneath the covers. Randy and Max were in their own rooms, sleeping soundly, even through the glare of light. Trey's room was next, and Shane stepped inside, hitting the light along the way.
Someone took Shay,
he said, folding his arms across his chest. Trey sat up quickly, squinting as he looked around the room. Shane continued on to the next room, eyeing the 2 beds while turning that light on as well.
Who's in this room?
He asked, noticing an empty bed. Trey was pacing the floor and rubbing his eyes.
Shay's gone? I thought he was taking the truck. Who? Reynolds.
Trey sighed, shaking his head.
Guess his mom's going downhill fast. They don't expect her to make it through the week.
The news relieved Shane in one sense, disturbed him in another. The poor kid.
Does he want to go home? We could arrange for him to fly out tomorrow. Have Max take him to the airport.
Trey nodded.
I think that'd be best.
Trey shook his head in wonder.
He said he was going for a ride, but I thought he meant in the pickup. I never told him he could take Shay. I hope he doesn't do something reckless out there.
The concern in Trey's eyes triggered that nervous thump of his heart to pound once more.
Let's fire up the trucks and the 4-wheelers. We need to get them back.
Within minutes, the ranch hands were loading up the pickups and ATVs. Shane locked the mudroom door, the back door, and the front door, too. His conversation with Cassie, or lack thereof, would have to wait. For now, he had to help Reynolds, the quiet, hard-working intern, in his time of need. Chapter 29. Cassie stepped into Shane's room, eyeing the dresser at his bedside. She'd never considered the handgun he'd shown her upon her arrival, but there was no denying the draw she felt toward it then. Only moments ago, she'd watched out the front room window as the men piled into the trucks and headed over to the barn. There, some hopped onto 4 runners and made their way to the main road just behind the trucks. Cassie was certain Shane had everything under control, but she couldn't quite calm the maddening race of her heart as she stepped closer to the dresser. The brass handle felt cool and smooth beneath her fingers as she pulled open the drawer. And there it was, dark, cherry wood handle, the remainder cased in dull silver. She gulped before closing the drawer, unnerved by the sheer sight of it. She recalled what he'd told her, that he kept only 2 bullets in the thing, and that he'd have to either pull the trigger a few times or rotate the barrel before getting to them. This, he said, might save him from getting shot by an intruder in his sleep. Just as Cassie turned to step out of his room, the phone rang, loud and startling. Her hand trembled as she reached for it. Hello?
Cassie?
Yes. She loved the rugged sound of Shane's deep voice.
I just wanted to settle your mind. One of the ranch hands took Shay for a ride is all. We're fixing to round him up now. With all of us on the lookout, we should have her back in no time.
Which ranch hand took her? She asked.
Reynolds.
Cassie's skin seemed to register the name before she did, a great wave of chills rippling up her arms. Why would he do that?
Guess he got an upsetting phone call about an hour ago. His mother's dying, and they don't expect her to make it through the week. A kid just needed to work out his thoughts, is all.
Cassie sunk onto the bed. Ow.
Go ahead and get some sleep. It won't be too much longer before we're back.
Okay. Bye. She was stunned. Too stunned to move while she held the receiver to her ear, staring into Shane's closet. Soon the phone started to beep, and Cassie reached to set it back in the cradle, eyes still pasted on Shane's clothes. Reynolds' mother was dying. She felt sorry for him, for the way she'd been so frightened by him and his strange ways. He couldn't help that he was socially inept, could he? And now he was hurting. Without much thought, Cassie reached out and pulled a shirt off its hanger, the one Shane wore on the day he'd picked her up from the airport. And as she stepped into the bathroom, flicking on the light with her elbow, Cassie inhaled the scent on his shirt, just as she'd remembered. The clean smell of his detergent. She eyed the bottle of aftershave on the counter, dabbed a bit on her fingers, and rubbed it over the fabric. There, smelled just like him. The bathtub faucet squeaked as Cassie turned it on, anxious for the warmth and comfort it would lend. She had a lot to consider, and the heated water and soothing steam would help her clear her mind. She was going to let go of Shane, kiss all hope of a future together goodbye. May as well spend a night reminiscing first. Sleeping in his shirt was sure to keep dreams of him coming, of time they'd spent together, of new encounters, too. If Cassie was destined to say goodbye to Shane forever, at least she'd enjoy a few final moments in his arms.
You there, Shane?
Shane reached for the CB resting on his lap as he scanned the field ahead.
Yep. We found Shay,
Trey said.
but not Reynolds.
Shane grunted in frustration, ready for the late night to end.
Where is she? Tied up to a post out here along the creek. I think we're at about 12th East or so. Where the hell is that kid? No idea,
Trey said.
The creek's hardly deep enough for a swim, or anything else for that matter.
Though Trey hadn't spoke it, Shane guessed he'd been making reference to the disturbed ranch hand trying to drown himself.
Damn it! Just how bad off do you think the guy is? Is he looking to off himself? It's hard to say, as quiet as he is all the time.
After a long pause, Trey spoke up once more.
Should I Max ride Shay home? We could load the four-wheeler in the back of the truck, and I could wait here for Reynolds to come back.
Shane didn't know how to answer. He knew the kid was suffering, but this was ridiculous.
Didn't you say Reynolds doesn't have a cell phone? He doesn't. Can't afford one. So how do you hear about his mother? What number do they call to reach him?
Trey paused in answering.
The main line. The receiver downstairs. But they don't call him. He always calls there to check in.
Something about the situation felt off, like he was missing something important.
Hey, where's Cassie?
Trey asked, as if echoing the thought that came to his head. Shane was already spinning the truck around, heading back the way he'd come.
At home. Alone? Yes, alone. What do you think? Everyone's out here with us.
He shifted gears, accelerating before flooring the clutch once more. Reynolds had come to the ranch before Cassie, meaning he couldn't be connected to the Lawson brothers. But that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous.
I'm headed back there now. If you see Reynolds, call me. In the meantime, you better pray he hasn't laid a hand on Cassie. He touches her, and I'll kill him myself.
Chapter 30. The last of the water slipped down the drain as Cassie rested in the tub, welcoming the air against her damp skin. She had let herself soak in the heat for so long, she needed to cool down. As she got out of the tub at last, patting herself dry with a fresh towel, Cassie eyed the shirt she'd wear, looking forward to the feel of it, the smell of it, too. The tangles in her hair loosened beneath the brush as she stood before the mirror, Its surface steamed up despite valiant efforts from the loud ceiling fan clinking overhead. With one twist of the doorknob, she unlocked Shane's door to let him know it was safe to enter in case he returned during her bath. She kept the fan on, switched the light off, and headed slowly into her dark room, anxious to look out the blinds for Shane's truck. Surely he'd be home by now, perhaps saying goodbye to Reynolds and wishing him well. Cassie wished him the best, too, but couldn't help but feel relieved at having him gone. The thin edges of the blinds slid up as she nudged them, creating a small gap to see. Her hopes of spotting Shane's truck were lost as she eyed the dirt driveway. Still not home. Great. Perhaps she could read in bed while she waited. Being in Shane's shirt and all, she didn't really want to be seen by him, but at least she could listen for his truck. Once he returned, she could fall asleep. Until then, she'd be left to wonder. Her eyes worked to adjust to the darkness as she shuffled across the floor, flipping off the fan in the bathroom. As she spun back around, heading for the lamp on the dresser, Cassie heard something in the corner of the room. Her back stiffened before she realized the cats must have snuggled up on the rocking chair instead of the bed. "Ollie," she called. "Oscar!" She leaned forward as she walked alongside the bed, the outline of the white lampshade coming into view. Just as she reached for the small switch, one cat nuzzled against her arm and purred, followed by the next. The switch twisted beneath her fingers. The bulb made a shallow pop as it glowed to life.
Rather dumb animals.
A voice spoke from the corner of the room. Cassie started as she spun around to see Reynolds reclining in the chair, his face ominous and grim. She eyed her cats next, gulping as she considered what to do. A jar lay on the bed next to the cats, while a brown spider scurried about inside. "Reynolds," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "The guys are out looking for you. We need to let them know you're here." He shifted his gaze to the cats.
They've been pawing at that jar for the last hour, assuming that if they wait long enough, their little friend will come out and play.
The topic seemed innocent enough, but the expression on Reynolds' face screamed words that were anything but.
They don't realize, he continued, that when you want something, you have to go in and get it yourself.
A shallow breath escaped her lips. "Well, I'm glad they can't get it. From what you said, those things are dangerous." Cassie wasn't sure what the best move would be. For now, Reynolds sat on the rocking chair, calm and motionless. Was it safe to assume he was only looking for an escape from the sad reality of losing his mother?
He's not dangerous to everyone.
Reynolds' elbows rested on his knobby-looking knees, his sharp features growing more severe under the deep shadows of lamplight.
See, males don't like entering homes per se, but there's a certain time of year when they're willing to do it, to get what they want, what they need.
Cassie wasn't interested. She only wanted him to get out, away from her room and her bed, and take his hideous spider with him. "Reynolds, please don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think you should be in here. Let's go into the kitchen, and I'll make you a cup of—"
"Sure,"
he said, coming to a stand.
"But you didn't ask me why the male comes into the home. You didn't ask what he wants."
Encouraged by his cooperation, Cassie headed toward the bathroom, anxious to get into the wide space of the hall, the kitchen, or the night if she had to. She only knew she needed to get out of that room. Hardwood switched to linoleum beneath her bare feet as she reached the bathroom. "Okay," she said, playing along. "Oh, what does he want?" In one jolting move, Reynolds slammed up against her back, his strong, wiry arms wrapping around her frame. Cassie screamed out, but his large hand clamped over her mouth, muting the sound. His breaths were thick and gruff as he brought his lips to her ear. He panted there for a moment before answering.
"He wants to mate."
Cassie screeched against his palm as she struggled to break free, working to pry herself out of his grasp. His arms, thin as they might be, were like strong, unmovable cords. Desperately, she tried to wriggle free, hoping to elbow him somehow. But with each move she made, his binding hold coiled tighter, like some medieval trap. Soon she felt the wood beneath her feet again, and sheer panic set in. Her legs were free, so she tried them next, kicking at his knees and shins. As her blunted heels pounded against the front of his legs, no doubt causing him some level of pain, the magnitude of the moment struck her. Cassie was fighting for her life, doing anything she could to hurt this man before he hurt her. Finally, Cassie's foot connected solidly with his upper thigh, the tendons tightening as he groaned. She repeated the action, managing to strike higher, and sensed a shift in his grasp. Without a second's pause, Cassie shrunk to her feet, tearing away from the bony cage of his arms, and bolted for freedom. One long stride took her through the bathroom doorway. Another had her closer to the opposite door. She stretched out her arms, anxious to turn the knob and escape, her hand just inches from the dull brass. She saw him approaching from the corner of her eye, heard his beastly breath as he gained on her, and felt a crippling blow as he lunged, knocking her down with the force of his weight. Cassie crashed into the closed door, her lower body trapped beneath his lanky form. She couldn't let it stop her. She would crawl with him on her back if she had to, but Cassie was determined to get that gun. Her face remained pinned against the wood as Cassie reached for the doorknob. With every shred of energy focused on the act, she stretched her hand, the tips of her trembling fingers just grazing the doorknob, not quite able to make it turn. She cried out as Reynolds clenched a mean grip on her bare legs, digging his nails into her skin. The sight of the doorknob, the key to Cassie's escape, grew further from view as he dragged her backward toward the room. Had she not dropped her arms to support herself, Cassie's head would have crashed onto the floor. As it was, the button-up shirt crumpled beneath the great pool, causing her stomach to skid and burn along the linoleum. A new wave of adrenaline shot through her body, and Cassie thrashed and screamed with reborn vigor. With each kick, Reynolds' grip loosened a bit more. Finally, he lost hold of one leg completely, allowing Cassie to turn onto her back. But before she could yank herself free of him, Reynolds secured the other leg with both hands, tugging harder as Cassie reached for anything that might slow him down. As he pulled her partway into the room, the hard surface beneath her head, Cassie gripped the door frame on either side, using the leverage to keep her in place. Small wooden pieces flaked away beneath her nails as she dug in, fingers aching, arms trembling. Reynolds yanked harder, his sunken eyes fierce and angry.
"Don't you think I know your secret?"
He spat.
"Does this look like marriage to you? Separate rooms, letters from old lovers, forced kisses with something to prove."
Cassie couldn't help but get distracted by his words. Letters? But then she remembered. Outside in the backyard, she discarded Griffin's letter in the trash that day, the day Reynolds found the spider in her hair.
"Now I'm the one with something to prove,"
Reynolds said. She glanced near his feet as Oscar approached, the orange cat lengthening his back as he stretched. Reynolds followed her gaze, glaring at the cat before kicking it away with the side of one foot. Ollie, who'd been approaching the scene as well, leapt back onto the bed. Reynolds held tight to Cassie's leg while reaching toward the animal, only it wasn't the cat he was after. It was the spider. With an outstretched arm, Reynolds raised the jar high over his head. Cassie flinched as he thrust it toward the ground, the glass shattering against the hardwood floors with a sharp, shrieking clatter. Reynolds bent down and secured a jagged piece of glass in his hand, smiling as he watched the spider scurry toward the opposite wall.
"He's gonna take care of his business."
Reynolds pressed the pointed shard against Cassie's ankle, pricking the surface of her skin.
"And you're gonna play nice while I take care of mine."
A thin stream of crimson trickled from the small wound. The phone rang in the other room, and Cassie's heart thumped impossibly faster. "Shane will be back any minute," she warned, her fingers losing their grip on the frame. A deviant smile crept over his lips.
"Then we better hurry."
When Shane saw the warm glow of light in Cassie's room, he sighed in relief. Perhaps she simply hadn't heard the phone ringing. Still, he was anxious to see for himself that she was unharmed. He shut off the engine, climbed out of the truck, and bolted toward the front door. The cool metal of his keys felt heavy as he fumbled for the right one. Shane told himself he was overreacting as he shoved the key in the lock in a frantic rush. But when a sudden scream shrilled from Cassie's bedroom, he knew his hunch had steered him right. Cassie was in danger. A surge of fiery heat shot through him like a bolt of lightning, fueling him as he burst through the door and raced down the hall. A loud ruckus sounded from Cassie's room as he heard yet another scream, this one muffled. Already he was halfway to his room, picturing the gun at his nightstand. The two cats met him in the hallway, and Shane sped past them, tearing into his room where he grabbed his gun. The door leading to the bathroom was closed, but not locked, yet Shane was certain the one leading to her room would be locked for sure. Rather than test the thing, he lifted his foot and kicked it solid and hard by the doorknob. The loud crash announced his entrance, revealing a sight Shane would never forget.
"Get off of her or I'll shoot!"
Shane said, his arms straightened before him. Cassie's legs were bare, but a shirt covered the rest of her as she struggled beneath Reynolds on the bed. Reynolds still wore his clothes, telling Shane what he wanted to know.
"I said get off!"
Shane couldn't recall even one time the quiet intern had looked him in the eye, but as Reynolds trained his gaze on him, Shane saw the rudiments of a soul so dark it made him shudder. Reynolds dragged one hand over Cassie's thigh before lifting it in the air.
"I'm getting off of her,"
he said.
"I'm getting off."
It was then Shane noticed the swollen claw marks on Reynolds' face and the deep scratches along his hands and arms, evidence of Cassie's attempts to free herself. In that moment, Shane wanted to kill Reynolds, wanted to put a bullet through his traitor's skull as he climbed awkwardly off the bed. Every move was achingly slow, clearly methodical, each making Shane more anxious. The barrel in his gun was less than half full. The first two pulls of the trigger would offer nothing but hollow clicks. At last, Reynolds slunk to his knees on the opposite side of the bed, no doubt hoping it would shield him.
"Come over here, Cassie,"
Shane said, vaguely noting she wore his shirt. Her cheeks were red, her face wet with tears, and her body trembled as she moved to climb off the bed. Her gaze met his, the look in her eyes pleading with him. As Shane held the gaze, urging her to move quickly, Reynolds seized her from behind.
"She's not going anywhere yet,"
Reynolds said.
"I'm not done with her."
Shane gave the trigger a pull, nodding as it came to a shallow click.
"The hell you're not."
He aimed the gun at the top of Reynolds' head, the only part that was not shielded by Cassie or the bed.
"Sounds like you're out of bullets,"
Reynolds said. Shane took one step forward.
"I'm not."
Cassie yelped as Reynolds' arms snaked around her throat, putting her in a headlock.
"Don't come any closer,"
Reynolds warned, grunting as he tightened his grip. Only then did Shane notice the thin trail of red pulling from Cassie's lower rib, and the jagged piece of glass that caused it, held snugly within Reynolds' grip. Shane took another step, and then another. More tears streamed down Cassie's face.
"The closer you come, the deeper this glass goes. If you cock that gun again, I'll cut her insides out before you can pull that trigger."
Without another thought, Shane lunged forward, thrusting the butt of the gun against Reynolds' head. Cassie screamed in the chaos of twisting arms and sharp fists. There was no denying Reynolds was tougher than he appeared, but Shane was stronger and had much more to lose.
"Go call 911!"
Shane hollered as Cassie escaped. She raced out of the room while Shane wrestled with Reynolds, dodging the glass in his fist. Shane managed to clock him upside the head with the gun once more, but the kid still held strong. Reynolds retaliated by striking back, thrusting the broken glass toward his face. The sharp sting along his temple told Shane he'd missed his eye by less than an inch, and though he could feel the warm spill of blood trailing down his face, Shane knew it was nothing compared to the damage done to Reynolds' own hand. His grasp on the piece was so tight it cut into the tendons, sending a bright stream of blood down his wrist and the back of his hand. Just as Shane thrust Reynolds face down against the floor, pinning his rigid arms behind his back, Cassie stepped into the room, dodging the broken glass while reciting the address there at the ranch.
"You're a fool not to shoot me,"
the kid growled.
"I'm only going to come back for her."
Shane thrust his knee deeper into his back as he cocked the gun once more, heated fury roaring within him.
"Not if I can help it."
Shane shoved the barrel flush against the back of his head, wondering if he could really do it. There'd been a deadly threat over Cassie since before she'd arrived, one that was far from reach and out of view. But this guy, he was right there, right then, and Shane had an unbearable itch to rid the world of him.
Shane, don't.
Cassie breathed, and barely a whisper. One hand covered the speaker of the phone.
Please don't. You'll regret it. The police are on their way, and I think you hear the ranch hands pulling up, too.
Shane hoped she was right. He'd hand this guy over to Randy first chance he got, At least Randy wouldn't be as tempted to kill the disturbed outcast.
Why listen to her?
Reynolds asked, his words muffled.
She's not even your wife.
The comment triggered a response in him, touching a raw and reckless nerve. Shane shoved the barrel harder against Reynolds' head.
You got a death wish?
When no answer came, Shane shook his head, gathering the truth in his silence.
Here,
Shane said to Cassie.
Take this gun from me before I blow this kid's brains out.
Cassie tilted her head, eyeing the thing like it was on fire.
Are you kidding?
Maybe she'll have the cojones to actually use it,
Reynolds muttered. Shane's blood reached a fevered peak.
Take it, Cassie. I'm about to snap.
With the phone to her ear, Cassie gave him a silent nod of consent.
Don't shoot it,
he said as she took it from him. She rolled her eyes in return.
Don't worry, I won't.
Chapter 31.
Ouch.
Shane flinched as Cassie pressed the cool washcloth against the cut on his face.
Sorry,
she said, hiding a hint of laughter bubbling in her throat. Shane gave her a sideways glance.
You don't sound very sorry.
I know.
A small laugh escaped.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm delirious or something. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We were almost killed just hours ago. And after getting stitched by some EMT you went to high school with, we spent over a half an hour trying to hunt down a dumb spider. It's just...
She tried to gather her thoughts as she dabbed a swab of cotton with peroxide, addressing the wounds on Shane that hadn't needed stitching. Shane shifted further back onto the counter, looking at her warily.
Just what?
I don't know. I was about to be raped or killed or whatever he was going to do to me. And when you came, I was relieved in one sense, but even more terrified in another over what he might do to you. It was the worst moment of my life.
She fought back a sudden chill. The peroxide fizzed as she patted the thin gash above Shane's eyebrow, the smaller of the two cuts on his face.
So now, the absence of that fear and anxiety, the knowledge that I'm okay and you're okay, all of this has me feeling kind of high.
Well,
he said.
I'm glad, I guess.
Cassie smacked him in the arm.
You guess?
Shane met her gaze and sighed.
You had a pretty big meltdown after the guy left, Cassie, which is normal and all. But I'm sure that's not the end of it. Chances are you'll be haunted by this whole thing for years to come.
Cassie gulped. The way he'd said it, the somber look in his eyes, made her realize he was talking about himself as well. It made sense, though. Both she and Shane had at least one gash that had required stitches, and therefore more long-term healing. Most likely, when it was all said and done, there'd still be a scar, one that would fade only with time. She imagined the same must apply to their emotional scars as well. They, too, would require time to heal and fade.
I'm hoping the exterminator can come tomorrow,
Cassie mused aloud, stepping back to observe her work.
Me too.
Shane shook his head.
Here I've been worrying about the Lawson brothers this whole time, thinking that if we can keep you safe from them, we're home free.
His eyes narrowed into an aimless glare.
Only to find out we had some sick, messed up kid, one set on hurting you, living right below us. It was a good thing Randy found that journal,
he said.
It'll pretty much tell the court whatever disturbing facts they need to know about Reynold Baxter. Quiet drifter, puzzled loner, and threat to any woman out there.
Cassie sighed, nodding wordlessly.
Come to think of it,
Shane said,
I'm starting to wonder if something is wrong with you.
She scowled at him.
What do you mean?
A smile came to his lips, reaching that dimple in his cheek.
I mean, who in tarnation has people out to hurt them every darn place they go? And it's like you attract this kind of thing.
He chuckled, full and hearty, covering a sore spot over his gut as he did. Cassie grabbed the washcloth from the counter and tossed it at him, giggling when it hit him square in the face.
You think that's funny, do you?
He asked, coming to a stand before her. She smiled.
Yep.
Well, I'd get you back, but seeing that you're wearing my favorite shirt and all, it'll have to wait.
Cassie's face flushed warm. Even as Shane had helped dress her wounds, he hadn't mentioned the shirt. Of course, she managed to pull on a pair of jeans before help arrived, but there was no way she'd go back into that room tonight. She eyed the tear in his shirt, the bloodstains surrounding it. Is this really your favorite shirt? Shane shrugged.
You pick out any of those shirts hanging in my closet, drape it over that body of yours, and it'll be my new favorite.
He gave her a wink.
Just like that.
Shane strode past her and into his bedroom, leaving the door open wide. Cassie gathered up smooth Band-Aid tabs, wet cotton swabs, and hung the washcloth to dry. Before flipping off the light, she eyed the wadded towels beneath her door, praying it would keep the horrible spider away.
I wonder if we should put towels under this door, too,
Cassie said, stepping into Shane's room. He had his shirt off, wearing only a pair of loose-fitting boxers. She raised her brows as she eyed him questioningly.
They're shorts,
Shane said in response.
And no, I don't think we need to barricade this door, too.
Cassie glanced over his closet.
Any preferences before I choose?
She asked, looking for another familiar shirt.
Just one that buttons down the front like that one does? Dang, that looks sexy on you.
She hid a smile, tugging a light blue shirt off the hanger, and headed back to the bathroom to change. When she came back out, the hem of his shirt reaching the middle of her thighs, Shane was already planted firmly on the floor. His head rested on a pillow while a blanket covered the lower half of his body. His bare chest, tan, toned, and distracting, taunted her as she made her way to the lamp. The sheets felt like cool silk as she slid into his bed. She imagined the spider once more, remembering what Reynolds had said about it hating to climb.
You know, she said, if you wanted to sleep up here too, I'm sure we could behave. I've got nothing but sleep on my mind right now.
Okay, so maybe that was a lie. But she'd meant the other part. They could behave if it meant keeping him and his perfectly handsome face off the floor where the spider might get him. Shane sat up, lifting his brows as their eyes met.
Nothing but sleep?
She nodded.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes ran a slow gaze over her face before wandering slowly down the length of her, scanning the bed as if the covers were see-through.
Think I'd better keep here. You may have nothing but sleep on your mind, but if I slip beneath those covers with you, that'd be the last thing on earth that would come to mind.
And with that, he rested his head on the pillow once more.
Night, Cassie.
Cassie reached over to flick off the light, a smile pasted on her lips.
Good night.
Cassie pulled open the oven door and rejoiced with a triumphant cheer. Finally, a successful batch of home-baked bread. Her prior attempts had proven to be an utter disaster, the flat, hardened loaves more like bricks than bread. She shook her head, recalling Randy's remark to Shane the other day after dinner.
Cassie sure is a fine woman,
He'd said.
but that girl don't know crap from Crisco.
The comment earned Randy a well-deserved slug in the arm from Shane, not to mention a scorching glare from Cassie. This batch was sure to shut him up. The heat grazed her skin as she bent down to retrieve the loaves. Using a set of worn, crocheted hot pads, Cassie removed each pan, a wide smile on her face. Golden bread, rounded, light, and lovely, lay perfectly in each one. The aroma was amazing. She couldn't wait to spread butter on a warm, thick slice and eat it while reading the rest of her novel. Cassie had earned a bit of downtime after such a productive day. She'd weeded her thriving garden, scrubbed the kitchen floor, and even managed to make Betty's famous crock-pot stew. Hopefully, Cassie's wouldn't take on an infamous title of its own. She planned to share it with the ranch hands, but only if it turned out as it should. There'd be no more jokes at her expense. While the loaves cooled, Cassie wiped down the counter, glancing out at the horses in the pasture. Shane had taken the truck today and left Drake home to roam with Shay. The two ran in circles within the gated area, seeming to enjoy one another's company. Perhaps they were in love. A sigh slipped from her lips as she considered something she hadn't before. Here at Emerson Ranch, Cassie was surrounded by lovers. Betty and Grant, Blake and Reese, Gavin and Jade. She laughed as she walked toward the sliding glass, eyeing the horses once more. Now she could add Drake and Shay to the list. Cassie's attention remained on the magnificent creatures beyond the yard until something caught her eye. The hot tub. At once, the images of her and Shane's blessed moments beyond the glass door filled her mind. Almost 2 weeks had passed since then, and though that very day had been marred by the terrifying events of the night, Cassie's memory of those moments remained pure and untainted. She held them safe in a cherished place in her heart, often musing on them when recollections of Reynolds invaded her thoughts. With modest success, Cassie had managed to apply her approach of letting go to the horrific evening, to not let the incident cripple her with fear or the sheer panic that erupted from all the what-ifs. What if Shane hadn't come home in time? What if he'd shot the kid and ended up in prison over simply trying to protect her? Or at very least become haunted by the knowledge that he'd ended the life of one so young. Those very ideas had tormented Cassie for 2 days straight, until she made a conscious effort to leave it behind. Still, Shane hadn't kissed her since their moment against the very pane of glass she stood before. Throughout her stay, Shane Emerson had maintained the perfect combination of gentleman and rogue. She hoped the rogue wasn't gone for good. She squinted her eyes, looking for any signs of Shane's prints on the glass, but stopped when she remembered his hands were on her and nowhere else. Firm on her hips while he kissed her with more passion than she could fathom, it was enough to have Cassie wondering, even at the memory, if perhaps Shane really did love her. On more than one occasion, Cassie had thought it might be helpful to talk things out with Reese or Jade. Other times she considered speaking with Betty, confiding in the woman about her feelings for Shane, and if nothing else, having a good cry over the fact that he did not love her in return. The idea lingered in her mind. Maybe Betty knew her son better than anyone. Maybe his mother would tell her something she longed to hear. That Shane had, indeed, fallen in love with her, after all. Before she had a chance to get a hold of them, Cassie's hopes soared toward the blue Montana sky, taking her spirits along with them. Shane's impassioned kiss, his gentle touch, his thoughtful actions and protective way, they could add up to love, couldn't they? What if she was missing the truth of it all along? In less than a minute, Cassie had a loaf of bread within her grip. She would take a pan to Betty and Grant, thank Shane's mother for her patience in teaching her how to get it right, and then stay for a while, perhaps strike up a conversation about that amazingly wonderful, everything Cassie could want in a man son of hers. See where it went from there. The sun shone bright as she stepped onto the porch. The moment felt like something straight from a fairy tale. The slightest hint of wind blew, scents of honey and pollen thick on the fragrant breeze. Green leaves were taking shape on the nearby oak tree, offering new life to the yellowed land Cassie had come to love. Birds chirped from within its branches, the small sounds making her picture a delicate nest filled with scrawny birds and yellow beaks. Before taking the stairs, Cassie paused to inhale the delicious-smelling bread once more, reveling in the joy of her success. She made it down 2 creaking steps before she saw someone coming down the dirt road. A red, sporty convertible she didn't recognize. And though she hadn't thought of the Lawson case in days, Cassie pictured the face of the man who'd been on trial, the one she'd helped put away for his savage crimes. Her heart slowed a bit as she saw the person behind the wheel was a woman. A woman she recognized, Natasha. What was she doing there? Cassie breathed a small sigh of relief that Shane wasn't home. She was even more glad of the fact as she watched the woman exit the vehicle. Tight denim covered her stick-straight legs while a small plaid shirt, tied just beneath her breasts, revealed parts of her tanned, tiny torso. Of course, she hadn't forgotten the cowboy boots. Hers were pointed like a witch's shoe at the toe, and the heel looked a bit like the stilettos she wore the other week in church. In her hands, Shane's ex-girlfriend held a pie. Cassie could swear she saw steam wafting from the golden-brown creation. "Hi, Cassandra," Natasha said as she approached. "Cassandra?" Cassie gave her a sideways glance. "Hi. I'm guessing Shane hasn't come back for lunch yet. You expecting him any time soon?" "Oh, I'm afraid not," Cassie returned, putting a little pout into her voice. "I packed him and the ranch hands a nice lunch. They're doing vaccinations today, and they don't have a minute to spare." The beauty tilted her head, reaching for one of the braids dangling at either side. She twisted the small strands around her finger. He had all sorts of time to spare for me," she murmured. Cassie nearly gasped aloud.
Well, sorry you missed him. I'm just heading over to Betty and Grant's now. You're welcome to leave that here, if that's why you came. She eyed the pie in her hands pointedly. The woman looked at her for a blink, thoughtful. Well, I just came from Betty's. My pies are famous around here. Grant's favorite is raspberries, so I took one of those to him and brought an apple pie for Shane Bear, since that's his favorite. Shane Bear?
Cassie was livid.
Natasha craned her neck forward, far over the pie, her skinny form mimicking one of the baby birds Cassie had imagined only moments ago. I know this game, Cassandra, she said in a sneering whisper. So you don't have to put on an act for me. I know exactly how Reese snagged Blake, and I saw the way Jade snatched up Gavin. Others might believe you're married and in love, but I, for one, know why you're really here.
Natasha straightened up proudly, her eyes spitting venomous flames.
So how about this? Why don't I take whatever that is you're holding to Betty and Grant's, and you can take this apple pie on into the house and leave it just like this until Shane gets home. She took 2 steps closer and smiled. He always said my pies put him under a spell, and I'm looking forward to the effects of it already.
Cassie gulped down the lump forming in her throat. She couldn't remember disliking a person so much in all her life.
I don't need you to take this bread over to Betty for me, she said. I can do that myself. Cassie set the loaf onto the thick frame of the banister and walked toward Natasha. But I'd be happy to give Shane your infamous apple pie. Famous, Natasha corrected, extending her arms. Cassie scowled down at the pie. 1-inch strips of crisp to perfection cross-weaved a seamless pattern over the top. I'll make sure he gets it. She spun on one heel and headed for the steps. And Natasha, Cassie added, you don't have to worry about me cutting into this while he's gone. I hate apple pie. She made it to the steps before Natasha replied, You know, I bet you are a breath of fresh air. Cassie paused, 1 foot resting on the bottom step. How so? Oh, it's just that I used to drive Shane crazy with all my diets and restrictions, things I would eat, stuff I wouldn't. She laughed wickedly. You probably eat everything he does, matching his appetite and all. Cassie knew she wasn't overweight like the beast implied, but she couldn't help but feel the sting of her comment. You're right, Cassie said. Shane says that, compared to you, I am a breath of the freshest air he's ever had. We'll see about that, Natasha hissed. Cassie could not help it, couldn't in all the world stop herself from doing exactly what came to mind. The pie in her hands went from face up to face down as fast as Cassie's hands could flip it. And from there, the thing splattered onto the wood-slatted porch with a sound Cassie would have paid to hear over and over again. She found it in herself to gasp out loud, though it was marred with the laughter bubbling inside her. What happened? Natasha asked, looking more annoyed than concerned. Your pie, Cassie said. It slipped right out of the tin. Natasha dashed over to look. The horrified expression on her face was golden. I'm so sorry, Cassie offered, sobering up for the apology. You must make one perfect crust. I've never seen one slide from the tin like that. With full-on flames darting from her eyes, Natasha reached out and snatched the pie tin from her. No problem. I'll bring him back another when he comes home. Maybe I'll wait until you're out of our way. From what I hear, it won't be much longer. Cassie's heart began to hammer. Hear from who? Natasha gave her a disbelieving glance. The news. They're relocating all you jurors. A dose of panic rushed through Cassie's body. What station did you see that on? I've been following Seattle news since I got here, seeing that I know your whole story and all. Another juror was found dead this morning, and 2 detectives from the case were shot. One was killed. Cassie could barely digest it all. The Lawsons were trying to get them to talk, so they're relocating all the rest of you. Natasha glared at her. I hope they hurry. I'd hate to see the Emersons put in danger because of you. Cassie didn't say goodbye. She only stepped over the pie and made for the door, feeling as if she might faint, My gosh, oh my gosh, she chanted, racing for the remote. Gonzalez could be dead. The Lawson brothers might be on her trail, and the Emersons may be in danger, like Natasha said, all because of her. Images of Shane's family flashed through her mind, from Betty and Grant to Jonah and Kate. The TV blared to life, and Cassie thumbed the remote until she saw a news reporter speaking. The news team was smiling and laughing and looking more annoying with each passing second. She moved on to the next channel, and then the next, flipping a few more times to find herself back at the cheesy news team. Ugh, do you guys not have cable? She mulled over her limited options. Jade and Reese, they'd probably heard. And what about Shane? Shouldn't he be notified about what was going on? Or Grant? She considered that as she headed into the kitchen, mind racing like a jet. In a frenzied rush, Cassie leaned over the counter, securing the phone in her grip, and froze as a loud thump pounded against the front door.
Cassie Lavelle?
Chapter 32.
Trey and his guys are herding in the next round of calves,
Grant said over the CB.
You boys about finished with that bunch?
Shane nodded to Gavin, indicating he could open the gate.
Yep, we're letting them out now.
He flipped open his notepad and scanned over the list. They still had a lot more immunizations to give before the day was through. He'd been hoping to head home early that afternoon, but instead Shane would be lucky to make it back in daylight. Another burst of static broke through the intercom before he heard his dad once more.
Shane, are you there?
His voice had changed, carried a hint of urgency in it. Shane ripped the CB off his belt and pressed down the button.
Right here. You need to drop what you're doing and get to the house, son. Right away.
Shane lifted his head, eyeing his truck across the field.
What's wrong?
In seconds, he'd hopped the corral's fence. Once his feet hit the ground, he broke into a run, the speaker held up to his ear.
They're coming to get Cassie. Take her to a different location. You want to tell her goodbye.
He ran faster, his feet suddenly numb, his heart fevered.
How do you know? Why didn't they call me? They tried, said they couldn't get you on your cell,
his dad replied. Shane cursed, realizing he'd left it in the truck.
They've got a lot of people in danger, and they need to be as quick and discreet as they can be.
Shane's mind was racked with worry and loss, and raw panic for the woman he loved. Where would they take her? How would they keep her safe? And what if he didn't get to her in time to say goodbye? The keys rested in the ignition, and Shane wasted no time turning it over. The thing roared as he tore onto the road, cursing under his breath one minute, then praying for help the next.
Please, let me get to her in time. I have to get to her.
His pulse raced while he sped toward the ranch, squinting against the afternoon sun once the house came into view. A black, unmarked sedan with dark-tinted windows sped along the dirt road coming from the house. He watched as it tore past Betty and Grant's and pulled onto the main road. Shane had a sick feeling Cassie was inside that very car. He pressed the pedal hard to the truck floor, desperate to close the gap, but the black car was fast, too fast. His heart picked up speed in a race of its own, trying to make up the difference. He'd almost lost Cassie once. Why hadn't he told her then, after it was all said and done, that he loved her, that he didn't want to live life without her? At least he would have found out where she stood. A new and terrible question occurred to him then. What if the person who had her was one of the Lawson brothers? No, that wasn't their style. They would have butchered her on the spot. The thought had him calling his mother from his cell.
Where are you?
Betty asked as she answered.
On the road, chasing a black car just pulled out of the drive. Will you check on the house, see if Cassie's there?
She's not,
Betty said. Shane pressed harder on the gas, his leg cramping beneath the pressure.
They sent a deputy for her. Dad said he told you. They've got a private jet waiting at the airport.
Damn it,
he muttered under his breath.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry you didn't get to say goodbye. You were really falling for this girl, weren't you?
His mother had said it so lightly, like Cassie was simply going on vacation.
Mom, do you realize Cassie could be in danger right now? I just can't let her go.
Betty released a faint sigh.
She'll be fine, Shane.
The black car must have had some trained racer behind the wheel.
The thing sped beyond his view as the grounds went from flat land to valleys and hills. They weren't headed toward the main airport. His frustration only mounted as he considered what his mother had said.
Why in the world do you sound so calm? Because I know she won't be gone for good, Shane. And you know it too. That girl is in love with you. She's in love with this ranch and this life, just like Reese and Jade. Yeah, but Reese didn't get shipped out before... Before what?
Betty asked. Shane shook his head, too angry to finish the sentence. Betty spoke up.
Before you had a chance to tell her you loved her too?
She never told me she loved me, Ma.
But you know she does. And when it's love, it will find a way. Fate brought her from Seattle to Montana. It can surely bring her back from wherever she's headed now.
The short burst of a whining siren sounded from behind, and Shane looked back to see a police car's light flashing in the rear view. He muttered a curse under his breath.
Got a cop on my tail, I gotta go. You better pull over for that, man.
Betty's voice cut out as Shane hit the button, like he was stupid enough to try and outrun a cop. Once the truck was stopped, Shane rolled down the window, reaching into his back pocket for his wallet, all the while praying his mother was right. The officer, upon retaining Shane's license and registration, proceeded to lecture him on keeping the speed limit. Shane chuckled darkly under his breath. Speeding? Compared to the sedan up ahead, Shane's truck was slower than a snail. The guy would never have caught up to that man, though. Nobody would. Cassie was about to be ripped from his arms, and there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Shane couldn't stop himself from driving back to the house. He had a lot to take care of where those calves were concerned. Another passing day could make all the difference. But he had to get into the house, into her room, see if perhaps everyone was mistaken and she was really there in the kitchen with a smile on her face, waiting for him to come home. The first thing he noticed as he pulled up was a loaf pan balancing on the railing. Why would she have left it there? He rounded the corner and barreled up the porch steps, barely missing a flattened pie on the stairs.
What the heck?
He looked around, further disturbed. It seemed as if there had been a struggle of some sort. His heart hammered as he ran down the hall, through his room, and the bathroom too, flashbacks of their recent horrors shifting through his mind. At last, he stepped into the place where Cassie had slept for the last month. Her things were gone, all of them. A colorful patchwork quilt lay smooth over the bed. It looked as if she'd never been there at all. Shane gave the door frame a good hard kick and cursed. His hands flew to his head, his hat falling to the floor as he raked fingers through his hair, gripping at the strands. His eyes searched over the remainder of the room, looking for some sort of note, something she may have left behind. Anything. No, not just anything, he realized. The ring. He had to know if she'd left it behind, or if she'd held on to it. The matter held great significance in his mind, as if it indicated the action she planned to take where he was concerned. He checked the bathroom next, relieved when he saw that no ring had been left there. He was equally pleased to see evidence of her, though, in a forgotten hairband on the counter. He gripped hold of it, wrapped it around his hand, and went on to check his bedroom next. No ring, no note. Shane pictured the kitchen counter, nearly knowing the wedding ring would be there. He was there in seconds, looking over the empty countertop. Just as he had decided the ring was not there, a glint of light caught his eye. The shimmer of sunlight bouncing off the small diamond on her ring, resting in the windowsill. But there was something odd about the way she'd set it there. Rather than place it flat on the tiled surface, Cassie had placed the ring on top of a raw potato, a toothpick holding the gold band in place. Shane approached the ring, wondering what Cassie was trying to say. Surely she'd meant to send him some sort of message. He lifted the ring off the toothpick, slid it partway onto his pinky finger, and searched the kitchen for any other signs of her, of what had happened before she'd been taken away from him. As his eyes rested on the crock pot in the corner, he smelled the delicious aroma of what could only be his mother's stew. He thought of Cassie's attempts to become a better cook inside. If he couldn't get her back, Shane doubted he'd ever have an appetite again. He spun around to scan over the home once more, feeling like he had to do something, unsure of what he could possibly do. It was hard to see straight, nearly impossible to breathe. He noticed then that the phone was off the cradle, and when he picked it up, Shane saw that it was dead. Cassie had either been on the phone with someone or was about to make a call. His detective skills were limited, and it was time to find out from a professional just what was going on. The department had given him a card, disguised as a coupon for a party clown. He found it quickly enough, but was interrupted by a familiar voice coming from the front door.
Knock, knock.
It was Natasha's nasally twang, and he didn't have time for the woman. With his eyes set on the card, Shane tapped out each number on his phone.
Shane, you home?
Natasha shuffled into the kitchen, smiling at him like it was some sort of reunion.
I can't talk,
he told her, tuning into the ringing on the other end of the line. She stepped toward him, rested her hand gently on his back.
Is this about Cassandra?
She whispered. Shane took a step forward, enough to get her clammy hand off his back. A machine picked up, and Shane paused as he considered leaving a message. He didn't want to endanger anyone, least of all Cassie, and leaving a message could do just that. What if it got in the wrong hands? At last he opted to disconnect. The only thing that kept him from chucking his phone across the room was the idea that somebody may try to call. Someone who might know something about Cassie's whereabouts.
I want you to leave, Natasha,
he said.
I appreciate you coming by and all, but this isn't a good time.
Did she tell you I brought over that pie?
Shane spun around.
You saw her? You saw Cassie?
He reached out, took hold of Natasha's elbow.
She's not real friendly, Shane. She ruined that pie.
Tell me what happened,
he pled.
Who came and got her? Did you see?
Natasha's face fell flat. She shook her head.
No, I didn't see. I was just bringing you a homemade apple pie.
I don't care about the pie, Natasha. Did you know she was leaving?
No, she looked surprised when I told her.
Told her what?
Shane asked.
What I saw on the news. They said they were moving all surviving jurors to different locations. They wanted the news spread so the Lawsons would stop pursuing any locations that might have been leaked. It was all over the news.
Shane released the hold he had on Natasha's arm and walked past her, out of the kitchen, through the family room. He didn't know where he was headed, only knew he had to get out of that house, away from the place Cassie had been taken from. As he neared his truck, ready to drive it till the tank ran dry, Shane saw Blake's Durango pulling onto the dirt road. Gavin was sitting in the passenger side. Dad was seated in the back seat. Not many things in life ranked higher than livestock on a cattle ranch. The fact that his family had put that aside for even a moment spoke volumes. While the men exited the vehicle, Shane's footsteps slowed and then stopped altogether as they approached him. A small, reverent huddle formed as their arms wrapped around him. Shane was humbled by their demonstration of love, strengthened by their support, and somehow justified in the immense pain of his loss. A loss he had tried to prepare himself for and failed miserably. Chapter 33. Cassie caught a whiff of Millie's stale perfume before hearing her stride down the hall. "Cammy, dear," the woman said, sticking her head in the doorway. While stroking the cat sprawled over her lap, Cassie stared out the window, barely seeing what lay beyond. Yeah, there was no use in correcting the woman on her name. It seemed Millie's mind had aged in her 70-plus years, as one would expect.
"Sandwiches are ready. You're welcome to join us on the front porch."
"Thanks," she replied, feeling guilty for being such a slug. Less than a week had passed, yet it seemed like years compared to her time on the ranch. With what felt like great effort, Cassie turned to the woman. Purple eyeshadow framed her pale blue eyes, while bright pink lipstick coated her heart-shaped lips. The woman gave Cassie a kind nod while wringing her hands.
"I'm not sure it's my place to say this, which is why I've waited until now to do it."
She stepped hesitantly into the room as she continued.
"But, well, it's plain to see you're struggling to get over something. Or perhaps someone."
Cassie cringed at the accuracy of her words. It felt as if the truth had been stripped from her somehow, torn from her heart for all the world to see the sad, bleeding ruins.
Was the source of her pain so obvious that a mere stranger could sense it?
You know, dear, you can talk to me about it if you'd like.
Millie's eyes turned wide and hopeful as she waited for her response. Cassie bit at her lip, daring herself to speak, knowing it might help to break down and divulge the depths of her sorrow.
Millie?
Mike's gruff voice echoed from the kitchen.
She don't need any of your therapy. Just let the girl be.
Millie's face scrunched in disgust.
Hush up, Mike. No one's forcing her to do nothing.
She leaned further into the room and brought her voice down to a whisper.
Mike sure can't give me the darndest time.
A brief moment elapsed while the woman put a quivering hand to her chin, her light eyes dancing with secrets.
Even still, I fell in love with him. He may have turned into a royal pain over the years, but I'm crazy about the man.
Cassie smiled, envying the woman in that moment. Millie had the one she loved by her side. Beyond that, what else could she want for? And though the pair seemed to get ornery with one another, it was plain to see they loved each other dearly. "You two make a nice couple," she said. "And in case I haven't told you, I really appreciate you guys taking me into your home."
Happy to do it,
the woman said, waving her hand dismissively.
We've taken in a half a dozen witnesses over the years. Just glad they still let us do it, even though Mike's retired. Anyhow, we hope you become more comfortable as the days go on. Perhaps even warm up to us a bit. Millie,
Mike grouched.
Get on with it, would you? I'm starving to death out here. Oh, the big baby.
With a shake of her head, Millie dashed toward the door.
The man won't eat without me,
she said over her shoulder.
Do come and join us if you'd like. If you're not up to it, I understand. We can always wrap up the sandwiches or feed them to the birds.
With that, the sweet little lady scurried back down the hall, scolding Mike for being so rude. Cassie sighed. 3 long days had trudged slowly by, and she only felt more miserable with each passing moment, though she shouldn't complain. She was alive, unlike some of the others who'd served on jury with her, and from what Mike had relayed, Detective Gonzalez was safe as well. Mike and Millie's home was clean, modest, and welcoming enough, yet it somehow felt empty. Cassie had spent entire days in Shane's house while the men were away, and had never felt so alone. But the reason was clear. Back at the ranch, Shane was always a horse ride or truck ride away. She turned her attention back to the motionless view out the window. No garden growing, no horses running, no hope of seeing Shane's truck barrel over the dirt road. Shane was with Natasha, perhaps spending a nice long lunch under the large oak tree, laying back as the wicked witch fed him bites of her poisonous apple pie. Cassie dashed the image away, giving in to the terrible tremble of her bottom lip, and broke into full-out sobs as she considered how beautiful it had all been, like a dream. And though she knew it would be best to forget it all and move forward, Cassie was determined to preserve every memory. She didn't want to forget the first kiss they'd shared in the hotel, or the way he teased her about looking at him while he lay in his hotel bed. She loved that playful manner. Her heart kicked up a beat each time she considered the way he'd taken her in his arms, kissed her at Betty and Grant's, right there in front of everybody, and then in the pantry, and again at the house. A deep burning flared within her as she recalled watching Shane in his element, birthing calves and caring for cattle, the way he looked in that cowboy hat, so rugged and masculine, and without it, boyish almost, with a slight wave in his thick dark hair. She had fallen thoroughly in love with him, and though the truth of it racked her body with a pain she could barely fathom, Cassie would never take it back, would never give back the rain-drenched kiss they'd shared out on the patio, their moments outside the hot tub. She wondered if this was what Shane felt when they were gathered around the bonfire, when he'd stated that he would never take back the time he'd shared with Natasha. Perhaps, to him, their time spent together was much too precious to erase. A rush of fresh tears spilled over her cheeks as she clenched her eyes shut. Her shoulders shook with a mixture of laughter and sobs. What a beautiful romance they had shared, more wonderful than anything she'd experienced, yet it was gone in a blink. Oscar's gentle purr grew louder as she began rubbing him once again, alternating between the two.
With a bit of apprehension, Cassie looked down at her hand, frowning at the absence of her ring. A pale, slender line marked the place where it had been. Leaving without saying a word to Shane had been the hardest thing she'd ever done. Harder than saying goodbye to parents who were never there to begin with. Tougher than letting go of a boyfriend whom she hadn't seen in years. Shane had become her life, her everything. Nothing about Seattle sounded appealing to her then, yet that was her new reality. Best case scenario, the pending trial would end well. The Lawson brothers and their deadly mob would be put away, and she'd go back to her lonely life in the city she used to love. Until then, Cassie was stuck living with an old couple who shot tin cans in the backfield nearly a dozen times a day. While they weren't shooting, Mike and Millie dwelled on an outdoor sofa, sipping iced tea and watching the goings-on, which mainly consisted of weeds growing and wind blowing. Cassie had tried joining them out front once, but found it unsettling, disappointing really. While in her room, she didn't hope, didn't anticipate, didn't dream. She couldn't say the same of her time spent on the lounge chair out front. There, Cassie hadn't been able to squelch her hope for seeing Shane's truck pull into the drive. The anticipation had nearly drained the life from her. She couldn't endure that kind of desperate longing, watching, waiting. It took Cassie a moment to acknowledge the strange ruckus sounding from out front. She tipped her head, staring into the empty hall, willing herself to detect the source of the noise. Quickly, she set the cats in their kennel, hid it in the corner, and came to a stand. Voices carried throughout the home, men, more than one. The Lawson brothers. They had found her. Cassie grew nauseous with fear, knowing just what they were capable of. She grabbed the lamp off the nightstand, yanking the cord from the outlet, and reared it over her shoulder like a baseball bat. Nudged up to the pale green wall, Cassie worked to calm her breathing. Footsteps came, sure and steady, as they strode over the kitchen linoleum, undeterred by Mike's threats. Cassie gripped the brass lamp with sweaty palms, eyeing the frayed strands of gold carpet as the muted steps drew near. Closer, closer still. She tightened her grip, ready to swing, when she recognized the cowboy boots approaching the room. It was him. Shane Emerson stopped in the doorway, looking her up and down.
"Don't hurt me,"
he said, lifting his hands in surrender. The shock alone caused Cassie to take a step back, releasing the lamp as she did. She blinked while taking him in, every marvelous inch, wondering if she was only dreaming the whole thing. Shane? In one swift move, the handsome cowboy swooped in, wrapping his strong arms around her lower waist, and lifted her off the ground.
"Cassie,"
he uttered, spinning her in place. Her arms tightened around him in return, shock being replaced with excitement. "You came," she said. "How did you find me?" Mike and Millie stood in the hallway.
"I'm gonna need to get approval before you take her, young man,"
Mike threatened, thumbing the pistol at his belt. "Take her?"
"Sir,"
Shane said, voice deep and certain.
"this woman is my wife."
He turned back to Cassie, looked right into her eyes.
"The department said I'd have the option of seeing her to another location, and that's what I plan to do. If she needs protecting, I'll see to it."
Warm heat, smooth and tingly, spread over her body in a fluid wave. Shane reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring. Cassie noticed that he still wore his. He dropped to one knee, looking at her while balancing the ring over her finger with one hand.
"I should have told you this long before now. I didn't, and I almost lost my chance."
Shane gulped as he glanced at her, those hazel eyes warm beneath his dark lashes.
"Cassie Lavelle, you are beautiful in every way, on the inside, the outside, and everywhere in between. If you'll do me the honor of marrying me, for real this time, I can take you away from here and keep you safe now and forever. Say you'll be my wife."
Cassie nodded. "I will!" she cried. Shane was on his feet again, taking Cassie into his embrace once more. She giggled as he ran the rough scruff of his jaw along her neck, nuzzling into her.
"I thought you said you was already married."
Mike placed his hands on his hips.
"Oh, hush,"
Millie scolded him.
"Can't you tell these two are in love?" "You hush, Millie. I'm the one who's got to answer for this gal's whereabouts.
Mike looked at Shane, brows puckered into a frown.
Sir, you can say I held you up at gunpoint or tied you to that sofa on your porch, and I can do it if needs be, but I won't be going anywhere without this woman.
In minutes flat, Cassie's belongings were stashed back into her suitcase. Cassie secured the zipper, grabbed her medicine cabinet bag, and sighed.
Cats are in the truck,
Shane said, stepping into the room. She smiled. Thanks. Shane grabbed her suitcase and led the way down the hall, out of the house, and into a new life. A life they would live together. The thought raised goosebumps on her arms. From the front drive, Cassie waved at the couple on the porch, thanking them once more as Shane packed her luggage in the truck. Just as she noticed an extra suitcase tucked in back, Cassie was lifted off her feet and into Shane's strong arms. His mouth was at her ear just as quickly, murmuring words she wanted to hear again and again.
Now let's go make you my wife.
The sun took its final bow for the evening as Shane drove on. And though the sunset had been one of the prettiest he'd seen, he wasn't sad to see it go. Not when it marked the end of one day and the start of a new. Who would have known it would pay off so nicely to fall for a woman with no real family? No one to notify about a spontaneous wedding to a guy they'd never met? Nobody to stop them. Of course they'd do it right eventually, when things were safe once more. But for now, Shane and his new bride were off to stay in a home just outside Rexburg. Blake and Gavin had set to work on the internet and found Shane a position as foreman over Morgan Ranch. The job included housing that, from what his brothers said, would be similar to the house at Emerson Ranch, minus the 7 dwarfs living in the basement. Shane glanced at his beautiful bride, nestled snugly up against him on the middle seat.
Mrs. Emerson,
he murmured, squeezing her hand. She gave him a warm smile, along with a flirtatious lift of one brow. His belly warmed in response, his pulse hammering. He pressed the gas pedal with a new sense of urgency, anxious to have her in his arms.
I love that we're really married,
Cassie whispered in his ear.
You're mine. Oh, mine.
Boy, was that ever true.
when we get back to Montana, we're gonna have to do this right, you know?
Cassie laughed. I know.
Bet it won't make it too painful. You'll have Reese picking out your dress, Jade selecting the band, which will probably consist of Gavin, his guitar, and a few of the ranch hands.
She chuckled and added, and Blake, gracing our presence in his lucky boots.
That's for sure,
Shane said.
Of course, Grant will take the microphone and talk about all the hell I raised when I was young, throwing in stories of Blake and Gavin just to keep it interesting.
Cassie chuckled. So this family in Rexburg knows we're coming, right? She asked as they slowed onto the narrow dirt road.
That's right. Here's the main place. Out back is where we'll stay.
Once the truck rolled to a stop, he opened the door and climbed out, insisting Cassie come along with him. Shane had no intention of leaving Cassie's side. After meeting his new employers, signing a few papers, and collecting a small advance, Shane held the keys to their honeymoon getaway, for better or worse. He hoped it was nice inside the modest home. Cassie had refused Shane's offer to stay at a hotel in town, saying that she just wanted to start their lives together, and she couldn't imagine a better place to do that than on a ranch. 2 lampposts lit the small walkway leading to the porch. Shane carried Cassie up the steps, smiling at the way she raved about the sun-paled siding and old picket fence. She did the same thing inside as well. While Shane brought in the luggage, Cassie wandered from room to room, oohing and awing about everything from the old-fashioned fireplace to the hardwood floors. By the looks of it, there was a kind team of thoughtful folks nearby who'd done their best to make the place look real nice. Once the cats were munching on their food, the suitcases in the house, and the deadbolt secured, Shane strode down the long hallway to find his wife. The first room, empty save a small desk and chair, showed no sign of her but the light she'd left on. He flicked it off and looked over his other shoulder. Bathroom, light on, no Cassie. He flicked that light off as well. From the next room at his left, a light shone bright. He looked in that room first. A single bed, dresser, no Cassie. Off went that light, which left one last room. A room that was lit by a single lamp, soft, warm, and inviting, like Cassie. She sat on the edge of the large bed, biting at her lower lip, looking shy, innocent, flawless. "This place is perfect," she said. The seductive edge to her voice was gone, hindered by the obvious nerves tensing her tone. Shane lifted his hat from his head, staring into Cassie's eyes, and tossed it onto the corner where it landed on the dresser with a thud.
Yep.
He watched her gulp, hands curling into fists as she gripped the bed cover. Shane took another step toward her, began unsnapping his shirt. "That couple was really nice," she added. With one careless toss, Shane's shirt joined his hat in the corner.
Uh-huh.
He took another step. Cassie stood up as he neared, running a hand over her hair, a timid smile owning her supple lips. Shane reached out to smooth a line of concern he saw forming across her pretty brow.
"What's the matter?"
he whispered. "Nothing," she said. "I'm just nervous." She cleared her throat.
"Don't be."
Shane kissed her on the cheek, letting the scruff from his chin linger in place.
"It's just me."
He kissed her again, rubbing his jaw along her cheek toward her earlobe.
"And you."
He whispered in her ear, kissing her there. Her hands found his biceps, moved up and over his shoulders, and around the back of his neck where she pulled him into her, inviting him ever closer. He nearly lost all control. Shane worked to keep his movements slow, enjoying every sensation, assuring Cassie could do the same. He licked at her earlobe before sinking his teeth into it, aching as she sighed in response. Shane hadn't expected Cassie to return the gesture, but there she was, kissing at a sensitive spot on his neck. Her warm breath flittered over the area before she kissed him there again. He groaned, taking her face between his hands, and looked at the woman he'd just exchanged vows with, his bride.
"You're mine,"
he murmured, rushing in to kiss her lips. He kissed her again and again, the fever building with each blessed touch. Soon they were on the bed, their lips locked in a passionate tryst. Shane moved one hand to her thigh, slid it down her leg, and grabbed the back of her knee. In one swift move, he lifted her leg to lock around him, bringing her closer still, caressing her with his touch. Cassie whispered that she loved him, and after Shane uttered his undying love for her, he reached over and flicked off the light. Epilogue. Cassie nearly lost her step as she clung onto Shane's arms. His hands were placed over her eyes as he walked behind her.
"Almost there,"
he assured. She knew what he was about to show her, had helped design it from a state away, but Cassie hadn't yet laid eyes on their new home, the one Shane had had built for them while he and Cassie were away.
"Stop opening your eyes,"
he scolded. She let out an irritated huff. "I'm not,"
"I can feel your lashes moving against my palms,"
he said. Cassie giggled. "I've waited long enough. I'm ready to see this."
"Patience, my sweet."
He crooned in her ear with that deep, low voice of his. He guided her 2 steps to the side and stopped.
"Okay, here it is."
His hands lifted. Cassie's eyes shot open. A gasp pulled from her throat as she took in the home before her. It had been stressful trying to sort through swatches, pick out colors, all from miles away. But in that moment, from where she stood, it looked as if everything had paid off. Shane grabbed her hand and began speeding toward the house.
"Let's go see the inside."
At the top of the stairs, Shane picked Cassie up, held her in his arms as they crossed the threshold. When he set her to her feet, he rested his hand on the small of her back. Plush, tan carpet, cream-colored walls, and warm copper light fixtures had the place looking just like she'd imagined. "I love it," she breathed. And though she'd have been just as happy to return to their little place behind Betty and Grant's, the couple decided that, since they both wanted to start on a family right away, it was best not to put things off. Besides, Trey had assumed Shane's position as foreman over the ranch hands, which meant Shane could spend more time with Cassie. She toured the house again and again. On her 3rd time through, she paused to look out back. Beyond the unfinished yard and large grassy field, Cassie could see the view she'd become accustomed to, only from the opposite angle. Shay and Drake trotting side by side across the way. She smiled, eyeing a spot on the patio. "We gonna get a hot tub one day?" she asked.
Yep.
Shane said. He rested on a single chair, pretending to prop his feet on a coffee table that wasn't there. It was like watching charades as he proceeded to click at a fake remote and watch a non-existent TV. She giggled.
You trying to say something?
Yeah, furniture will be good here,
he said. Cassie nodded.
I know. We'll get there soon enough.
She walked up to him where he sat on the chair, blocking his imaginary television.
For now, we'll just have to think of other ways to entertain ourselves.
Shane's hands gripped her hips, and Cassie leaned down to kiss him. She hadn't meant to get pulled into a moment of passion, but with Shane, it was hard not to. While bringing her body toward him, he urged her to sit on his lap, positioning her knees at either side of him.
I can think of something right now,
he murmured against her lips before kissing them. Knock, knock, a voice sounded from the front door. Cassie broke the seal of their kiss, but Shane held tight to her body. Hello? She hollered, recognizing Jade's voice.
Warning, warning,
Gavin called.
Innocent eyes are about to enter the premises. Maybe we should invest in a deadbolt first,
Shane mumbled, releasing Cassie so she could stand. Jade propped Kate onto her hip. Glad to have you back, she said, extending one arm toward Cassie. And congratulations, she whispered in her ear.
Thanks,
Cassie said, marveling at how much the baby had grown. After hugging Jade, Kate, and Luke in an awkward embrace, Cassie leaned down to talk with the sweet little babe.
Hi there, Kate. Look how big you are.
Kate began to babble while clapping her hands.
She says my name now,
Luke said proudly. Cassie watched as Luke prompted the sweet little thing to repeat his name, praising them both as Kate did just that. Soon, Reese and Blake came, followed by Betty and Grant. Even the ranch hands showed up, minus the interns who'd gone back to their homes over the season. With the remaining Lawson brothers safely behind bars, the permanent help had been filled in on the details. Trey stepped over to Cassie, casually tossing an arm around her shoulders.
Got any friends coming down here for the ring ceremony? Maybe you can hook a brother up.
Cassie smiled.
As a matter of fact, I do. I have 2 coming from Seattle. They'll be here next week.
I called dibs on the hottest one,
Trey bellowed.
Good luck with that,
Randy said.
The hottest one's gonna like me.
As the 2 fought it out, Cassie thought of how nice it would be to have her friends here and to catch up on everything they'd missed in each other's lives. She could hardly wait to return Anne's book and tell her how much she'd loved it and to discuss the others she'd read since then. Anne and Zoe had been thrilled to hear Cassie had snagged a handsome Montana cowboy and were hoping to score one of their own when they came out for the ring ceremony. It would be interesting to see which ones they fell for. For the night, dinner was set to be at Betty and Grant's, and as the large group filed out of the new house to head over, Shane tugged on Cassie's hand, closing the front door and twisting the lock.
Not so fast,
he said. He cradled her belly with a large but gentle hand.
Do you think any of them noticed?
Cassie shrugged.
I'm barely showing.
Yeah, but if we don't hurry up with that ceremony, you won't fit into the dress.
She giggled.
You're right.
Shane's warm hands began to wander as he leaned to speak in her ear.
New home?
He said.
You know what we've got to do, don't you?
Cassie shook her head.
Not really.
We've got to christen the place,
he said, kissing her neck.
Like, get a priest out here?
She asked, stumped. Shane's deep chuckle sounded in Cassie's ear.
Nope.
He trailed kisses down her throat. Her arms broke out in goosebumps.
Break a bottle over it? Like a ship?
Wrong again,
he said, nudging her blouse to the side with the tip of his nose. He pressed hot kisses to her shoulder, then spoke, warm against her skin.
I'm giving you hints now.
A light went off in her head as she remembered something Zoe had said about christening her new apartment in Seattle.
Oh,
she said. Right now? Shane flattened one hand against her back, gripped her waist with the other, and murmured,
Mm-hmm,
against the sensitive curve in her neck. More kisses, more caressing. Cassie lifted her chin and brought her hands to Shane's ruggedly handsome face before kissing him in return.
Okay,
she finally said, pulling away.
But you'll have to catch me first.
Working to stifle the laughter in her throat, Cassie ran down the hall of her new home toward the start of a new life. And as she wandered through the rooms, searching for a great spot to hide, among other things, Cassie realized she'd come to that place in her life. This was just the beginning of her story, the start to her happily ever after. This has been Cassie's Cowboy Crave, Witness Protection, Rancher Style, Shane's Story, Sweet Montana Bride Series, Book 3. Written by Kimberly Cray. Narrated by Lesley Ann Fogel. Copyright 2013-2014 by Kimberly Cray. Production copyright 2015 by Kimberly Cray.